each breath, pain and destruction. My world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with play points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
Meanwhile, coming back towards this is Wang Liang fighting this out with Shu Li here. This was the first elimination of this game here. Wang Liang with 0 health at all, dangerously low, and only has a bow to his name. I mean, look at that, being able to get the elimination with his melee. gonna be bullying Zeron here. Not the best key up for AOW for Zeron here, as AOW's Mike knows exactly how to play this fight.
Mike does open a blue armor top side. He's gonna be very careful. Oh, into the upper combo, followed up with the ult, misses that opportunity, and he's gonna let MHZ find their own ult as well, but he starts shredding that ult HP off of him. MHZ just a single HP in a dream here. He's got some spears he can still throw.
T225 with 1, GG Shot drops with 2, Juan Leon drops with 0. Now gonna go ahead and swap on over to the purple nunchucks. AOW's Mike though with another grapple parry there onto pace. Shot connects there, one more hit, and AOW can confirm his 5th elimination of game number 6.
Shale Rush is gonna be able to come through, surprise Zay, and Spider is gonna try to see if he can juggle it away.
Who is the better Tarka player here? We've heard Spider talk about it before, that Tarka is typically not one of their better heroes, but in this particular moment, he absolutely dumpsters Kai Bao.
Of the J Cup, which is from team WBG Spider.
Viper still hasn't popped the ultimate. J-Team says we don't need it. PP, no place to run and hide.
Guaranteed.
There's the stun. ZK takes it. J-Team picks up 3 eliminations and a roll of yay. Clean up all the members essentially here of Team GD. We're going to see the Dragon's Rush into the Nezas. Kakaishi going very low. They need to kill Kakaishi.
Did you miss me?
Are you ready? Let's go.
Patience, darling.
我终于做到了在赛场上证明自己，但我知道这并不是我的终点。
每次距离胜利都只有一步之遥，
还是尝试再补，但是安岳复生没有了一次血。
为了那近在咫尺的冠军，我将会全力以赴。
我以为已经抓住了胜利的曙光，但在最后一刻却失去了它。
再拼刀，爆开，再捏住掉，发进去，麦克。
这并不代表结束，夏季赛我一定会捧起那座奖杯。
我感觉离那座奖杯越来越近了。
主要是百泰这个斜线，最后接百丽，有没有百丽好稳。
不放弃信念，星火可以燎原。
不玩对的，只玩帅的，谁说不能用刀法拿下冠军？
哎呀，玩帅的说是，我的天哪！
看好了，夺冠的刀舞。
春季赛拿下了3个周冠，最后却折戟总决赛。
再顶，再想抓回头，再转身，这一脚，小蜘蛛你醒得太晚了。
但这也无法阻挡我前进的步伐。夏季赛我会拼尽全力，重返巅峰。
欲戴其冠，必承其重。新的挑战即将到来，我们顶峰相见。
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Season of 2023. I'm your host and caster, Seb, joined alongside my main man and knowledge legend in the NARAKA game, Raven. How's it going, man? It's been a minute since we've been back on this stage. I'm so excited to be here. Great that it's with you. Talk to me. What's going on, buddy?
Thank you, Zeb. I'm really excited to see what the new meta kind of lines up. Valda dominated for the last year, and with the changes to her main V2 ultimate, it was 20 seconds before, now it's down to 15. The CN side has figured out that F1 zipping actually can face tank Valda's damage. So even though there are super extended combos with staff, the fact that zipping's F1 reduces the damage and heals a ton, combined with her V1, she's able to basically sit there in neutral and fight back for all of it and outlast Valda's cooldowns, and she still has that ability to win an endgame. So now, from what I've heard from all my CN friends, for the most part, the CN side has been playing Takeda and zipping, and you're going to see a ton of the top players run double zipping now. Now, most people don't really like this current meta, but from a competitive standpoint, it's a lot more fun to play neutral forever and really outthink your opponent.
Yeah, well, we definitely didn't like to see the Z-Ping metas before, but, you know, it's going to happen. It's going to have to come back. Z-Ping is just such a strong character in the game of NARAKA. You see, like, oh, we're not going to have a Z-Ping meta anymore. They're going to nerf Z-Ping, but no. She comes back every single time. She comes back with a vengeance, stronger, able to outlast ults, able to do what lots of other heroes can't in such a short span of time and just get back so much of that health that you lost. You can make a lot more mistakes with Z-Ping than almost any other hero, I feel.
What's interesting still, though, before, there was no really counter to zipping. Akko's hard counter zipping, so you're going to see players try to hide their zipping pick, playing it on nighttime days versus daytime days, because the Akkos has actually come out on daytime. Now, normally, when there are Fireflies on the map, players like to use their bursting characters, their Tarka, their Takedas, their Akkoses, so they can run around, pop their ult, get a kill, do it again, get another Firefly. But now, because everyone's playing zipping on daytime, people will pick Akkos on those days just because it's probably a 70-30 in Akkos' favor, so you guarantee the win versus zipping, and you guarantee going to Yang as a win. Fong was the first player to start doing this, and then a lot of other players started picking this up as well. He played Takeda on a daytime day versus a Firefly day. They changed the meta for CN forever.
Yeah, getting into it really quickly here, the difference between day and night is just such a simple change in environment in the maps in NARAKA, but it can be so crucial to whether you're going to win or lose in your complete game strategy here. As we're taking a look, this is our current schedule. We have BIWEEK1 almost finished today and tomorrow are going to be the last days of week 1. Then we're going to have the finals. Next week, we're going to be bringing you back the action again with more for week number 2 here. This is the schedule we're going to be having today. Solos game 1 through 6. And I love solos. We're going to see the night, cloudy, dusk, midday, starry night, and dawn. So that's going to be helping us see maybe what picks these players are going to pick before they even get into the games. Taking a look at our standings here. Down in 18th place, we have EWG's Shuron at 1.5 points. We've got J-Team's MHZ here with 2.5 points up on the board in day 1. Pandaman, 14.8 points on the board with 14th place here. Not doing too great, but there's always more time. This is week 1. We're just getting back into the action. You know it's not over until that final bye week has been played. Xu Zhang here picking up the 7th place point with 22.2 points in only 1 day, as none of these teams have played, or a couple of these players have played 2 full days and they have been set in the standings, but for a lot of these players it isn't over yet, just like Alliance's Jux, just like Pace from HLG. As we're flipping over to the top, AOW Mike with a whopping 66.9 points for first place. DRG's Akuma with 59.5 following closely into second place, but unfortunately we're not going to get to see any of our top 5 players play today, but we are going to get to see WBG Spider come out in day number 3, and that is going to be a fun sight to watch. We always love Spider's gameplay, the way that he's able to come through, and just he always comes up in the clutch, man. It's always coming up Spider. He did win the last NBPL by storm. He took the entire winnings, first place in the solos. It was amazing to see. I can't wait to see what he's going to be doing today.
Yeah, I know Spider, after he won Worlds, he was saying that he was lacking motivation, trying to find his direction. But then he found it again going through NBPL a second time. He won 3 out of most of them, but he just came short to Mike in finals. And I remember him being super heartbroken over that. So I'm curious to see if he comes back with the fire today. His green katana is definitely really spicy, well-deserved. And Spider still kind of sets the meta as far as movement on the map and just his neutral in general. His fighting ability is second to none. And it's very interesting to see how Mike versus his playstyle clash against each other, because they're both such strong fighters, but they're both very, very different.
Yeah, it's cool to see, because what we've usually seen from Mike typically in previous seasons is he's a very Ooga Booga-like player. He will just shark you for all of your health and relentlessly try and finish that kill, whereas we've seen other players play a little bit smarter than Mike, which has allowed them to have more consistent games. But when Mike would start to pop off, he would go absolutely crazy, picking up 10 to plus kills in games, 7, 8, 9 kills, able to jump ahead by so far, but then sometimes he would fall back under all of that pressure and just start losing and losing and losing, which is where we saw him fall into this kind of rut. But now hopefully with this, he is on top now. We aren't going to get to see him play today. He has finished all of his games, but we are going to see Spider, we are going to see Panda Man, and these are the games that are going to see who's going to be placed for the bi-weekly finals. This is our last day of solos, if I'm not mistaken. We've got trios tomorrow, and then we're going to have our bi-weekly finals, and that is where the money's going to be made. But today, these players have a chance to fight it out. We've got a few players on the bubble, on the cusp of making it into the finals, and on the cusp of just falling short. So these next 6 games are going to make or break time for a lot of these players.
Yeah, the change to 12 people versus 14 versus 16, I think is humongous. What you saw Panaman there for a second, he's always been one of the best duelers in the game, especially because of his Tarka, and it lowering down to 12 players changes solos a lot more to being these isolated fights. Third parties aren't as big. You're mainly going to get loot off spawn because the map's going to be so split up, and Yang is just going to be so much more powerful because you can guarantee an isolated fight, and if you're comfortable in Yang, you're going to get a huge lead onto other players. Now, Mike normally, like you were saying, was very Ooga Booga, jumped in on people, but the way he won NBPL finals was literally 0 Yang. He played off towers every single time. he attacked the top 3 over and over off spawn, but after he did that, he always just played for box. Then he played near a tower to guarantee that when he got in a fight, he could always disengage, reset, come back and fight again. And it proved to be the most consistent strategy. He was getting 7 to 9 points a game, and he just cruised his way to a victory. Now, the really interesting thing, Seb, is we got an NA player basically in the Pro League right now, MHZ. He was pretty much the CN side's past due here in NA. He had all the craziest weapon swaps. He had infinites before anyone else knew them. And now he's actually on J Team. Now, he's at 2.5 points right now, but he is over there representing us in NA. So I'm going to be cheering for MHZ low-key. Hopefully he can pull it back together, adjust to how these CN players are playing. But two of my favorite players have always been Mike and Spider. I've always loved watching Perfect NARAKA being played, and Spider plays Perfect NARAKA all the time. Now, recently, this new season, he seems to be starting off a little slow, but Spider always brings it back and shows us something new for this season.
Well, yeah, there's obviously going to be some time that these players need to take to adapt to a whole bunch of things. Just getting back into the swing of playing NARAKA on a weekly basis at this such competitive level. You're going to have this just getting back into the stadium, the feeling of that, playing versus playing in your room on Discord with your friends is completely different from being in a stadium with a coach in your ear telling you what to do and helping you and guiding you along the way. So it's going to be interesting to see how these players are just readjusting, especially with the new patches, the new metas. It's all a completely different game from when we last saw these players face off against each other on this competitive stage. As we're about to start off in game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, these players are locked in and they're ready. We're going to see their hero picks in just a second. And it's going to be interesting. What are you predicting for game 1 already with these hero picks?
Nighttime Holoroth, so it's going to be people's bursting round. Now, you're seeing a mixture of what I was talking about earlier. A lot of strong players are considering just playing this round slow. You're seeing half the lobby go zipping. With Anhao going Matari, she's kind of a middle ground, but most of the lobby is going Valda, Zai, and Takeda. They want to go around, get these Fireflies, get into Yang, and get snowballing there. Now, if these zippings are allowed to make it to endgame, they will be able to win heal off and kind of poke and prod the Zais and the Takedas. But Valda, she was S tier for a long time because not only is her ultimate very, very strong offensively, where she can line up really, really extended combos that almost 100 to 0 you, but that also gives her a full another health pool, so she's able to win heal off in endgame. Now, it doesn't surprise me that a lot of these players are going Valda this first round, but I am a little bit surprised that Spider is going Takeda here. I've heard on the CN side that Takeda is now finally beating Valda just because her ultimate doesn't last very long, so you have this option to actually kite her. So I'm very excited to see how these fights go down off spawn. It's really going to set the tempo for this match.
Taking a look here at our spawns for your daily forecast report, it looks like we're going to see a lot of bloodshed towards that northwestern side of the map here. We're seeing J Team and a couple others spawning alongside Fun Plus Phoenix down close to Eventide Temple, but not directly on it. We've got one player, EW from EWG, spawning in the gold zone on Eventide, as we have a few players just northeast of Celestra. We've got the WBG and Team Bauda, and the rest of the players spawning in the surrounding zones, hopefully going for Fireflies, going for a bit of extra loot away from these other players. We're going to flip over, kicking things off with our top ranked player of the day in the standings already. It's going to be WBG Spider, picking up a decent amount of loot already. Blue armor, blue dagger on the board. Gonna pop the bell, see who's around. We've got JDG's Chu Zhang already taking a lot of damage onto the back foot. Gets the armor swap here. We're gonna see him flip over to the dual halberds, which are the newest weapon in the game. So it's gonna be interesting to see as well how these combos are gonna be made with the new halberds. They've been out for a decent while now. Chu Zhang just gonna eat the bubble there, goes for the heal, able to get back to a complete reset plays. Fighting Spider gets the 1-2 off, tries to go for the charge, is able to hit the scale rush, tries to go into the uppercut combo, isn't going to hit it. Spider on the re-grab now, able to come through, trying to take away almost all of Chu Zhang's armor, able to go again with the 1-2. trying to take off as much of Chujong's health, forced to pop that bubble. Very, very low right now. Needs to find an armor swap or a pot to be able to get away from Spider. Spider does make eye contact, and it looks like another player is going to join into this fight. And it looks like Chujong fighting for his life right now, trying to run away as fast as possible, using those halberds to get the most amount of movement possible away. 2 grapples left. Misses a grapple here, as we're going to see him try and go for an armor swap again, but DK is going to come away with a kill with a nice shot through the building from the musket, as we're going to see Alliance's Jux coming in as well on to the offensive against Bauda's DK here. He's able to get the purple armor swap quickly, so he might try to engage in this fight. Looks like he's going to try and find a few better weapons first. Picks up those purple nunchucks, and this could be an interesting fight here. Reloads the musket. It looks like Jux does not want the smoke quite yet. Is just waiting for things to come to him. Pulls out the range, hits the bell, sees where his enemies are, and it looks like he's off in pursuit.
Really interesting that Spider was backing off there. He fried his opponent the most right there, and he got him down to 1 HP. But the second that 2 players came in, Spider actually chose to zone out, waited out a little bit, and I guess Takeda is just so vulnerable in these positions that the double Valda is not worth it to Spider. Rare instance where I've ever seen Spider take his foot off the gas pedal and keep up the aggression. But now we're going to see J-Team's Exon onto Anho. I haven't seen much of Anho last season. One of the new players inside the league. Jalen Anho going for a ride here, and this is the staff combos that we're talking about. It's just one of the strongest weapon right now. You're going to see a ton of staff today, a ton of dual halberd, and a ton of dagger coming in hot. We're seeing this zipping with this staff being super oppressive. This Matari trying to find some room here to get this reset here, but Exon staying right on top of him, just making sure to deny the heal, chasing her down, sees her in the invis. The F3 does come out. She's going to try to make her way to get max distance here. Only 6 grapples left on Exon, and he's going to choose to let it go. Anho with the great kite, able to keep his life, keep his blue weapon and blue armor, and he's going to live to fight another day. We're going to see Spider getting a kill onto Jux, popping that ult. Now Chuzeng onto DK inside Celestra. Chuzeng about to have his ult online. Inside the temple, it's going to be very hard to lock someone down. Chuzeng's going to opt out to cap out his health, find a better situation. It's very hard to finish off Evalda in this situation. She's going to be able to kite away, and it ends up not being Chuzem's idea to go for that. It looks like he's going to go play for Yang instead. Now Spider, oh, this is not the best position for Anho. Running into Spider with no ultimate. A purple armor Spider is going to be almost impossible to fight back on with his Cicada. His F ability going to cause so much problems for Anho inside neutral, but Anho is going to make it back to Celestia. This is inside Celestia. It's almost impossible for Matari to die, and Spider's going to run into Evalda, and again, Spider's going to back off the second he sees Evalda. It's just not worth it for him. With that 80% ult, he's going to probably set up to go to Yang right now. He sees Anho make his way backwards with that F3 teleport. Exon's going to take charge of the chase down, and Spider's going to be lurking in the background. Going to see if he can pick up this kill. White armor at this point in the game, you're looking like a snack to all these players. Exon and Anho going at it, but this Matari putting on the Nikes. Looks like he's going to be going into zone. I'm not sure what this play is, especially versus Zipping. Zipping loves fighting inside zone. That heal from the F1 is going to be doing so much, plus the V1, especially early with these first zones. The first zones don't really do a ton of damage. So Exon going to be chasing down Anho, and Spider going in the zone. Getting juggled by Anho now. Now Spider with the F3. Going to pop ult here. See if he can get this burst down. 1 HP on Anho. He's able to get it, but now Exon with the staff. Putting a ton of pressure on the Spider. Getting the 1-2, but Spider, can he land his touch of death? The dual hammer's doing a ton of damage. He's going to pop the zipping ult to fight back here. But again, Spider putting him in the blender. Exon at 1 HP. Can he survive the situation? He's going to get a big parry, and Spider's going to go down. Oh. Exon with the clutch, Sam.
Oh my goodness, J-Team's action, pulling it back from the brink of death. Spider able to use that Takeda ult to get 2 crazy extension combos off with the grapple extension included. J-Team's action on top now and jumping back into the zone as we're getting ready for the Realm of Yanks to start dropping onto the map. We're taking a look at where people are. Pandaman already ready and waiting for those Yanks as these other players are just starting to close in around. we are seeing WBG Spider does have that resurrection available. So it is not going to be the last we're seeing of Spider in this game. Shuran as well in that Yang zone, just ready and waiting to take this fight. And it looks like there might be a little bit of a scrap going on closer to that southern side of the map. Action, and it looks like HLG as well, Pace, joining in on a fight. Xu Zhang trying to just hold this space for the Realm of Yang. It is a race at this point. Usually, you know, in your comp games, when you're going into the Realm of Yang, you got to wait. Maybe not. There might not be a player joining. You might get a free Yang. Not in these games, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody is hungry for that Vermilion's bird buff on that first Yang. The advantage you get to be able to just walk in blindly to fights without getting a kill, without worrying about getting killed once, is very, very important for these players here. As J-Team Action is going to be facing off against OUG's Pandaman. Action here with the 2-0 to be able to heal just a little bit before this fight starts. We're going to see him grapple up to the top here, goes for the charge, tries to break into the full combo with the staff, is unable to, gets the taps off, back dodges forward, as we're going to see trying to go for the overhold on the Halberds here, isn't going to be able to connect. We're going to see that F3 come out into a nice uppercut combo with the staff here, scale rushing off the pole here, almost able to get it, gets a grapple, breaks shield here. Pandaman getting very low, tries to go for the parry, Action misses it here. We're going to see them charging and holding neutral. The overhold on Pandaman is going to work. They're going to clank off here. Pandaman in a dangerous position here. We're going to see the F3 come out again as the F1 from Action is coming out. Pandaman bringing over, switching to a staff of his own here, jumping up twice to avoid the charge here. So we're going to see them both try and go for the parries here. Pandaman getting a huge, getting parried into the combo with the great sword swap here. Pandaman getting grappled, almost missing the combo here, as we're seeing Action able to go back into it a second time here, gets the second grapple off. We're going to see the F3 get popped out again. Pandaman's ult completely done. J-Team Action taking a lot of damage here. They've got 7 seconds left in this Realm of Yang. Otherwise, it is not going to go to either of them. And it looks like this Yang is going to run out. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what a crazy Yang. And that's what you were saying. That ult is able to outlast the amount of damage that they're doing with that Valda ultimate.
Yeah, even with the crazy staff combos that you get off F3, the current meta that we've been living in with the Valda is this: if you attack a Valda and you go get really, really close to her, when she pops that F3, she gets a staff uppercut combo onto you. So it's very dangerous fighting her in the close range, and she just gets so much value guaranteed the second you decide to go aggressive on her. But now with zipping, you have a chance to iframe her spears, her F3, with your F1, with your V1 as well. Because they're both gold focused, you're able to go through the bubble bath that Valda tries to put you in. You're able to chill. Now, something surprising that I saw earlier, again, Spider has been playing really, really conservative, opening up in his first rounds. It's definitely a change in pace, considering how he's played in the past. He's generally just held W the entire time and W keyed everyone down, just because he was so far ahead of everyone as far as his neutral understanding. But now I'm seeing him be very, very selective of how he wants to take these fights versus zipping and Valda. I believe there's only one other Takeda in this lobby. The problem with running Takeda versus the rest of the lobby is that you're the only one in there, so everyone's going to know who you are. We got Pandaman and Pace. Pandaman has just been living these blue skies, just releasing these double hold blues on these halberds. Finally throws a parry. This is the first parry I've seen in the last 20 moves. He's going to set him for the uppercut, and now Pace at this 1 HP situation. Pandaman looking to close this out. Gets a hit off, but that F1 doing so much healing. Both of them go for a parry right now, and there's a third party in there. Double parry. Pandaman going for the double hold. He's going to fry Pace down. But now Spider coming in hot with the third party. Pandaman does get that soul bloom, pretty much caps back out, and now Chuzeng in the background as well, looking at third party. Spider doesn't see Chuzeng lurking in the background, but Chuzeng's now going to choose Spider instead. Now Spider put in a tough position with this third party. Spider's going to back off, and it looks like no one is going to be going down here, but Pace getting absolutely fried by Pandaman and those dual halberds. Right now, dual halberds just do so much damage. That right click or the vertical with those dual halberds, they reach so far away. Even, and there's like a win hitbox at the end of it. You're going to see a ton of the players abusing this new weapon. It's basically an easier version of Katana, but it has an extra LMB versus like the actual dual blades that sends you flying, giving you an option to run away, similar to the dagger. Now, Shuron coming in hot, hopefully going to be able to get past her 1 kill today. We do have 6 rounds. I'm hoping that MHG and Shuron can show up and heat up, showing that they belong in the league. But Chuzeng getting pressured by Exin right now. The F1 from Zipping, so oppressive. She tries to triple tap a dodge, but ends up getting speared. Great play by Chuzeng to overhold the spear. Now, Staff sending Chuzeng for a ride. LMB, RMB, but the V2 ult chunking, protecting Chuzeng's actual health pool. But now on these buttery rocks, Chuzeng trying to find some space, trying to get back to Temple. He has 2 people on him. Exin with the staff and that horizontal is going to be putting a ton of pressure on Chuzeng. Now 2 of them really, really low. Exin and Chuzeng both forcing this issue, and now Shuron going to be able to cherry pick this kill right here. She ends up choosing Exin instead. 2 really, really easy kills for Exron to pick up. She ends up picking one of them, and now Exin does pick up the Soul Bloom. Zone pushing in, and Shuron's going to get an uppercut combo. Exin under a ton of pressure here. No armor left to his name. Looks like Shuron's happy to get this 1 kill and take this reset. Great kill by Exron there.
Crazy steal to come in from Shuron there. Able to come away with that, just sneaking in right at the end, picking up the kill, almost taking out J-Team's Action, but Action able to come away with the Soul Bloom, staying in the game for extra longer, getting rid of that Yang depletion. It's going to be Shuron burning that F again, just to get that little bit of extra shield back, not wanting to use a pot as they're going to run right into DK not playing too aggressive here, just wants to space things out, see how things are going, as we're going to see FPX Jin and Wolves' Kaibao going head-to-head. Takeda versus the only Zai we have in the game here. So we're going to see some cannon shots come up, but the Halberds looking like they are the weapon of choice right now, as they are just so great at bringing your opponent's health bar to 0. Here's Jin bringing out, trying to go through the combo with Kaibao here, bringing them up into the uppercut blender from the Halberds. Isn't able to come away with anything there, as he just wants to keep as much distance as possible from that ultimate from Zai here. But he's able to just counter the Zai ult by using the Takeda ultimate back around his way, and it looks like with the Takeda F3 to stagger and slam, FPX Jin is going to go down to Wolves' Kaibao. So we're going to flip over, and we're going to see WBG's Spider versus OUG's Panda Man in the ring. This is not the second time that they're going head-to-head here. It was J-Team's Action before. WBG Spider trying to go for the uppercut here. We're going to see a flip over to a Katana from OUG's Panda Man here, able to get a charge 1.0 off with the Katana. We are going to see Panda Man go dangerously low here, though, forced to pop the ult quickly, as Spider already ahead in the game here, has only used 1 charge from his ultimate. Spider dealing a lot of damage here, able to come with a huge grapple combo. Panda Man taking a lot of damage, forced to pop that spear, is going to be able to tap dodge it here. Spider, oh my goodness, putting Panda Man in a huge panic right now, has no ult left. Panda Man throwing all 3 spears. Spider able to dodge all 3 of them so fast, coming out victorious. What a play.
Spider with his Takeda doing work. I'm happy to see Spider on his comfort pick on the Takeda, especially again defining the meta on this nighttime day. Everyone going Valda, everyone going Zipping, and Spider going 1 step ahead of everyone, choosing that Takeda. Now we got Jin versus Exin. 1-2 back-to-back light attacks, holding that 3. Exin on his dagger, gonna create the space, wants to play for endgame. Man, 12 minutes left and 11 people alive in the CN region. No one really dies before this endgame. Game 1 on a nighttime day too, especially with all these fireflies. I'm very surprised to see 11 people. And now Panda Man sending X-Runs to a ride. The grapple kick with the dual halberds doing so much damage, and Panda Man with those overhold checks over and over on Shuron, and Shuron no parry in sight. He's gonna get taken down by Panda Man's purple dual halberds doing so much damage. Man, Panda Man is definitely unhinged, just flying through these blue skies. He has like an 80% release rate, and besides that last fight when he was inside Temple, he's pretty much released only blue attacks, double holds, non-stop. We're seeing WBG Spider with 3 kills, and Pace actually having a way better day. Last week, he was having a really, really hard time. Everyone was going after him, but he has 4 kills opening up this day, bringing himself up to 25.8 points, doing really, really well today. We have Jin, Exton, and DK all going at it at the edge of zone here. This Blueberry DK looking like a snack right now. He's trying to fight his way out of this. He's going to go into the cave. And Jin's taking a lot of damage here, but he's going to switch sides and he's able to pop his ult off. But at what cost right now? Takeda's coming in with Spider, absolutely countering the Zai. And now Exton's going to try to live against this Takeda in close range. Nowhere to go. There's a Firefly in the background, and Spider with the great third party, able to pick up 2. Great play from Spider. I didn't even think about this, but Takeda is actually a hard counter to Zai. Spider's pick here, really, really big brain.
It's the way that Spider's come through and just said, I'm going to pick a hero that nobody's going to pick. I'm going to get everybody out with it. And I'm just going to come in as this huge menacing force that's going to surprise everybody. We did not think that Spider was going to be able to come through on a minority pick and play as well as he is right now. 6 kills up on the board and still hungry for more. Finds OUG's Pandaman, hits him with an uppercut here. So we're going to see Pandaman trying to escape with the dagger. Not the greatest loot in hand. Is he going to run into Alliance's Jux with a purple pole sword, which might be a little bit dangerous here. Spider burning that F, almost trying to see if they could go for the grab onto the hold from that scale rush there. Spider is going to look like they're going to grapple away here, going to that Rift Dealer, blowing some money on some Jades here, able to pick up a good few gold Jades, all purples and golds for him right now, as he's able to blow through all of his money as quick as possible. It looks like he might have picked up Storm Stride there, which is going to be a huge buff for him in these final circles. Just dealing damage to everybody passively is a huge bonus to have in this game. With 7 players left, 9 minutes on the clock, and the Circle 3 closing into Circle 4 as we speak.
We got Kai Bao also in Takeda with gold dual halberds. He's going to be doing so much damage going into this end game, and this end game is going to have a lot of cliffside, a lot of flat ground, nowhere to really hide, no buildings, and this is going to really benefit the zipping. Spider is going to keep his aggression going up. He is super stacked. He almost has max health, max melee, a ton of attack. He also has a gold staff. Pandaman on this blue armor with the dagger. He's going to be able to fight his way out of this, but Spider keep barely taking any damage, and the F3 is going to come out, not going to pop ult. Very interesting on Spider's part not to pop ult after the F3. He felt like he could probably just win this fight outright. Now Pandaman's going to be fighting back here, doing a ton of damage to Spider. Spider has to be careful here. He's backing off, trying to zone this out, but Pandaman's doing a really good job putting a ton of pressure on the Spider. Spider has 2 more ghosts left. He should be able to finish Spider off here, but if another person rolls up, Spider could be put in a tough position. Pandaman trying his very best to survive here. Spider just making sure to deny the heal. Pandaman on his last leg. The gold staff of Spider putting a ton of pressure onto Pandaman, but that dagger doing a ton of good work for Pandaman, throwing those horizontals to keep the space, but it's not going to be enough. Ooh. And with Spider's F3, he's going to be able to take down Pandaman.
What a crazy play. Sees the bubbles, is able to tap dodge away, hits him for 1, and then finishes it off with the F3. Crazy play here, putting his 7th kill up onto the board with 6 players left, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it gets spicy here. Spider on the top of the standings with 7 kills up onto the board. Gold equipment level. HLG pace, same thing. Gold equipment level, 4 kills on the board. So we're seeing Kai Bao with 1 kill on the board. Jux with 0, Anha with 0, and S Railgun also with 0. They are going to need to put a lot of points up onto the board if they want to have a good shot for that kill multiplier. There are still 6 players left, so it is going to get pretty dicey here pretty quickly, but it looks like Spider's just ready for this W key. You usually see a small lull here as all of these other players, all of these other players are not fighting right now. It is only Spider saying, you know what, I'm hungry, I'm ready to go after every single player in the lobby. I'm gonna finish this game with 5 more kills up on the board.
It looks like Spider has Tuna and just every Jade in the book right now. Jux with the pole sword verse very rare to see a pulse sword actually being used, and Spider's gonna hit him with that R&B, shredding his full health pool. Spider does have ult, and he is pushing Jux to the end of the zone. Jux trying his best to fight back here, but he just keeps getting pushed back in the zone by these ghost shoves by Spider. Spider does miss the parry right there, but Jux is at 1 HP. BIWEEK1 in the background looking to see if he could possibly take a kill, but Spider is absolutely annihilating the lobby. 8 kills, and what I was saying before, Seb, he was playing really slow. He did end up getting picked off spawn, but he brings it back, and he's already up to 8 kills. That's a crazy amount of kills considering there's only 12 people in the lobby.
Yeah, 8 kills with a 12-person lobby is not like 8 kills in a 60-person lobby. Let me tell you, these players are incredibly hard to kill. And trust me, I have tried. It does not work. You can't just 1, 2, 3 and hope for the best. These players are absolutely insane. And the fact that Spider's able to come through and make a mockery of these players by just outgaming them, it's absolutely insane here. As Pace, the only contender who's been able to come close to Spider's score with half of his kills. Looks like Spider's ready to pick another player off. He is hungry for kills, hungry for more, as we're going to see BIWEEK1 also joining on the fight. Now the Takedas are getting feisty, ladies and gentlemen. Anhao hiding in a bush not too far away. BIWEEK1 trying to go for the F3. Looks like he's going to get baited from the overhold again, losing a lot of his HP from his shield. Has that gold armor, so he will take a little bit more amount of pots to heal it up, but he is going to have more armor in the long run here. Spider trying to go for that charged LMB there. Able to see if they can get the overhead slam, unable to find anything here. Spider coming very close to Anhao. Anhao able to hide still, as they're just saying, you know what, I'm gonna let the big boys fight, and I'm gonna come in and snake that final kill from you, Spider. Spider reloading up his bow and arrow. Only does not have a single repair kit left, so this is going to be interesting to see how he's going to use those last shots. His Pace taking a lot of damage from the cannon and from rivaling players. Gold nunchucks that they've got on the side over there. It looks like Railgun with the gold nunchucks. And Anhao jumping into the fight here with a gray dagger, not the greatest weapon to have in these final circles, but it'll have to do, as we're going to see Spider coming through with a jumping F3 there, almost able to hit Paste off and take away the weapon. Spider wasn't able to make too much happen. Does have his ult back again. So it looks like he's going to go up and shark onto Anhao here, taking away almost all of his health and shield. We're going to see Anhao need to go into that Matari ultimate here. Spider trying to pick him off, gets a couple shots off, and it looks like Anhao is getting so close to death here. S Railgun able to come through and snake the kill from everybody doing that melee damage. Spider was trying to do the same thing. He had the same idea, but was unable to pull through. Railgun with a nice pistol shot.
I'm surprised that a lot of the lobby is just letting Spider go around, do whatever he wants to do. BIWEEK1 does have gold armor and is on the Cicada. He should be contesting Spider's kills here. Spider's getting so far ahead here. And it looks like most of the lobby strategy right now is they want to secure the placement, get into that top 3 situation for the kill multiplier. But a lot of these players don't have a multiplier. Pace is the only one here with 4 kills with Spider. So the other BIWEEK1 and who else is left here should be playing for a kill here, trying to S-Rail, try to play off Spider's pressure off the other players. We're going to get this cliffside endgame, and with Zipping being V1, I imagine a Zipping may win this, but these 2 Takedas here, they're juiced out of their mindset. Both BIWEEK1 and Spider have some of the best Jades in the game right now. BIWEEK1 with that gold armor, and BIWEEK1 does have a cannon putting a ton of pressure on these Zippings, but the big advantage Zipping has in these end games is that she's able to pop her F1, keep her health up. She doesn't have to stop to heal, so she can avoid a lot of these range attacks. Spider trying his best to get someone focused, because this is not where Takeda shines. They want to get these Zippings to use their ultimate. And Pace with a big parry off her V1, using that gold focus to get the parry. Spider hawking Pace, and now Pace is going to be eating a ton of damage here, able to face tank a lot of this with the V1. Pace is big chilling right now, though, finding a way. That V1 doing so much work, even with the consistent range pressure. Pace's health is consistently going up, able to get some big focus attacks on the BIWEEK1 by BIWEEK1, fortunately able to get another heal off, and now Pace choosing to slow down, try to avoid getting lobby. S-Rail happy to see that Pace is getting lobbied over this. S-Rail going to just sit on top of the rooftop and wait this out.
And Spider here doing a great job of using the staff's R&B here to just hold the space, jump from area to area, holding off as far and as much as possible from these other players so they don't have enough room to advance. He's like, you want to get over here? You got to go through me. And Kai Bao going to take a huge overhead. It looks like he's going to go down to the Storm Stride and the Storm here. Spider just dealing so much damage, and that Storm worth so much. Spider almost getting a huge parry off, and it looks like it's going to be a 1v1, ladies and gentlemen. S-Rail going down to Paste here as Spider with 9 kills, trying to pull up with the 10k, but Pace is doing some crazy damage off onto Spider. Spider able to get the taps off with the charged R&B, gets a huge parry. Pace getting sent into oblivion with the overhead into the ult. What a combo. WBG Spider, 10k up onto the board. Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing first game.
He's back. He's back. Spider starting off this season a little bit slow, but like I was saying, Sam, he's one of the GOATs. It's between him and Mike. Every single season, I'm happy to see Spider coming back with that motivation, showing everyone that he is still one of the best players in the world. That Takeda pick, like I was saying, being one step ahead of the lobby, most of the lobby just going zippy in, and Zai and Valda, that Takeda pick able to counter everyone. His one weakness was avoiding multiple people in the fights, and you saw Spider, the second another person came into the fight, he would back off, reset, didn't want to overcommit, and it showed that it worked out super well because he's able to pick off a ton of the lobby, able to go into Yang, scale up, get every Jade in the book, and every time he found one person in an isolated fight, Spider has one of the fastest time to kills in the league.
Yeah, it is a very crazy sight to see, where we just saw Spider going after player after player after player after player. Using his early game, we weren't confident in Spider. We were going, oh, here he goes. He's already getting killed. Able to only pick up a couple of kills in that early game, but just brought it back so strong in that mid game. Was able to win Yang, and then from that Yang win with the Mystic Might buff, was able to come through, pick off so many of the players with help from the Mystic Might buff, and then just kept that confidence throughout the rest of the game, and it definitely showed in his gameplay.
I'm really surprised the Zippings let this happen. Let the Takedas like kind of get to this end game and find a way to win here. It's up to the Zippings once they make it to end game to get these bursting characters lobbies, the Akoses, the Valdas, the Takedas, by ranging them over and over and just kind of beating them down through death by 1,000 cuts, because the Zippings are able to get heals off, but the Takedas can't. They have to stop the heal, spam crouch, and you can just interrupt their heal over and over, so you can slowly whittle them down. And the Zippings all play a little bit too passively, and Spider takes advantage of it, getting 10 kills. I'm pretty sure this is a record for this season's solo kills. 10 kills is absolutely insane. He can pretty much coast to qualifying at this point with 10 kills, but I'm sure Spider's going to be doing a lot more. This is a huge boost to his confidence, and I'm curious to see what else he has in store for us.
Yeah, and this is where we also need to take a look at some of these other players, like J-Team's Action. Not putting up too many points, staying in that lower bracket is not going to be good for Action, Shuran, and Jocks, who are down in those lower brackets. They need to pick up the pace, otherwise they won't be able to make it into the finals. Pandaman able to pick up with a few more kills, same with Pace, not having a great first day, coming back and coming through, putting up 5 kills and placing second. That 1v1 at the end did knock him back just a little bit, but you know, what are you gonna do, man? It's Spider. Like, it's honestly unfair at this point that Spider is so good at the game. There's like there's a very high skill ceiling in this game, and Spider just he never ceases to transcend the skill ceiling. It is absolutely amazing to watch him in action. And for these other players who weren't picking up as many kills, like we saw on how almost all the way through the entire game, the amount of times and how had to use that Matari ult and burn it just to get out of a sticky situation instead of using it to her advantage and playing off it to be able to get kills. She had to use it to get out of other situations, which made it a lot more difficult for her to come and pick up kills into the next part of the games.
Oh. Pace doing the gold focus and the parry twice. He did this in endgame as well, where he popped his ultimate and he immediately parried afterwards. Actually, really impressive that Pace is able to get so many parries in the league. The average amount of parries that people get during a round is less than 1 for the most part, just because all these players are so tricky with their timings that it's so hard to parry. Chiron coming in with a third party here, able to get a kill on the board, doubling her league score. I'm hoping that she's able to pull it through and get a kill every single round. It's just going to do so much more for her confidence. But Spider with the 10 kills, just showing everyone that he's in a league of his own. What's interesting is that Pace was getting dominated in the other lobby, but in this lobby, Pace is able to get 5 kills, with Spider being the only one giving him trouble in this endgame right there.
The combo with the Takeda ult is one of my favorite things to see, just sending them high in the sky, and then the overhead charged LMB to end the kill off. WBG Spider, 34,000 damage, 10,000 healing, 25,000 damage done with the melee weapons. As we see, 12,000 of it came from the staff. He's already been MVP once more with that Heartstopper kit, Storm Stride, all of the Jades, just adding so much power onto him. But he only got 1 parry, like you were saying.
Yeah, but it's really rare for people to get parries, and Mike actually has the highest amount of parries. And it's because a lot of it, the way he sets up his neutral, he traps a lot. Now, Spider's on the opposite side, where he doesn't wait for you to do anything. He makes you choose, and he puts pressure on you constantly. Most of his characters have abilities that allow him to break your neutral and force you into decisions. And Spider's Jades right there, he was just an absolute juggernaut going into that endgame set.
Yeah, the amount of melee resist and health Jades that he had, especially the Storm Stride, which came in handy when killing Wolves' Kai Bao earlier there, knocking him into the storm, and that Storm Stride dealing that last bit of damage to be able to completely secure the kill. Somebody could have ranged it from somewhere else, or something else could have ended up happening. We didn't see that happen. The Storm Stride Jade is just such a powerful passive damage Jade that assisted him so much in his pursuit of killing all of these players. One by one, he took them off like it was an old school slasher movie. It was amazing, and I loved it.
Yeah, he was very surgical with the staff. The staff has the best spacing in the game right now. Even on Takeda, usually used on Valda, the staff, like, you're able to just probe in and out, kind of like a fencing almost. And with the LMB change to staff and spear, where you get an uppercut off of it, it just allows players with such good footsies and spacing to take advantage of it. Panda Man did a really valiant effort, be able to ice off Spider's pressure, but he was only delaying the inevitable. Spider walks you down, figures out what you like doing, and will take you out.
Quick question on the board for you guys. Answer 4 treasures in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Answer questions A, B, C, D in the Twitch chat. Lucky people will be replied and whispered. This will give you some summer split random gifts. Who won game 1 today? Was it HLG's Paste, B, Wolves Kai Bao, C, WBG Spider, or D, FPX's Jin? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most difficult question I think I've ever seen. We're gonna have to band together. We're gonna have to try as hard as we can to solve this, because we did not all just watch that game. We have no idea who just won. Ladies and gentlemen, if you get this wrong, I'm gonna be very disappointed in you
guys. Pretty easy guess, even if we were to take a shot in the dark there for who won that round, especially after we said he got 10 kills, setting the record for this season. 10 kills is just a ginormous game. That means during his early game, during his mid game, during his late game, he's just terminating people, getting around 3 kills. Now, the reason why 10 kills is so insane is, like, most players get 3 to 4, and that's a really good game. The fact that Spider's able to find 10 just really shows this lobby is in for a beating. If Spider's opening up with 10 kills, he's going to be going for a ton of fights moving forward, and hopefully the rest of the lobby is going to be able to heat up deal with the pressure or take advantage of the fact that Spider's going around beating up the lobby and they can take some kills away from him. It's one of the best strategies that you can do in the game, is coming in with a third party, working smarter, not harder, and just getting the last hit on players. The average damage doesn't really matter here in the league. It just matters what place you get, what kills you get, and how many points you're going to get overall. Now, when you're going into Yang, you do need to be able to win those duels. That 1v1 does matter. But like I was saying before, Mike was able to win grand finals by not going into Yang. So going outside of Yang is going to give a ton of these players a chance to win all of this. Now, going into day 2 Holoroth, I believe it's going to be a cloudy day. And this is where a ton of the stronger players will go zipping. But also you'll see that Akos mixed up in there, because Akos is such a strong counter to zipping. That gold focus, that purple focus you get from jumping over and over, and there not being any frame to punish the Akos, basically gets you to free pressure at zipping, where all she can do is be a punching bag and run away. Maybe we'll see some Faria. In the past, Faria has been also really good on these Holoroth days, just because there's not many places to run, so you need to be able to tank a lot of damage, try to win that heal off, and Faria does beat zipping in that heal off. But I'm guessing, Seb, that we're going to see a ton of Akoses and a ton of zippings.
Something as well to keep in mind is our top 5 players who are standing at top 5 in the standings at this specific moment right now are all not playing today. So this is allowing other players who have just enough skill to get over into that top 12, but not enough to like stay there when the top 5 are playing. It gives them a chance to shine higher than they could have if these other players were in the lobby. So this is why Spider is able to take such a huge advantage over some of these lower skilled players, or some of these players who aren't higher up in the standings, because these top 5 players are not in the game right now.
That's true. And because the lobbies are set up with A, B, and C, you're always going to get a mixture of players. This is definitely one of the easier lobbies that can be put together with only WBG Spider in it. The rest of the top 5 players, Wang Lang, T225, Mike, Shaw, and Shaw's having a pop-off season right now. He's always been super consistent, and it seems that this season's going to be his breakthrough. Is he going to be able to maintain it? He did really well in Nbpl finals. He just ran out of gas right at the end, and Mike was able to clutch it out, but he was right there with Mike. They were both taking down Spider a ton off spawn, and they were probably the 2 main players who took down Spider during that whole finals. So I'm interested to see, once everyone gets qualified, how these players are going to do moving forward. But first, we're going to be going to this cloudy day Holoroth. Anything really stick out to you, Seb?
I thought the performance of some of the players who were deciding to just hide until the end was a little bit underwhelming. The way that they weren't trying to engage for these final plays, they weren't going for Yang, they weren't trying to salvage a game where they had died early. They just decided to, let's route it out, let's try and get as many placement points as we can. I always love to see that. Let's go for broke, let's Hail Mary, and let's try and just pull a WBG Spider and do something like pick up 10 kills. I'd love to see a player like J-Team's Action or EWG's Shuron come through and bring out their inner demon, because these guys are the Nbpl players. They all crush the top of the leaderboards every time they play ranked. This is the time when they step on the stage and you're playing against the best of the best. It does take a lot to shine on this stage, but all of these players have been chosen and have been allowed on the stage because they have something in them that is going to allow them to do that. They just need to bring it out.
Yeah, Panda Man definitely embodies what you were saying. My man was out there throwing blues nonstop. I was actually surprised that he was just willing to overhold throw blues like repeatedly. Never really double hold canceled, and he started throwing a couple parries at his double hold. It seems that Panda Man is pretty stubborn in his option selection. What he's going for, he's just going to continue to go for the no mix-up, and just kind of wear you down with just massive amounts of damage. Now, Jin did a really good job of icing off the pressure that was put on him, but wasn't able to really survive being forced in the zone later on. I'm very curious, though, what's going to happen here with these character picks. on Holoroth. Over the course of NBPL, the meta has shifted so drastically. On Firefly days, traditionally everyone just loves bursting, loves getting Fireflies, get that ult, get a kill, eat that soul plume, go get another Firefly. Especially on Holoroth, there being fire cages as well. For those new viewers who are watching and tuning in, Fireflies give you ult charge, but there's also another tower, Firefly cages, that also give you ult charges. And even on daytime days, the Firefly cages do spawn all around Holoroth, so you're able to rotate around, get an isolated fight, and possibly get your ult up to find another fight during the round. And I'm curious to see if Spider keeps up the momentum and keeps going for broke here, because getting 10 kills means that Spider was pretty much in a fight 24/7 that last match.
Often referred to as the Rage Cage, this item on the map is basically like a phone charger. You put your hand on it, you plug yourself into it, and it just brings up your rage. Except it's kind of like a portable charger because it does run out. It's not just plugged into a wall. You do run out sometimes. You can't just infinitely get your ultimate back, but it is a different style of the Fireflies. Whereas Fireflies, you just get 50% of your ult right as soon as you land and get the Fireflies. Whereas the Rage Cage, you have to stand there for a second. You do need to play your game a little bit smarter when you're around them, because the opportunity of getting third-partied, the opportunity of just getting ambushed while charging your ultimate at one of these Rage Cages is very high, especially in these scenarios where these pro players are looking for somebody who's just going to slack and go, oh, I'm going to charge a little bit, I'm just going to get myself a little bit of rage, and then someone's like, nope, I got you. Kicking things off, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be hopping into game number 2. You heard the gong. That is how we're starting this game off. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, the CGI every season, it just gets so much better around. We're seeing the beautiful temple covered in all those nice vines, very jungly, maybe foreshadowing a jungle map. I don't know. Devs, you want to talk to me? But, ladies and gentlemen, back to the NBPL. These players are locked. These players are dialed in, and this is their hero picks.
Surprising, a lot of Takedas. The whole lobby goes counter pick for Zipping. Normally everyone plays Zipping on this map, but Spider and Jux gonna have a hard time surviving here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Takedas and a Tarka on the map, with Panda Man going with his tried and true, the only Tarka on the map. You gotta respect it. Shiron and Exton and How and Kai Bao going Valda. They're going to be having a really, really tough time, because both the Zipping and Takeda counter Valda right now. They're only going to have a really easy time versus Panda Man. I respect Panda Man's pick as Tarka, but he's super gutted this season. He's finally been nerfed out of 2 years of pure dominance. All of his stamina is taken away. He's only really able to punch once throughout a fight, but Panda Man sticking true to his guns, sticking true to his loved character, Tarka. Hopefully we'll see some new stuff from Panda Man, showing us that Tarka is still viable in this current meta set.
Your daily weather forecast for where players are spawning has arrived. We're going to see a couple people at Matab here down at the bottom spot. We're going to see a couple of players going to the puzzle area down at that central area of the map. This is going to be Wolves' Kai Bao, FPX's Jin. We're going to see J-Team's Action in that area, as well as we're going to see WBG up by that northern side, northwest side of the map, playing by these gold zones closer to the Yushan Ruins and the Imperial Village. As we're kicking things off, getting ready to start, this is going to be more of a southwestern style of the map, not like the Chipotle sauce, but just southwestern, ladies and gentlemen. Kicking things off, game number 2, as we're going to flip over to TE's Railgun, already in a fight with WBG Spider. He has that signature staff already. Now it looks like Railgun just able to block him off in a corner here. Spider trying to go for the parry, unsuccessful. Tries to get away, is able to make his way up the hill, able to turn around and get a full combo off. Tries to go for the grapple onto Railgun, goes for the scale rush instead, is going to end up getting put in the blender from those dual blades here. Sees an armor, looks like they might go for a swap instead of trying to heal themselves up here. Railgun trying to come back, gets the blue armor swap, is now on the front foot of this fight, and now Railgun on the back foot trying to run away from Spider here. here. Doesn't want the smoke anymore. Tries to go for the older hold. Clanks off here. Missing the parry into the F1. Spider able to bring it around. Tries to go for the full block, but we're going to see the F3 come through and save Railgun again. As Spider getting hit from a huge shot from that pull sword here. Forced to pop the ultimate, hiding still, playing positional in the bottom of this building here. As Alliance's Jux coming in on the third party. Spider forced to pop that F1, gets out of there relatively fast, as Jux is not going to be able to find Spider. As Spider just continues, goes on to loot, needs a few better weapons and a little bit of some more armor if they want to stay into this fight and stay prominent. Shuran here, able to get an armor swap from the blue, flips back over and is now facing against J-Team's action here. Tries to go for the hold, tries to parry, isn't going to be able to hit it. Action hitting huge bow shots right now as well, taking a lot of damage. Shuran forced to back off as Action already has the full heal, ready to come back into this fight as we're going to see the 1.0 from Shuran. The F3 come out as well, saving Shuran. We're going to try and see the scale rush, but he doesn't get it over. J-Team's Action with the staff, just an absolute dominating force against Shuran here, trying to jump up and seeing if they can go in with the scale rush, but the overhead into the jumping RMB is going to be the death of Shuran for the first time in this game here. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind, we are going to see all of these players coming back if they haven't wasted their death. And Jux, a little bit of a movement error here, getting caught in the corner with these dual blades, getting put in a blender not one but two times here. Jux able to bring it back around, using that dagger to create some space. Railgun able to go the other way, get a full reset off. But Jux, only with that blue dagger, trying to catch somebody out in a combo. But it looks like all the weapon advantage is going to be given to the dual blades and the staff, as they seem to be more favored in this current meta.
It's wild just how aggressive Spider is, just poking at a Takeda on the zipping. It's just this F1 meta that we're seeing today. Just all these zippings doing a ton of healing while they're fighting, able to tank so much damage. And Pace gonna eat a big parry from Exen. Now Exen and Pace stripping the armor, but Pace gets the armor reset, and now Exen's gonna back off, look to see if he can get an uppercut combo, able to space out Pace perfectly, getting that LMB, and now Exen down to 1 HP. Pace putting on the aimbot, shredding Exen with a triple bow shot, and now Pace faking the hold focus, able to pop ult now, but Exen is not gonna want to take this fight, gonna back off here, head into the bridge room. Wait a second, Exen decides to turn back and see if he can fight back. Exen at 1 HP, Pace with one more ghost shove, ends up getting his ankles broken, but he's going to be shooting bow shots here. Exen should be able to get a heal off here, but it's going to be a really, really tight fight here. Ooh, Exen barely is able to dodge that ghost, able to dodge the uppercut that would have been following up. And now Exen going for the jump parry, and Pace closing the distance with these jumping LMBs. Both of them jumping LMB over and over. Frog attack coming down, but Exen able to get the LMB into the uppercut, blowing up Pace. What a great play from Exen, able to ice off that fight with the ghost in complete disadvantage and able to turn around. But now Chuzeng from the top ropes, looking down at Exen. Exen realizing that he's in a bad shape here, but Chuzeng happy to just get some loot off of here and slowly pursue his target. No, Chuzeng's like, you know what? That's too much effort here. I'm gonna just set up for Yang, chill out. But now we got DK and Anho inside Metab. DK chasing the dual halberds of Anho. Now dagger versus dual halberds, really, really tough matchup. You're looking to overhold these weapons over and over, but the clanks just coming down hard. All these cicadas are going to be running dagger. It seems that the cicada dagger is coming back, and Fong being the meta definer of this weapon setup, showing everyone that this cicada is back. Soulbreak coming down from DK, and now Anho doesn't want to keep this fighting. It looks like Anho has just been a straight runner this entire day. Every single time we tune into Anho, he's just running away, and Metab being a great place to run away. He's going to be able to break DK's ankles, get that full reset, and it looks like he lives to fight another day. Ibao out there doing a little bit of laps, getting his cardio, but now Railgun taking a big parry in a one hit point situation. Panda Man gonna exchange ults and burns him to death by popping ult. Panda Man showing everyone that Tarka is here to stay.
Panda Man, absolutely insane play coming through. You said you're gonna pop your ult. You know what? I'm just gonna slam down and hit you with that ult startup animation for that last little bit of damage here. As we're gonna see WBG Spider, blue dagger in hand. Interesting play that we see, but once you put a dagger in the hands of WBG Spider, it's almost guaranteed to be over. We are probably assuming that he does have a staff in his back pocket just in case. He's going to try and go for this Realm of Yang right next to Wolves' Kaibao to be able to try and get a little bit of a buff on his weapons and armor, because that is one of the main things that we do see as a reward in the Immortal Wars. You do get that gold weapon and that purple armor from the victory spoils alongside a crazy buff. As you see, none of these players are going to go for it, and WBG Spider is going to get left out for the first one. And it looks like it's going to be J-Team versus OUG and Wolves versus Fun plus Phoenix. Tarka v Volda. This is going to be an interesting one because Volda, all she has to do is hit him with one spear, and it is going to be it for OUG's Panda Man's ult. It's going to be a little bit difficult as we're going to see the overhold for Panda Man a second time. Action isn't going to fall for it. A third time goes into, burns the F once here. So we're going to see the ultimate already coming out here. Action needs to pop that ult and try and get Panda Man out of this ultimate here. If they are able to get Panda Man out of the ult, it is going to be it for Panda Man here. Misses a third time, misses all of the ultimates here, but is going to catch Panda Man overhead, tries to go for the bow shot here, gets the elbow, isn't going to be able to go through. The F3 coming out from Action, 1 HP and a dream now. Panda Man desperately needs a heal. 32 seconds left on the board. Ultimates burnt out from both of them. They are going to be receiving their Fs back pretty close, but Panda Man with a huge parry, bringing it back around. Action says he's not done yet. He's going to try and bring away with the combo, but is unable to complete it. Drops Panda Man right away, and the people's elbow coming through. Panda Man on Tarka, ladies and gentlemen. You know it works. You know it's going to happen. He is going to come and kill you. I'm a J-Team fan, and I am so happy I saw that right now. J-Team's Action is going to go down and has that Yang depletion, but oh my goodness, Panda Man, what a play.
Panda Man is the people's champ. Him willing to play Tarka even when he wasn't meta, when he was meta, and now when he's not meta again. Panda Man just constantly playing what he loves in the game, showing that you can make what you're truly passionate work. Now we're going to have FPX Jin versus Jux. 3-ban zone is going to be hit, and Jin wants to drag this zipping out into the open so he can get this full touch of death combo going. Inside the no ult zone, you're not going to really benefit as much on Cicada. What you're looking for is that F3 when your opponent holds blue. You're able to slam him into the ground and get that combo going. Kaibao with the red buff coming in hot, wants to get a kill here before this buff comes out. With a minute 45 in, Zin's going to go for a ride here. Terrain doesn't benefit Kaibao here, and Jin's going to fight back, popping his ult, getting a nice scoop, going for the LMB instead of the combo extension, but Jin on the outside, putting a ton of pressure. These two don't want to fully commit here, with Jux lurking on the outside. And looks like Kaibao is going to get the short end of the stick, being 1 HP, denying the heal right here. At half white health already. Both the grapples are coming in, but Kaibao's able to pick up 1 heal. Kaibao needs to make it underground here so he can kite around. Fighting out here in the open is super dangerous, and as I say that, Jux gets on the Ballista, starts raining down Ballista shots onto Spider. Spider backs off here, doesn't want to get pot committed to this situation. 5 people are all here now. Jin and Exin hard committing onto each other. Jin pops his ult, unable to get the follow-up with the wall situation. Exin doesn't want to give this fight up, still has ult up himself. With so many people around here right now, this is really, really, really risky for anyone. We're hearing Ballista shots going off as well. 5 players here, all trying to find a kill right now. Pace is here, Jin is here, Exin is here, Spider is here. Exin with the ult pop, gonna reset, kind of resurvey the ground. Doesn't want to get overcommitted. And Kaibao switches sides and gets on the Ballista, starts blowing up Jux from this side. Kaibao now gonna follow up and jump into the fray. Everyone's back to full health here. Everyone got a full reset, and now No one's really low here, and it looks like everyone's going to back off and avoid getting lobbied. What a crazy spot to fight on the Grief platform. It's one of my least favorite places to fight at that platform, because you just know in the back of your head that someone eventually is going to get on the ballista and the shots are going to be coming off. Xron going to be fighting against Chu Zhang, taking her turn back. F3 popped. She does have ult with the F3, able to get an uppercut combo, but Chu Zhang able to pop his ult, get a center for her juggle now. And Xron has 3 spears to work with. Doesn't get the first one. One more left. Xron's gonna have to find one of these. He does finally get one. Avoids the ghost. Great dodge by Xron. Now Chu Zhang with one more ghost. Gonna chip away at Xron's HP. F3's back up. Chu Zhang's going for a ride. Doesn't get the 1-2 off, but Xron not able to complete the kill. Chu Zhang gonna clutch it up and finish her off.
Oh my goodness, Shu Ran having a tough time against her opponents today. Xu Zhang, beautiful comeback. Just saving those Takeda ult ghosts to the very end to be able to use 2 at the end when we thought they were completely empty, to be able to finish off his opponent. And Shu Ran is going to be going out with 0 kills on the board this game, but still a valiant effort and a valiant fight. That ballista play as well earlier, absolutely crazy. Nobody was able to come away with the kill. I totally expected there to be 3, at least 4 more deaths in this game, but we are seeing most of these players surviving here. So we're going to flip over. J Team's Action playing the distance game with Alliance's Jux, just holding the space, waiting for this Realm of Yang to pop, and J Team's Action is hungry. 83% on the ult is going to go in early here, so we're going to see Railgun on the other side, Team TE. And then on the other ones, we're going to have Pandaman versus Team HLG. This fight is going to kick off pretty quickly here. Classic start to the fight here. So we're going to see both of these players take to the sky. Action is going to end up getting hit onto the backside here as they're going to start falling to the ground, able to pick it back up. Railgun only with the blue halberds and the blue longsword as they're flipping to as well. This is an interesting setup to have, whereas J Team's Action has the favored setup right now, trying to go for those scale rush plays into Railgun to be able to get the hit stun off to perform a full combo here, as we're going to see the clank off again. J Team's Action doing a great job of just holding the bottom here, as we're going to see the combo come out finally. Action able to just make a huge play onto Railgun, taking away most of his health here, as we're going to see the Takeda ult come out. J Team's Action is going to lose most of his shield here, but he's able to juggle him around with a 1-2. Action already going to come out with the ultimate here, able to try and stun him up. Gets enough hit stun for a 1-2, and J Team's Action is going to come away victorious in this Realm of Yang, as well as OUG's Pandaman picking up another kill in another Realm of Yang. Pandaman's game right now is all in. Exactly what I said that I wanted to see, and exactly what you said that Pandaman embodied.
Pandaman's one of the OGs of NARAKA Pro League. He's been playing Tarka since day one. Even when the character was trash, he would just play Tarka, infinite all the Mataris. It didn't matter. Pandaman was always in there. What's surprising to me is that Spider actually chose this round to play really, really slow. Now, when Mike was playing Zipping, he was actually still going in the Yang every single time and just face-tanking the Valdos and forcing the neutral engagements. We're seeing a different play from Spider. Spider likes using his abilities to win fights, while Mike prefers just using his raw neutral mechanics in order to win fights. Now we're getting the replay of Pandaman versus Pace. Pace having a better day here, but falling to the veteran, Mr. Pandaman, taking it for a ride right here. How does Pandaman bring this back? Gets the half charge, takes his turn back, full fry, removing all the armor. He still has ult up. I'm surprised no one has pressed an ult here, and Pandaman just released every single blue, and Pace just no parry in sight, eats all the damage. Now we got Pace versus Railgun in the Ditto. Railgun with a huge mistake here, missing the uppercut combo, and now Pace doesn't have prio on the Ghost. Railgun sends the 1-2-3, enjoying, able to force his way back, but Pace with the F3 dodges Railgun's F3, and he's going to take that with that R&B to close it out. Great play by Pace, able to patiently wait and win that fight versus the Ditto.
Crazy way to come back from a small mistake that almost cost him the game, able to bring it back. And I believe you said earlier Panda Man was OG, but he is not OG. He is always and has always will been OUG. I just had to make that joke. I thought of it, and I thought it was funny. But, ladies and gentlemen, back into the game. We've got 8 players left with 10 minutes and 58 seconds left on the clock. Circle 3 closing on to Circle 4. We're going to see JDG's Chu Zhang picking up an armor swap that somebody had probably left there strategically, as we're going to see him with the purple dual halberds. This is the weapon to beat, ladies and gentlemen, except for Action with that golden staff. That might be a very difficult thing for these other players to beat, as we're seeing Panda Man with the purple staff and the gold pole sword. This pole sword, if he is able to pull off these combos, especially with the Tarka ult, he's going to be a very dangerous player here. And it looks like he is wearing the Shroud Tarka gear, which is a very funny to see in this game. OUG's Panda Man coming through and supporting an NA legend.
Kai Bao on the Valda. Now we're seeing Exen with 4 kills, finally popping off right now, warming up on the second game. Already up to 9 points, the cutoff being 19.6. If Exen keeps up this pacing, he can possibly qualify. You got to respect someone who's still willing to go into Yang, even though in the past he hasn't been doing well. Now Spider against DK, taking a ton of damage here, forced to pop V1. Unable to get away, he just gets absolutely bodied by Paste and DK. Both of these cicadas just coming in, sandwiching Spider, so there was nowhere to run for him. He just gets deleted in 2 seconds. That's going to end Spider's run for the day. Man, just a defensive line after getting 10 kills really surprised me from Spider. DK with 25% ult. It's going to back off here. And looks like Pace doesn't want to really pursue this. Or, yeah, it looks like Pace is just going to back off here. He's happy with just taking Spider off the board. And now Pace is going to be able to leverage the fact that he has purple weapons, purple armor, and pick his spots a little bit more sparingly. Technically, as Takeda, you don't really want to fight the other Takedas. You want to pick your shots at these Zippings who can't really fight back. They're just punching bags for you. And there are still a ton of Zippings to pick off on the map. This terrain being very favorable to picking your spots because there's so many different places you can kite. And it looks like a ton of these players are going to be playing for gold armor coming up. We'll see who's able to get in, who's going to overcommit to this. And it looks like Chu Zhang coming with the Merciless, showing everyone like, hey man, if you go for this, you got to go for a ride here with that new staff combo as well. Chu Zhang able to pick up the armor, and he's out of there. Exen going to pick up the scraps, get all the gold jades. In Immortal War, there's always purple and gold jades on these chests. It's a little bit different than actual rank. You always get purple and gold jades when you buy them or when you go into chests like that. So even though someone may go in and pick up the armor, there's still other goodies to pick up. And it looks like Pace with the white armor going into this end game, looking like a snack. And it looks like Jux loses track of where Pace is, able to find him now. And Pace in a really bad position with this white armor. He doesn't have this tower to work with, but he's delaying the inevitable as these players start hunting down for him, looking for this Takeda with white armor. Pace able to find some space though.
Pace is looking like more than just a meal. He's looking like the leftovers when you're 3 a.m. and you're coming home is super hungry. He's ready to get eaten up. White armor in a circle with 7 players left who all have purple and gold weapons and purple and gold armor is not a spot where you want to be. This is obviously an armor swap gone wrong, or we've seen as he's going to be able to switch back to the blue armor. Paste is listening to the Naraka gods and picking something up worth giving him a shot at the finals. It's not purple. Oh, it is purple. Thought it was blue for a second. My mistake, ladies and gentlemen. The purple armor is going to actually put him at a very normal standpoint in this game. It was looking like he was just about over, but Pace pulling it back up and deceiving the crowd again and again. Wolves Kai Bao here with the gold longsword in hand. Playing an unfavored weapon in the meta, but always rarity over favorability in these scenarios it looks like he has been choosing. So the no alt zone getting popped here. Alliance's Jux trying to play on the inside of the alt zone. Xuzhang trying to play around the outside. He's going to run into Pandaman, Action, and Kaibao, who are all trying to play the waiting game. Ever since WBG's Spider has been silenced in this game with 1 kill, everybody has been too afraid to start attacking and playing as aggressive as WG Spider was playing in these past games. Pandaman here, still playing it super passive, paced right underneath him, and Action not far behind. Gold Katana in hand down at the bottom here. And this is our mid-game lull that we usually see. We didn't get to see last game, which we love when it's action-packed all the way through. But right now, these players are just going to be taking a minute, relaxing, planning out their next strategy, but always on alert and always ready for a fight to start.
This mid-game lull going into this end game, you really want to position yourself well here. There's always like the best spot that gives you the best vision, because you also want to jump into action if you see someone getting low and yoink some kills. That's why you're seeing a lot of these players run cannon, run bow shots. You're actually seeing within X's inventory, he has a blue bow and a cannon. The cannon allows you to pressure other players so that they get lobbied, and the bow shot allows you to kind of sneakily yoink some kills with the double charge, doing a ton of damage. Now, in this position, Pandaman on the Tarka, he's going to want to pressure someone because he's never winning this heal off versus all the Valdas and the Zippings. They have a full another health pool that they're going to be able to pop as a zone comes in. So Pandaman's just realistically looking for 1 to 2 kills here, and he's going to be happy with that, because if he doesn't put pressure on someone else, the lobby's going to eventually realize, hey, wait a second, there's a Tarka here. Let's just start poking him down and force him to get lobbied. So as long as he stays aggressive, you can avoid being the one getting lobbied. Now, Exen, under a bit of pressure from Pandaman, being forced into these rock cord, he's able to pop 2 heals, and the bow shot's coming in. But Xuzhang wants to wrap out and not really take the pressure here. These buttery rocks, though, you never want to be fighting on these buttery rocks. There's like a sliding animation inside NARAKA that forces you to not be able to hold blue. And if you're not holding blue, it's very easy to get staggered, very easy to get hit by bow shots. And they changed it actually pretty recently that when you hold blue, you actually take less damage. Before, it used to only be when you hold... when you went gold with like a spear parry or with an ability, you'll take less damage when you go gold. And Pace, as I was saying that, is going to get all of his armor shredded, and the cannon shots are coming out from this Valda. Pace desperately trying to find somewhere to hide, but nowhere to go in these buttery rocks. He's going to get pushed into zone, 1 HP situation. Pace is hoping to find some crevice to run away into, and he's going to get taken down by Kaibao with that great musket shot.
Phenomenal shots coming up from Wolves. Kaibao able to sneak the kill out from under his competition and hold off where all of these other players are looking to see where that kill went and what happened to these players. We're going to see Xuzhang still holding space with the Merciless Havoc on that left hand side of the map. At the top right side, we are seeing all of these players starting to cluster together. J-Team's Action, you forced to use another pot. All of these health gears, only 3 pots left for Action. He does have the 2 Gnaw buff, which is going to allow him to heal using an emote, which is the only emote allowed to be used in competitive play, or one of the only ones allowed to be used in competitive to help him win this game. But using resources is a huge thing, because once you do get to that end where you need all of your resources, you could have ran out in this early section because you're taking a lot of range shots, you're taking a lot of damage from these players. Melee, as Kaibao just takes a little hit from the Merciless. Jux taking a lot of damage, forced to pop ult already, and that's what I'm saying, burning resources. This is where the downfall starts for these players. You pop your ult too early, you pop your F, you need to save yourself from a scenario, and then you get the quick fix, but you don't have the permanent solution here. So we're going to see Kaibao forced to pop that F3, backing him out into the zone, able to get back into it here as DK also taking a lot of damage. Some of these players just hanging back. Xuzhang in Action with the pistols on the side, just dealing so much damage to Kaibao. Kaibao forced to pop ult already here as they're going to be able to catch Alliance's Jux. Nothing too much is going to happen there as Action getting a full combo off. with the katana here. As we're going to see the F3 pop and the ultimate action taking a lot of damage here. Forced to pop ult as well, clanking off of that merciless havoc here. As we're going to see Kaibao trying to get away as fast as possible, and Chuzhong trying to capitalize on the ultimate from Action here, as we're going to see it trying happen again, and Action able to come away with the kill onto Kaibao as Chuzhong isn't able to sneak away the kill. Chuzhong able to come away with a full merciless combo onto a couple of these other players as they're getting distracted. He just hits them up into the storm, is able to take out Alliance's Junk, tries to take out DK, now brings it back around with the gold focus, is unable to hit anything, as we're going to see it's 4 players left now. Action getting tossed out into the circle. Chuzhong able to hit DK with the merciless havoc again. Ladies and gentlemen, merciless might bring this game and reign it victorious here, but he's going to get parried out of the hand. DK here not able to take away his weapon, as we're going to see him get parried again. Pandaman coming through with a huge pull sword play here, using his ultimate as fast as possible, is going to end up getting brought up, and DK coming away with a huge double kill here, and JDG's Chuzhong is going to be the one to take out Pandaman, and Chuzhong coming away victorious. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, merciless havoc is going to have it all.
Chuzhong clutching it out with the merciless. It's one of the Jades of Destiny. There are certain Jades in the game that give you a huge advantage. Chuzhong's able to pick his spots perfectly by throwing out the merciless, turning it away while it's actually parryable, and then turning it back around while it's gold. And he's able to pick off a ton of kills. We saw Pandaman able to clutch it out, get that big kill multiplier, survive there with the Tatarka. Super surprising. He's able to use that pole sword to buy time and defend himself. I'm really surprised that Pandaman was able to survive getting lobbied there. If I see a Tarka, especially if it's only one Tarka there, then my man's gonna get lobbied by me so fast, just because he's a free kill and he's unable to really win that endgame scenario. You don't really want Tarka there setting the ground on fire if you're trying to win it yourself. But Chuzhong with that merciless doesn't really care. He's able to sit back, relax, throw out the merciless over and over and over, able to pick up a ton of kills. And Pandaman with his patented scowling face. Pandaman has to have the best poker face with an NBPL. I would hate to play against Pandaman in poker.
Yeah, Pandaman would be an unbelievable poker player. You could have nothing, or you could have a full house. You would still just see him dead, like a driver's license photo. Absolutely amazing plays from him. Almost able to come away with a huge play at the end onto Chuzhong, but the parry was not enough to take away the win for certain, as we were going to see Chuzhong able to come away, even getting parried twice in that end circle with the Palu staff. The fact that he had merciless havoc was just such a huge boost for him.
DK actually kept his ace card in his pocket and revealed it right at the end. He had one of the halberd jades that extend the horizontal focus attack, and he kills 2 people right at the end. That move is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know why the dual halberds do so much damage. I believe in the future it'll probably be tuned down, but with any of the dual halberds, Jades, you just do a ginormous amount of damage, and he's able to pick up 2 kills there right at the end. Even though Chuzhong wins it, DK does follow up by picking up 2 kills there. And in these end games, every kill matters. Spider getting 10 kills that first game is definitely an anomaly. Getting 3 to 5 kills is a really, really good game, especially when you're getting that multiplier. You're getting 1 to 2 points more. Getting 7 to 8 points is a really big deal in these lobbies.
Oh, 100%. As we're going to take a look at these standings, 10 points total for Chuzhong, able to put him up higher onto the board. And JTeam's Action coming from down below, ladies and gentlemen, 8 points on to the board. Pandaman as well, having a phenomenal game with 5.4 points up onto the board. And DK here, 4.8 points on the board. Kaibao, KB, 3.4 points, and the rest with less than 2. Paste and Spider only putting up 1.6 points.
Surprising from Spider. Spider started the day super hot, 10 kills, setting the record for this season, but on the zipping, just getting sandwiched by 2 Takedas, again getting taken down. Exen in this clip with the clutch versus pace. Really, really good patience from Exton. He was behind the 8-ball the entire time. It looked like Pace was going to take this. Super funny that they just both go for jumping horizontals over and over here, but Exton is able to clutch it out with the nice uppercut combo here.
Phenomenal plays here as FPX's Jin coming through, getting absolutely minced, trying to make the play back, but Wolves Kai Bao doing a great play with that longsword, able to come through with some crazy combos, using that Valda ultimate to the best extent of the abilities. Jin tried to get out of there, but we saw the dodge from the ghost, and we saw, oh my goodness, Kai Bao with a sniper shot. I didn't see it from that POV before, but this play where Chujong was able to get the kill onto Jux and then come around and bring the kill back. He gets parried once here by Pandamem. He gets parried a second time earlier on here, gets almost all of his health back, loses almost all of his health, sorry, brings it back, is able to pick up the kill onto Xshin with the ghost, and then stays in the circle as DK ends up going out. JDG's Chuzhang, the winner of this game. On Takeda, one of the best heroes in the game. I am definitely not biased with that.
Yeah, Takeda's definitely coming back into the meta. He's played a ton on the CN Immortal War ladder, and he's never really completely left. Like, the fact that you can F3 into Touch of Deaths, one of the few characters left that can really Touch of Death, and with green focus coming around the corner, these players got to soak it up while they can Touch of Death other players. And on Holoroth, where players can't really get away from you, Takeda is a solid pick, and Chuzhang shows exactly why. Able to get that Merciless, play the end game perfectly, and getting 5 kills. Chuzhang was always my dark horse pick. I was a little disappointed in how he did in NBPL finals, but showing off today on the second round that he's still someone who has a lot of potential and could possibly have his breakthrough season.
And ladies and gentlemen, I've preached this again and again and again and again. It is not over until it is over. And every single one of these players has that dog, has that demon, and has the fight inside of them to be on the top of the leaderboard. It is just a matter of their mental and their willpower, how they're feeling that day. There's so many different factors that play into it. But every single one of these players, even if you see a trend of a certain player always down in the lower point of the standings, they all have the potential to get to that top area. And this is why we love the game.
Yeah, Exton has a really great game there, getting 4 kills. And he's going to Yang nonstop, living, dying by it. I gotta respect it, especially because a lot of these players are super, super good duelers. And if you're willing to go to Yang, even after taking a couple losses and you finally break through, all it takes is a little bit of momentum there. Exton is at 9 points right now, and it looks like the cutoff to making it to top 12 is going to be around 19 to 25 points. So as long as he keeps it up right now, Exton will have a chance of qualifying.
And yeah, Exton's looking very strong with already triple the amount of points, over triple the amount of points that he put up on day number 1. So this is going to be interesting to see. Will he be able to keep the momentum up or put it back onto the brakes and is not going to be able to pick up as many kills? As we're seeing Jux also on the ropes of getting eliminated back down into that bracket, only picking up a few points and kills in this game.
Pace also having a way better day. I remember seeing him on the other day. He was just getting worked by a ton of players, but it looks like he did pretty fine. 21 points is a really good day as well. And looking at the top of the leaderboard, 5 players aren't playing today, and it looks like Fong, who was Sin before, is now Akuma. He's the Dagger God himself. I'm guessing he's been playing the new Street Fighter a lot because he renamed himself Akuma. T225 also at the top. He's always been in the top 5 players, being one of the most aggressive players, throwing the most amount of focus attacks, I think, out of every player. Probably only really match from Panda Man, and Shaw is doing a really, really good job as well. Starting off really, really strong, but slowing down the second day. Shaw, one of the dark horses, also in the league next to Chuzhang. Did super well during NBPL finals, and I'm hoping that he keeps up the momentum and has his breakthrough time. Right now, the league is mainly dominated through Spider and Mike. I'm hoping that a lot of these players in the top 8 learn from what they're doing and take NARAKA's neutral game even farther.
It looks like we're going to jump to a short video for you guys, and we're going to hop back in just a sec.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Well, I mean, if you were watching in chat, you would have seen that I did disappear after game number 1 to go do a little special something. And this is it. This is it. I'm tagging in. I get to join you, Seb, today for NBPL's last day before the bi-weekly finals of solos, which I'm so happy for, because I love my trio shifts. I love getting to see the Transformers metas and the Kurumis and the monks that we don't get to see in solos. But there's something a little bit special about solos this season, and that's because Valda has finally found a place. Potentially unseeded, yes, you heard it from Raven before, where we're seeing like Zets just running the F1 so they can just continuously try and heal through all of that time up on the Valda V2. But we don't get to see Valda in trios. And the fact that I actually get to cast Valda as opposed to caster cursing the one person who tries to run Valda and fails miserably, puts such a big smile on my face.
It is always great to cast solos, just such a more refined action compared to the trios where you have a lot more chaos, a lot more things going on. You're about to cast, you're like, oh, he's going into a fight. Oh, he's already dead. I don't even need to talk about that anymore. Solos, you get that extra action. You get to see these third parties. You get to see the individual skill of a player without relying on any other heroes, without relying on the team comp. You just see them, their hero pick, and their sole decisions, which is the great part about solos. It can go anyway. Just as much as trios can go anyway, solos has that 1 HP in a dream flip, where if you're fighting one player and there's a third party, there's a chance that you can win. Whereas if you're in a 3v1, it is a very difficult comeback to make.
Yeah, those final zones too, like when we're posturing up, like you said, those decisions that these players make are so instrumental in their performance when they actually see themselves from zone 6 collapsing into zone 7, because unlike in trios where you have 2 teammates to be able to peel for you if you do find yourself getting taken down a little bit too low from the focus fire of everyone around you, we get that shark in the water moment, right, where they sense blood and they just go straight through. We saw it last game where Paste literally just gets found out inside that purple invisibility bush with a bow shot coming through, and the second that his position is removed, everyone just hunts him down because there's no one to be able to step up to the plate and actually be able to intercept that chase and protect him so that he's able to find that reset moment. But I am coming through here a little bit later in the day, so potentially we're now going to start to see things like the ACOS start to come through now that some of these people have burnt through a lot of their Takeda picks. I'm really hoping that we're going to see a little bit more Valda, potentially an ACOS, maybe even a Zai, but I would anticipate the Zai maybe coming through into the next game. But there it is, we're going to see the ACOS. I'm super happy. I love getting to see ACOS in motion because, like you said, like that chase, that positioning, ACOS sort of sidesteps a lot of that pressure, right? When you're running the things like the V2, when you have those Tiger Pounces, your mobility is absolutely insane, and the fact that Scale Rush actually then becomes a gold focus rather than a blue makes that escape a lot easier for these teams to be able to turn off of.
ACOS has a button where it's called Turn On Runaway Very Fast. Tarka used to be the favored one for I'm a pop ult and I'm gonna run out of here as fast as I can. But ACOS's leaps, like you said, the fact that the scale rushes are now gold focus, it just creates so much of a different game where these players are able to pounce and get out. And it looks like they're running all similar F1 V2. We're not going to see any V1 ACOS in this game today. Taking a look at our weather forecast for where these players are going to be spawning, we're seeing one team, one player spawning closer to that Shadow Jane mine area by the gold zone. And the majority of our players here, Alliance, Fun Plus Phoenix, J-Team, spawning just north of Celestra in that gold zone. And just south of Celestra as well, we're seeing one player in this zone closer to the western, southwestern side of the map. But we are seeing most players picking that central, northern, and northeastern areas of the maps to spawn. Very condensed circle, as other than JL hiding closer to that Shadow Jade mine area. We're going to see a very interesting Game 3 start here, as we're going to flip over to the winner of our last game. JDG's Chuzheng already picking up a full amount of loot, has the ranged weapon, has the katana in hand. Needs to find a bit of some better weapons as Shuron already picking up those purple nunchucks, getting a super huge early game advantage. So we're going to see our first fight of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Alliance's Jux giving chase to TE's Railgun. Trying to play space. Railgun doesn't want to take this fight just yet, but Jux is ready for some action, trying to see if they can find something. As we're going to flip over to Shuron and JDG's Shu Zhang coming through. Dual halberds versus the nunchucks here. Nunchucks were a hugely favored weapon in earlier seasons, as we're going to see the uppercut combo come out and almost into the 1-2-3 here. Chuzhang taking a lot of damage here, forced to pop that F to try and get away. We're going to see the musket shots come through and Pace coming in for a crazy third party here. Chuzhang able to get that armor swap into a gray armor, so he has a little bit more health, but we are seeing Pace giving a crazy quick chase, trying to catch up. Looks like they're going to back off a little bit, play it more safe, see if they can get a little bit of third-party action, and Chuzhang is going to go down to Pace. HLG's Pace is going to get parried, though. Shuron with getting the Soul Bloom there, playing it safe, not wanting to take too crazy onto the parry punish. Pace trying to make a crazy play happen here, but we're going to see both ults pop instantly here. Pace able to get a bit of health back from the Akos ultimate here, and it looks like Akos is sort of countering that Takeda ult just with the grabs, with the leaps, and it looks like Shuron already getting knocked out of the game from that second grab from HLG's Pace.
We're going to see that a lot in this lobby. I feel like those Akos is using that V2 to be able to escape through a lot of that potential lockdown from Takeda, but now we're moving over into another team fight going down. And I mean, I say it's a team. It feels like it's a trios fight with the amount of players that we have here at the moment. Spider's here. We've got Railgun here. We're going to see Jux go immediately down incredibly quickly. The Zip ultimate now coming through to be able to save Bauda. As Spider just continues to apply so much of this pressure with these purple cannon shots, mincing through that shield, forcing that model defiance super quickly. Tries to find the lockdown, doesn't manage to land the first pounds, looks for potentially that scale rush, but decides to come back in now with the nunchucks, as we actually do see the Zip go for the scale rush to be able to escape out, as that potential third party is still there. DKQQ going to be caught now by Spider's last slash of that V2, chunks him into position, but unfortunately Spider just can't fully commit to be able to keep themselves in the fight. Pops that no ult zone, considering that the Akos ultimate has already gone through, uses the F1 to be able to buy that defense up so that he can now continue to try and chase. The water wheel's going to push these players to the left side, as Spider with these gray nunchucks is trying to mince them into position, but Railgun has the V2, will immediately be able to get that full reshield straight back, and it's going to actually be Spider using the Val's activation animation to be able to keep this chase continued. The problem is that we're in Celestra, and Celestra is so easy for these players to be able to duck and weave behind all of these tight corners and lose players in line of sight. And this is what that Valda V2, the strength of it, has, being able to get that immediate 2k health, but Railgun stuck around a little bit too long towards bridge. Spider absolutely slams him against the wall with the activation of the F, and then just holds him in position with the nunchucks, having that defense up to be able to body through the potential third party as he just slips his way. This is such a sly, sneaky spot, and Chuzhang has absolutely no idea where Spider's been able to hide himself off to. He comes in with the kill steal, he's able to survive, and Chuzhang has absolutely no clue where Spider is, and he can't even really stick around too long because he doesn't have the ultimate to be able to fully commit to the proper chase, considering there are so many other players in the area.
You see, this is where Spider gets his name. He makes a web, he springs a trap, and he goes and hides in a little corner of your room where you know he's there, and you have this unnerving feeling that the Spider's going to jump on your back at any minute, or jump on your face, crawl in your ears while you're sleeping. And now Spider is doing it again and again, taking all of these fights against these Z-Pings, which is a very hard fight to take because you basically have to kill them multiple times. Spider here coming in with a huge weapon swap combo, hitting again and again with the grapples, almost gets that double hit off. With the greatsword is going to be unable to, force to go on the back foot now, as we're going to see another F getting popped from Bauda's DQ, just regaining so much health off of the F1 ability. Just the sheer amount of health that you can regain from Z-Ping is so unfortunate for Spider here, as he's unable to continue pursuing this fight, as DK is already back up to full health.
And you can't even really punish the fact that they're not running the F2 where you don't get interrupted, because you're running staff. right? So all of your movement, a lot of it is off of just going into standing glide formation so that you get the blue and you can continue using your momentum to then be able to dive forward. And that's a blue too. So you can't actually get grappled in position. So there's very little punishment for these zips actually turning on to the F1 as opposed to in the previous seasons where we saw such a stubbornness to hold on to the F2 because of the fact that you could, like you said, like players like Spider basically made their name with those movement capabilities. When we went over towards like Holleroff and we had zips all running F2, we would have 40k damage games. So because of how hard it was to be able to lock these players down in position, but Staff coming through and getting just so much more, I feel like, than the Spear, where the Spear at least needs to hit confirm to be able to go into that gold focus, but Staff doesn't need the hit confirm, so you can still use it for that zoning potential, which means that a lot of that positioning and posturing up for things like Final Zone becomes a lot riskier for these teams to actually be able to properly try and push themselves into the close quarters fight. And speaking about close quarters fights, we're about to get at least 2 of them, as those Gates of Yang are going to be spawning up. Whether or not players are actually going to try to take the Gate of Yang fight, that's going to remain to be seen. It is the first one in this lobby, so it's definitely not as punishing, and the prize is far more rewarding than Mystic Might. That Vermilion Birds that allows you to be able to play just so much more aggressive and not really have to rely on being able to find the kill fast enough to stop the third party is... Oh no! Action stood around a little bit too long, and unfortunately the Gate of Yang entrance is sniped away from him. As it is going to be Xu Sheng, our winner from the last map, going up against TE's Railgun, as both of these players go aerial, trying to go for those ranged weapons to be able to mince the armor off. Xu Sheng dropping to the floor sooner to be able to use the staff to catch the Valda as she falls from the sky in the blue. F3 already having to be used incredibly early to be able to peel off the aggression and follow up. And Xu Sheng now has so much more zoning capability in this fight, as Railgun is literally just having to scale rush off of all of these pillars. Xu Sheng waiting to try and find that catch moment, hasn't been able to find the re-shield, however, as he comes into the charge, right click on the dual halberds, the armor's gone. Xu Sheng has to use the ultimate activation to be able to catch. Railgun gets him aerial, gets him with the first. Railgun using the activation of the V2 to be able to body through any of that follow-up, as Xu Sheng now just has to keep himself as aerial as possible, manages to jump over one of the spears. Railgun trying to use this opportunity to be able to get a heal off. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to find it as the Icos continues to try and push. Xu Sheng, however, puts himself aerial a little bit too long with the ultimate activation. It's not the ultimate, rather the F activation. Catches onto the Valda after the ultimate is gone. And because when you're the Valda, it's not like Transformer, right, where you get that immediate re-shield, re-health. When you go for ultimate activation, Valda has the immediate armor that you get, that over 2k. You can heal, you can re-shield up in it, but it doesn't refresh your health bar at the end of the ultimate. And the fact that Xu Sheng continues to be able to apply that pressure, jumping over the spears that would not have been used for follow-up damage, would have been used for kill confirmation. Or not kill confirmation, rather re-shield, re-health, so that when you drop out of your ultimate, you're not just immediately going to be one-shot. And that's exactly what Xu Sheng does. He times out the V2, comes in with the F so that he's able to catch the Valda before he's able to slip away, and finally claims the kill. Such a good play from the Icos.
Incredible play, getting that cooldown just in the nick of time to be able to pop that F. One more 1-2, and he would have been toast. Xu Sheng able to bring it back within a sliver of his life, as we're seeing BG's Spider with the purple dagger on Akos here. This is going to be an interesting fight here against the dual halberds. He's playing this very well against JL's Anhao here. Able to get another charged uppercut here, as we're going to see Spider still trying to make a play for Anhao. The movement with the dagger, and it looks like Anhao is also going to switch over to a dagger just to get that extra movement, move around and maneuver to try and break Spider's ankles as fast as possible and get out of there, because Spider with the dagger looking absolutely lethal. And that's the thing with the Z ping again. Anhao already back to almost full health here, as we're going to see Spider trying to just hit that one, get the hit confirmation off to be able to bring into a full combo, where these skills are getting released off of cooldown here. So we're going to see a crazy grapple combo from Action here. Oh my goodness. Anhao taking so much damage, going incredibly low here. Action with a jumping LMB is going to come away with the kill, as WBG Spider is going to end up trying to shark here with a little bit of a weapon disadvantage here. Is going to pop that F quickly, and it looks like Spider forced to pop the ult here. Action playing absolutely incredible, able to hold off onto the ult a little bit longer. So we're going to see Action able to get a pot off first. Spider also able to get one off. Looks like they're going to go for the entire reset here and fight this out in their ultimates. We're going to see the first grab getting missed here, but Action able to pull a huge, crazy grab, bringing them into the side of the storm here. And it looks like Spider is going to miss his second grab as well. Action trying to continue to make the play, but he runs out of ult. We're going to see him switch over to the Greatsword. Interesting play to switch to here when he does have that dagger available. He is going to be able to hit another charged 1.0 from the vertical slash on the longsword, but Action is gonna go down. Oh my goodness, WBG Spider winning that within a nick of his life. Thank you to the Storm for finishing off that kill for him, as DK bringing the full power onto Paste here in this fight, as we're gonna see the dual halberds, the purple halberds are dealing a lot of damage, but DK just facing the damage and coming through and trying to deal as much to Paste as possible before forcing the reset and letting them both go on their separate paths.
This is really risky for Pace. Like, he has 40 seconds to be able to find a kill, to be able to cleanse that Yang depletion. If he doesn't manage to win against DK, he's not going to be able to continue in the lobby. He tries to follow with the charge right click off the dual halberds, but DK is able to actually follow up with that charge left click on the staff to be able to just chuck out his knees. And Pace has actually forced the Skirmish out of the fight as a potential third party comes through. He has 19 seconds. He needs to commit into this fight. He has absolutely nothing to lose as he's looking for that in, comes in with the horizontal to be able to continue his movement, but I don't think he has enough time, especially now that he's going to be batted out outside the zone, and it looks like Pace is just going to be accepting his fate. He's not going to stay in fight. He's not going to potentially give one of those kills away to his opponent. He just has to time out of the Yang depletion, and that's what's really the risk for these Gate of Yang fights, especially since we have so many of these different heroes, right? Playing things like the ACOS, the Cicada, the Zip, the Valda. This is sustain meta. You can get a player to like 5 health, but if they're able to use either Valda V2 to instantly be able to refresh, or the ACOS to immediately be able to just zone out your opponent, very similar to Cicada V3, just immediately being able to control that neutral once again, it's really hard to be able to find a kill straight from 100 to 0. And these Gate of Yang fights, you need to be able to find these kills. You need to be able to find these lockdowns very, very quickly. Otherwise, you're going to get potentially third party. As Spider is going to be trying to intrude into this party against Xu Sheng, goes for the bow shot, will be able to come in with that staff, just chunking through the majority of Xu Sheng's armor. And Xu Sheng baits out potentially the parry. Spider doesn't fall for it. He's looking to try and find these dagger launcher combos so he can absolutely mince through. Has to come in with that ACOS ultimate, catches onto Xu Sheng, but Xu Sheng now going to be using that F to be able to get himself a little bit of a respite and that defense up. The Spider just tries to chunk him down and chase after him. Both of these ACOS is incredibly mobile, incredibly hard to be able to pin down. The Spider uses that last of the V2. This is really risky for him because Xu Sheng is the one who used the ultimate last, and Spider now actually has to time it out. That's why he's going to be keeping himself as mobile as possible until he knows that that V2 is going to be gone. Tries to go for the pillar, unfortunately falls straight into the vertical catch from Xu Sheng, but comes in with a longsword charge up left click to be able to connect onto him from afar. Should just be able to mince through a little bit of the health remaining. 15 seconds left. Spider's able to connect a Scale Rush onto Xu Sheng and come in with that last little toothpick necessary just in time before the Gate of Yang times out. But this is my point exactly. It's so hard to be able to find these kills fast against these heroes that have the ability to immediately hit that panic button, and it's costing these players if they go for those Gate of Yang fights. As outside of a Gate of Yang fight, Railgun is able to use that Valda V2, that spear catch, to be able to go into the uppercut combo. Now that you can again catch BK with that spear, you're going to be able to land a second, as we're going to have to see the Zip try to disengage. Has that staff, that momentum that I was talking about, where you're able to go in with the blue, but Railgun charges up up such a fast first stage of the halberds off of that charged R. It's one of the fastest, if not the fastest charge up blue in the game at the moment, and it's why a lot of these players are going to be running the dual halberds. It's not the charge up left click lockdown that you have to be worried about necessarily. It's how fast that charge right click can turn a fight around.
WBG Spider now laid eyes on Wolves KB. Kai Bao trying to just keep as much distance as possible. He does have that Mystic Might buff, WG Spider, and so does Kai Bao. They are looking to catch these other players out, as JDG's Chu Zhang, somebody who does need to get a kill very fast. Otherwise, they're going to be in a heap of trouble trying to spot these other players. Through the buff, you see the pings on the map where they're going to be looking for the players here, as we're going to flip over to Chu Zhang, who is getting focused down pretty fast by OUG's Pandaman here. Pandaman able to come through with a huge play with the dagger, tries to go for the Assassin's Lung, isn't going to get it. We're going to see the overhead from Chu Zhang, followed up by the F from Pandaman, the Akos F, preventing the damage from that overhead with the staff. Chu Zhang trying to get out of there as fast as possible. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, just under that, left on his Yang depletion, as he is trying as fast as possible to move out of Pandaman's way. That Assassin's Lunge is very lethal from the dagger. If he's able to pull that off, it is going to be difficult, as we're going to see it happen here. Chu Zhang taking a lot of damage. We're going to F1 into the ult, as we're going to see a huge third party coming in from Alliance's Jux. Both ults getting popped here, and Chu Zhang falling back, as Pandaman still trying to give as much chase as possible, not letting Chu Zhang get a pot off, able to just hold this distance and try and run away, but it looks like Chu Zhang's going to be able to get a pot. We're going to see the grab coming through, and Alliance's Jux just wanting to come in for the kill, and Jux is going to be able to steal the kill from OUG's Pandaman here, as Chu Zhang is going to go down.
Oh, this is just going to be parry bait. There it is. Oh, no. Jux at least does have the ultimate, and Pandaman is going to be forced to retreat. Such a good parry bait coming through from Pandaman, as we saw both of those players flash the red, both of them playing the chicken games to try for one of them to be able to commit. As Pandaman, 1 minute 16 seconds left for him. This is horrible. The fact that he was able to find that engagement against Chu Zhang, would have been able to win it, but the third party from Jux denied him not only the kill, but also the Soul Bloom cleanse. So Pandaman now has to turn back into the fight. He knows that Jux doesn't have ultimate. He can properly commit. He has to be able to find this kill fast, however, as there's the third party now coming through. TE's Railgun saw the commotion, that everyone playing incredibly out in the open, and it's going to be Pandaman actually getting locked down. Valda F3 coming through to try and negate that follow-up from the F of Pandaman, as he's able to find a grapple connection onto Railgun, catches him in the charge up as well with the left click on the staff. Jux is still waiting in the wings, by the way, to potentially try and poach out another kill from Pandaman, who has no choice but to continue to hand the Valda down and hope that the V2 doesn't come through to be able to immediately replenish all of that health, as he's looking for the Scoure's connection. Unfortunately, all that does is allow Railgun the time to be able to come in with the charged up left click. The Pandaman sees the attempt of that charged up right click and will be able to find the parry. Unfortunately, he's not able to find any follow-up with the zoning from the Valda F3, enabling Railgun to be able to catch him into a launcher and get the full horizontal and then vertical punishment, as Jux now comes in for the third party. Railgun didn't use the V2 in the fight against Pandaman. He was holding off on it, knowing that Jux was waiting in the wings. He's going to have it now to try to take on this Akos, but Jux is able to dodge out of the spear and doesn't get locked down. Tap dodges through the charged up right click. Now we're going to see a Valda spear connect into the charged up right click from the halberds, as Railgun tries to backstep, charge up the blue and throw it onto Jux, but he's able to actually follow, anticipates the charge up off the right and gets the parry.
The careless throw of the blue, just throwing it out, hoping to hit something. Alliance's Jux able to capitalize on the panic and brings the pain with that longsword sap as well, giving him a bit of extra health and just finishing that kill off. Phenomenal play to come through, scoop up all of those extra kills, prevent Pandaman from continuing in this game, and create more space for him to capitalize in this later game. As we're going to take a look now, FPX is Jin finding the spoils of what was a incredible fight, as we're going to see this Bane's Breath closing in just a second here. Alliance's Jux doing a little bit of last minute Christmas shopping for the kids. You know that Wukong has families to feed here, as we're going to see Jin trying to go for a huge play, gets a crazy parry off Jux, able to get his staff back and go into a crazy pull sword swap combo. We're going to see the Matari ult come out, the grab attempt to happen, and we're going to see Jin just on the front foot of this fight. Alliance's Jux forced to retreat here, using the jump from the Akos ult to just hop around, regain some footing in this fight, as we're going to see the ultimate getting finally burnt up here from the Matari. FPX Jin on the back foot of the fight, does have legendary armor, but is going to be forced to pop that TP again back to the other spot. Hiding in this bush here, we're now going to see getting most of that gold armor back. It's going to be a huge help in this fight here. We're going to see the taps coming out from Jux. Jux able to almost completely mince shield here, as we're going to see him go into the full combo, gets the grapple, almost finishes the entire punish combo, tries to go for the parry, misses here, as we're going to see the F pop out to try and save him, attempts to go for the overhead from the charge left click, but is going to be unable to connect here, tries to go for the 1 LMB, ends up going for a reset here, and FPX Jin lives to fight another day. We are going to see the re-engagement here, though. The Halberds playing crazy, and Jux with a crazy parry this time. Jin taking so much damage, falling into the storm, and it's a 1-2 jumping RMB for the W, ladies and gentlemen. Those were our last two players, and FPX Alliance's Jux coming through with an absolutely crazy kill to win the game.
It's always really tough, right? When you're the last two players left live in the lobby and you're the player who has their back to the zone, and you know that your opponent is running what's probably like the worst thing, except maybe Takeda V3 in that situation, and that is hot swap. Being able to staff uppercut into just entire pole sword finisher straight into not just that chunk of damage coming through from both sets of weapons, but also ragdolling you backwards into not just stagger animation, where you're going to just continue to be tech chased upon, but also that zone tick. And we knew that Matari had already used the ultimate, so you're not going to be able to get the wealth of flashes to try and be able to weasel your way out of that spacing. And faced with that scenario, the Matari does what they think is their best chance at being able to zone, throws out the charged up right click. Unfortunately, this is something that Jux has already faced within the last two fights that he took. Everyone trying to use the charge up right click, the fact that it is the fastest charge up into first stage of blue, so you can use it not just to catch your opponent unawares like you drop down from the sky or something, but also for that zoning capability, as opposed to trying to, you know, cancel out of your blue. You can literally throw it and you get all of that zoning potential of the range that it has, and its range is absolutely nutty. The problem is, now that we know that Jux has the timing down on being able to anticipate the charge up right click, not just knowing the range, but also being able to anticipate the speed and look for those parries, that zoning capability is entirely removed, and it actually becomes a hindrance rather than a help. Unfortunately, however, if you're going up against Hot Swap, it's essentially one of those things that you need. You either want to be running something that has a golden focus ability, where you're immediately going to be able to try and negate a lot of that follow-up damage when you're caught, or you want to be running Zip with that built-in Mortal Defiance. So if you do get swept up into the Hot Swap, at least you're going to still be able to live through the consequences. But that's one thing that Solos just has above Trios, in my opinion. In Trios, we hardly ever get to see Hot Swap meta. In Solos, the place is swimming in it. Staff, Spears, Greatsword, Pole Sword, all of these players are going to have it in their back pocket to be able to animation cancel into such a punishing ability, because if you catch them in the uppercut, there's nothing they can do. And because it's a light attack, there's literally no way of being able to parry it either. So it comes with absolutely none of the punishment that is there with things like the charge up right click on those halberds.
Yeah, as soon as you get your feet knocked into the air from a combo and you know that you're gonna go flying, and then all of a sudden you're gonna get grappled, hit back again, just take your hands off the keyboard and then click Alt and then F4 at one time, go to your Steam, click properties, uninstall. It is never fun. It is a very rage-inducing thing to just get weapons swapped, and it's just the sheer skill of these players that they're able to pull it off consistently again and again. We're going to take a look at the replays here really quickly, looking at some crazy plays. We didn't actually get to see too much of the Zai from Wolves Kai Bao here as we're taking a look at the replay in the Realm of Yang, taking out HLG's pace with the crazy Zai ult. In a 1v1 scenario, Zai is always going to come out on top.
The uppercut as well to be able to go for that lockdown and then taking full advantage of the wealth of golden focus as Kai Bao again tries to find that punishment, doesn't actually use the ultimate, gets the jump parry onto the ACOS mid-air. Such a good anticipation coming through from KB as now we see the ultimate come through, but Pandaman just slices KB down, punishing the fact that yes, you're in gold focus, but you don't get damage reduction, forcing out that F. This might actually be a timeout coming through from both of these players unless KB is able to finally use the last dregs of this ultimate to chunk Pandaman down. There he is. He gets caught out in the cone with that additional fire tick damage as we're going to get to see a replay of Spider now going toe-to-toe with KB, catching him in with that V2, being able to use that ability, that better mobility from the ACOS ultimate to be able to continue to chunk KB down, pushing onto him, getting the second grab onto him as well. The Tiger Panthers coming on out, but KB able to survive a little bit longer. Now trying to come in with that ultimate. Spider actually pushed back, goes for the hot swap onto the bow. That's one thing that you really can take advantage of, by the way. Like, if you're a newcomer to NARAKA and you're being pub stomped onto by a Zai, she is incredibly vulnerable. Both her backside, her side, and also if you're able to distance yourself from that cone of the V3, she is stuck in position. So if you're able to actually find the moment to either find a little bit of verticality or being able to put yourself into the distance where Spider's able to take, just swap on to something like a bow, a musket, a cannon, and chunk her down. Because unlike other golden focus moves where we get things like the ACOS with his 30 seconds of just absolute defense up with a 30% boost, Zai gets absolutely none of it. She is a sitting duck. She is at her most terrifying when you're up close, and that's why we're going to see a lot of these players start to kite around her so they don't find themselves in that really punishing position.
Yeah, when you're fighting against a Zai, you have to bring out your inner Call of Duty, start hitting a whole bunch of ranged shots. Up close, you're never going to end up succeeding because they pop ult, they catch you once, they catch you twice, and your health is already gone by then. Yeah. There's no... The counter is to stay distance, and that's why ranged weapons are a thing. It is allowing newer players and professional players to utilize ranged weapons in more combat, whereas ranged weapons are usually something that the general public, other than non-pro players, usually don't favor using in scenarios like that where they'll just run away and come back with a melee weapon. But this is forcing some of the other players to start using ranged weapons more and more often. Taking a look really quickly at our standings for last game, Alliance's Jux with 7.2 total game score, 3 kills on the board for 3 ranking points, putting him at first place of the game. Railgun with 4 kills and only 1.5 ranking points, putting him at 6.7. Taking a look at the bottom of the leaderboard, Anhao and Shuran, no points on the board this game, but it's not over for them yet. DK with only half a point on the board. Unfortunate to see this happening. Same thing with Action, slowing down a little bit this game. It looks like these players weren't playing exactly their favored heroes, I'm guessing, because they weren't having the greatest games where we were seeing a lot of faults from some of these players, like Shuran here almost getting the kill onto Pace, but Pace coming away with an amazing play with the ultimate and just coming back and absolutely destroying Shuran.
Yeah, so when you're running that Takeda V3, like, you need to be able to take full advantage of the stagger, but ACOS kind of counters that. Especially by the fact that he has those golden focuses, he's immediately going to be able to turn back onto you with the V2. So the Takeda doesn't get the chance of being able to throw out that second slash and continue locking you down in CC. As we're going to have a look now at Spider just using that greatsword to be able to scale rush over the head of J-Team's X-Gen. This is when Spider's actually able to use that zone corruption damage to be able to turn the Spider entirely around. Comes in with that dagger, is able to anticipate that potential charge up of the longsword, just dodges to the side of it and continues to be able to hound him down. As here is that fight that we saw from Spider against KB. That V2 just holding them in position, allowing you to be able to just flatten them against a wall so you can look to use that scale rush. The fact that it's unparryable comes in with the V2 before KB is actually able to use that Zai ultimate to be able to turn onto Spider. Now we're going to see the F come through to be able to dislodge the Zai far enough away from Spider that he's able to distance himself like we said. Goes down to the poison splash. However, the pettiest SOLO-DAY in the game, as here it is, the winning fight coming through from Jux. Uppercut into pulse sword, hot swap into absolute wealth of damage. Jux takes our MVP for this match, and Akos is going to pick up another win on the NBPL stage.
First time MVP for this NBPL 2023 summer season with 10,509 total damage, majority of it coming from the staff here, with most of his damage coming from melee weapons, 8,993 damage, which means barely 2,000 damage coming from other weapons as his ultimate and ranged. But the 2 parries and the 3 kills, absolutely incredible from Alliance's Jux. Phenomenal performance, and this is what I was saying. This is an underdog who we haven't seen perform very well in these past games, coming through and putting himself into the rightful place, saying, I deserve to be on top just as much as anybody else here. Don't take me out of the conversation until we've played all 6 games and I've shown you exactly what I can do.
Yeah, his positioning was perfect too. When we saw that second Gate of Yang come through and those players were forced in that position where they had to find a fight super quickly, it's really unfortunate for Xusheng. Actually, you look at the position, the kiting that he has to make his way through because he can't take the fight where he knows the zone is going to collapse into because he knows that players are going to be drawn to that position. So he actually burns like 2 minutes of the 4-minute countdown just trying to kite a fight that's going to not be noticed, and it still gets picked up by Jux, who's come trying to scavenge around and pick out where those players have respawned to, knows that they're going to be trying to keep themselves a little bit quiet, a little bit more hidden away, and is able to just absolutely find all of the value, being able to grab those kills away from Pandaman, take away that take away that position of losing that Yang depletion in time. It's really unfortunate, and Pandaman actually, for as long as he's able to survive, comes away with 0 kills as a result, and that just goes to show how smart Jux is playing. The third party is absolutely monstrous from him, but it's incredibly smart, and it's definitely meditated on. He 100% knew what he was able to commit into that fight. He had such a good understanding of the amount of players around him. He knew how long he could take that fight as well, and it's things like that that sort of differentiate between the players at the top, like Mike, Akuma, T225, Spider, and players who are a little bit lower down in the scoring.
And keep in mind as well, I've said this a couple times, but I'm going to say it again for Moxie. The top 5 players, well, in the top 6, 5 of the players are not playing today. Spider's the only one. This gives players who are in the lower standings a very huge advantage, but also a huge, way bigger obstacle to climb, because the players that they're trying to beat out, these lower ranked players, are also gaining points, whereas the players at the top, they aren't gaining points, but they're also not taking away. So there is a bit of good, there is a bit of bad that comes with it. This is why we do the different pools and we see these different matchups to get your full potential, because you might be at your best one day and you're playing against Wang Liang and GG Shaw and Spider and T225, and you just get absolutely mauled by one or the other of these players every single game. Whereas if you're playing with only one of them, just Spider, you might have a better chance to shine, just like we saw from Alliance's Jux. We're gonna hop to a quick interview and we will be right back with some more solos action.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to Post-Game Interview. And today we invite Jux to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 巨星，欢迎来到赛后采访。先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 A 队的勾勾茶。
欢迎啊，谢谢来到我们的这个赛后采访，也欢迎巨星来到赛后采访。今天第3把的表现真的非常精彩。So first, we know that 小金 is also like the last season is in the Aliens, and 巨星 just told me that he is his teacher, and I would like to know in the game 3, you just like defeat your teacher, so how you feeling? 就我首先特别想问一下，因为其实刚刚巨星跟我聊天，我们有讲到过，说小金其实相当于是一个老师那样的角色，之前也是就是教过你很多的东西，帮助你成长。那在第3把比赛最后啊，终于打败自己的老师，自己什么感觉？
我觉得非常荣幸吧，能打赢自己的老师。我觉得很不可思议。
Okay, it's my honor that I think I'm very lucky today that I can defend my teacher, which is Xiaojing. Yeah, and I'm very happy and excited. Okay, it's time for us to move on to the next part, answer for treasure. 好的，接下来就到了我们一个抽奖送福利的环节啊！巨星，一会儿我会给大家用英文介绍一下游戏规则，你准备好给大家送福利了没有？
准备好了。
情绪要嗨一点，送福利了。
准备好了。
Okay, 那我们来看一下游戏规则。So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. How many kills did all aliens jokes get in the game 3? 这个问题其实是刚才第3把你拿下了多少个击败？那其实前面我们也讲到了今天对阵小金的一个状态，自己的一个感受嘛。那今天对其他的选手有没有怎么样的评价，或者评价一下今天自己的表现？
我评价自己的表现就是状态很不好吧，还需要多方面的去调整。其他人都特别猛今天。都有点超常发挥的那种感觉，都特别敢打。
Okay, so I just asked him how he comment on himself today, and he think he are not in a good status and don't have too much good behavior today, and he would like to work hard more because everyone is very aggressive today. Okay, so I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那我们接下来就要进入倒计时了，准备好了吗 ？Okay, 3、2、1，准备。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, the lucky guy will be whispered, so please pay attention. And it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那也有请巨星来公布一下正确答案是哪一个
A3.
Yeah, the correct answer is A3. Okay, so we just talked about your status today, and like Jokes just told me, he don't think he have a good status, and also we are going to face to the bi-weekly final, and I would like to know how's your expectation. 那我特别想问一下，其实虽然巨星第3把拿下了最高分，我们还是要说恭喜一下，但是看起来目前自己不是特别有信心啊。那我特别想问一下，对于周决这次的周决，你刚才自己说没有信心的话，是觉得哪里还有些问题呢？然后或者对于这个周决自己有没有怎么样的期待？
我其实进不进没有什么期待，就是做好自己就行了。我感觉我还没有掌握到比赛的节奏，尤其是落地架和中期，后期的话，稳固一下应该也可以，主要是没有找到落地架和中期的节奏，所以我对这次没有信心。
还要继续去磨合一下。Okay, to be honest, I really don't have confidence that I can enter to bi-weekly final or not, because I think I'm still adapt the speed of the new season in the solo game, especially at the beginning of the game and also in the middle time of the game. I still need to adapt the whole speed of the game, and I would like to maybe I will have confidence in the future, and I will work hard in the future. 好的，谢谢巨星接受我们今天的采访。也希望你其实今天打得这么好的，并且拿下最高分啊，一定自己要对自己有信心，好吗？再次祝福你，接下来会有个很好的发挥。OK, good luck to you, good luck。那接下来还有3场比赛就要加油啦。OK, 加油。
OK, 加油。
OK, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Season 2023. This is our first bi-weekly. We are 3 games in to our second last day and our last day of solos. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I'm joined alongside Moxie. Before I was joined by Raven, Moxie stepped in. We are absolutely vibing. Those first 3 games were incredible. I'm so excited to see what these heroes are going to be bringing out and what they're going to have in store for these last 3, to see if there's going to be some players on the brink of not making finals, if they're going to be able to pull it through, or if they're going to just end up staying down in the lower areas.
It's always interesting as well to see Spider in a lobby where he's not up against the likes of Mike. Because Spider, he was no, if you're new to Nbpl, if you're new to NARAKA, Spider is literally our current world championship. He didn't actually win the last season of Nbpl, however, I think he was actually sick the week of finals. So he was already performing under a lot more pressure. But Mike wasn't actually present at Worlds, and I know there were a lot of people that after Spider actually won solo said, well, maybe he wouldn't have won it if Mike was there. And then the worst thing happened for this guy. He went into Season 1 in 2023 against Mike, and Mike came out on top, so he has something to prove. And maybe we're going to see Spider try and be a little bit more aggressive in these lobbies. We definitely saw it in game number 1, where he walks away with 10 kills in a very, very similar sort of shadow of his breakout debut in Nbpl, where he literally took our lull phase meta and turned it on its head. All of these players who used to just squirrel away and bunker up waiting for mid phase suddenly had to get a lot more aggressive and continue to look for kills. There was absolutely no downtime, because if they didn't, Spider would already have eliminated the entire rest of the lobby. So even if they made it to final zone, kill multiplier is great. Higher kill multiplier is amazing if you have that survival time. Unfortunately, you do need a number other than 0 to be able to multiply off of to actually be able to pick up some high scoring rounds. So it forced all these other players into being a lot more aggressive, and I think we've been seeing that sort of cannibalization of that aggression when we do have Spider, TT25 and Mike, as well as players like Akuma all in the same lobby, because they all just play super aggressive. We even see it in trios too. TE not having a great time scoring up against the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix, because Fun Plus Phoenix has the exact playstyle of TE. They're always the more aggressive team in being able to control those final zones, and as a result, he doesn't find that usual win condition. But now that Mike and Akuma and TT5 aren't in this lobby, hopefully we see Spider be a little bit more dominant, a little bit more in shade of that game 1, as opposed to the last match that he had, because it wasn't a great performance for him.
Spider, he has the technique and the skill set of a CN pro player, but he has the mentality and the fighting style of a C region player. Players in the C region, for an example, Master Demo Senpai, shout out. He is a crazy at just destroying that mid-game lull. The amount of ooga booga, I'm on 1 HP, but I can still come through and take that kill in the C region. They're so aggressive, so much more aggressive than they are in the CN region. And I feel like Spider's taking a lot of inspiration from their playstyle and trying to bring it over in CN, and it's working a lot of the time. When he gets those first kills early and he comes through and pops off, picks them off one by one at the end, like we saw in the first game today, it works very well. But other times where we saw the second and third game, he was barely putting up 1-2 kills onto the board.
He had a really good fight, however, in that last game. We did manage to see him like fully showcase what you're meant to do if you're Akos against a Zai, taking full advantage of the mobility. I think Akos as well is a lot stronger now that dual halberds have come into play. We were actually talking about this in between the break, as well as just gushing over the NARAKA and NE collaboration and how good that trailer looks. It really is, I think, my favorite that they've released in terms of trailer. But being able to use the added mobility, the higher jumps, very similar to Taka higher jump, on your ultimate allows you to actually be able to clear over a lot of the things like the charged up right click on the dual halberd, so you're immediately at that person's back. And obviously we all know in terms of NARAKA for parrying, you can only parry to the front. So if you are actually able to immediately put yourself in into that backstab position, you can throw a blue, especially if you're trying to run something like the dual halberds, which has the fastest charge up on that charged up right click. As we can have a look at some of these areas that these players are going to be locking in with, and okay, we've got a Farrier on the board. This is going to be incredibly interesting, because Farrier has since been nerfed since her release. The AoE splash on that cannon is a lot smaller than what it used to be. The fact as well that the rage now, when you drop that pillar, you can't just continue to drop pillar to be able to stun your opponent or make your way out. Like when you do drop the pillar, it is a lot more punishing. It used to be something like 30% rage cost, and you would just be able to drop a pillar, keep in the fight, and still get access to your ultimate. But things like the Akos with that added mobility are going to have a lot of sustainability to be able to dodge out of those cannon shots. And obviously, if you want to talk sustainability, look no further than Zip. F1v1 coming through for both Xuran and Anhao, as they're both going to try and just sustain as well Xu Sheng through all of these Valda V2s and Farrier mech activations.
Taking a look at our weather forecast again, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this is going to be a northeastern based fighting zone. All the gold zones spawning close to that Eventide Temple area, where we're going to see EWG, Alliance, Fun Plus, Phoenix, OUG, Bauda, and a few other players spawning close in and around those gold zones right by Eventide Temple, where this is where the main area of the fighting is going to be. And just east of Celestra, we're going to see Wolves, Kai Bao, WBG Spider, and another player just on that extra side. So we're going to have a pretty spaced out round to start off here, where we're going to take a look. Alliance's Jux, the winner of our last game, facing off very quickly against Bauda's DK, coming through, already has that staff. This is going to be a crucial part for him, but Alliance's Jux is getting caught out early from a spear, not really realizing the tech and falling for the spear uppercut combo very early in this game. Bauda's DK picking up an early kill here, so we're going to flip over. WBG Spider already getting the 1-2 off onto JDG's Xu Zheng. Xu Zheng playing that Z-ping, able to get most of that HP back, running around now, just getting some extra loot as we're going to flip around again. DK already back in action against J-Team's action. They do still only have gray armor. Little bit of a weapon advantage for DK right now. The dual blades coming increasingly out of favor with the halberds joining in here, but we're going to still see the 1-2, tries to go for the charge, baits the parry out as we're going to see the weapon swap coming through, and the purple greatsword absolutely mincing the health away from J-Team's action. 1 HP and a dream. Gonna use that port off, using the double teleport ability instead of using the bounce back one that we've seen from most of the players so far. J-Team's action just trying to keep as much safe space as possible, tries to go in. We're gonna see the charge, the parry bait coming out, and it looks like action is gonna go down.
Yeah, is able to bait out the activation of the F so he doesn't get caught in the knockback, but unfortunately your health is an absolute sliver. If any of even the light attack goes through or clang, you're probably going to be going down, and unfortunately had to use both of those Fs to be able to escape after that hot swap came on through. As Xuran is now going to be taking on Jin at the moment. Longsword versus nunchucks, not able to get the longsword, that spacing, that time up that Jin is going to be looking for, as Xuran just taking full advantage of the higher weapon speed, just continues to chunk through Jin, not allowing that longsword to be able to sit into either horizontal or vertical to be able to get a little bit more zoning or look for that launcher entrance combo. And Spider now has seen that Xu Sheng is incredibly low, is trying to find this kill, might be able to hot swap into the cannon, but decides to go for the melee, knows that there are players around, doesn't want the potential of allowing them to be able to steal the kill away. Now, however, has to take the fight up against this Zai. S-Railgun has been able to respawn. Spider with the F1's able to dodge back, doesn't have that F now, but uses the pillar drop to be able to connect onto the Zai and force Railgun back. And this is what we were talking about, right? Players will not get into the mech in solos, they will drop the pillar on their opponent's head to be able to buy themselves that space, buy themselves the reset. As Spider now can actually backstep towards this mech pillar to be able to jump into it if he feels pressured, goes for that cannon swap. Railgun trying to find an entrance, puts themselves a little bit too far away in terms of distance and opens themselves for that cannon, tries to bait out, flashes that red, but Spider doesn't commit into the blue, and as a result, Railgun is not able to turn around, gets uppercutted, and then before he's even able to hit the ground, Spider digs him 6 feet under with the charged up right click on the halberds. If you want to see how fast that charged up right click on the halberds is, look no further than this fight, as we're going to get to see a replay come through now from Xuran using that Zip ultimate to be able to buy themselves the healing, as it looks like it's going to be the Nunchuck versus the Longsword. This is the full fight between these two coming now through, as Jin's still not able to find that body. Such good potential coming out from Xuran. I know a lot of people are hoping to see her pop off. This could very well be her pop off game. The Nunchuck movement, the hounding down, the tech chase was absolutely perfect.
Absolutely crazy play indeed, as J-Team's action with the gray dagger fighting against Anhao here from Team JL. Baiting out the storm a little bit, just playing on the outskirts of the map. Don't want to engage too quickly here. J-Team's action does have the armor advantage, but the gray dagger, such a detriment. Not able to put up as much damage as fast. And in a game where you're fighting against Z-Ping, who has the ability to just, oh, you put in all of that work, used all of the durability for your gray dagger?
I mean, it's in the hands of a Matari. Like, that's the thing. You are going to be able to use things like the flashes and the backstab to be able to lock them in position and look for those dagger dashes to be able to continue to connect. But like you said, because you're only running that weapon, it is incredibly detrimental to loot scaling, as Jin is just keeping Xu Sheng in check, activating that stone form with the dual halberds, trying to find this kill. Zip ultimate comes on through, knocking Jin back and actually allowing that potential third party to come on out, as Jin uses the Valda V2 to catch on to Xu Sheng, holds him in position, but Wolves KV actually comes in with the kill. Jin might punish the fact that he tried to go for that steal. Now is able to find a spear onto that Zip. Ultimate now comes on through so that he's able to try and get himself back into the safety of that zone, but the second follow-up spear will be able to catch onto him after the effect has run out. He commits into the blue, and unfortunately Jin is able to read the room, flashes the red, times the parry, and KB is gone.
EWG's Shuran here picking up her second kill of the game. Absolutely popping off. This is not something that we've seen from Shuran here in any of these games that we've seen before. Today, Shuran coming through with 2 kills already on the board, playing super aggressive, looking like Z-Ping is her hero of choice, playing super comfortably. Maybe even going for a Realm of Yang here. We see WBG Spider and Anhao holding this out. And it looks like Shuran is going to try and play around the space of the Realm of Yang, seeing maybe if there's something that she can do, pick off a play, pick off a kill. And it looks like she's going to end up taking the safe route, holding out in the storm, going to loot at the box before making any complete decisions.
Oh, that's dangerous though, because Anhao has actually been able to spot the Zip and goes for the engagement. F already used from Juran to try and escape, tries to turn back onto Anhao with that charged up blue from the staff, looking to punish the grapple connection. Will be able to mince through enough damage to be able to buy herself the reset, as it's going to be Jin and Spider going toe to toe. Spider with blue armor committing into this Gate of Yang fight. That's going to be pretty hard to be able to scale through, but the charged up right click off those purple dual halberds is so much damage. Uses the F1, then the pillar drop, but unfortunately goes straight into that F3 to get the soak animation, into the uppercut, into the hot swap. Spider has to tap dodge backwards, now turns back onto Jin, is able to find the launcher, finishes up with the punishment on the restand, flat on the ground. There is little you can do to be able to dodge out of the tech chase with that charged up right click on the dual halberds, and Spider comes through. It was incredibly close though. The activation of the Valda F3 into uppercut into hot swap almost did him in.
FPX's Jin is having the worst day imaginable. Just this game specifically. Kills being sharked, trying to go in for revenge, not being able to come away with the kills, getting knocked out pretty early, and now has this Yang depletion. We've seen FPX Jin play very, very well in lots of other scenarios, but this game, it just seems to be coming up all for their opponents, getting the upper hand in these fights, coming back from 1 HP in a dream. As we're flipping back over to EWG's Shuran here, fighting against Baoda's DK. This was a fight that we wanted to watch here, as we're going to see a huge parry from Shuran, able to get the longsword first hit off, not able to get the second. DK popping that ult, just waiting out the amount of time, just trying to go for that combo into the swap, as Shuran going to pop the ultimate here. This is a replay that we have not been able to see. Shuran able to dodge out, oh my goodness, so quickly from this Akos, trying to time it out, able to get away. Oh my goodness, DK falling behind here. Looks like they are going to go for a quick reset as they rejoin into the fight. DK had the upper hand, lost it, doesn't have any ult anymore. Shuran making some crazy plays. Huge parry again. Oh my goodness. DK on the back foot again. Tries to go for a charge, as we're going to see Shuran bringing it back and coming again, taking another kill on the board. DK back in the game, though. WBG Spider is now giving crazy chase.
All right, well, we're going to talk about that fight a little bit later, because this is going to be an interesting one to watch as well. Spider looking for that Scarish, as DK has to keep himself as mobile as possible. There's a potential third party coming through, and Jux is actually going to look for an invitation, as Anhao is busy chasing down, but Spider might unfortunately have been left in the crossfire. There it is! Unfortunately, not able to find his way into a mech or use a pillar drop to be able to buy himself a little bit of space. Spider is actually the one who's going to go down, and DK has done exactly what you need to do if you're about to get chased upon. You turn the attention onto another player and use it as a distraction to be able to buy yourself a full reset. As you can look at all of these players, we still have 3 players in this area. None of them are DK. He is gone, as TE's Railgun is now going to be looking for this fight against FPX's Jin. Jin gets caught in the V2. F3 now coming through to buy himself zoning to try and disengage, but that's the worst bit you want to be in against a Zai, because every single one of those strikes is catching his back before he's actually able to distance himself. The hot swap onto the musket, as Railgun is trying to find this snipe onto the Valda. Noted the F3 is going to be coming back online just a little bit longer. Jin trying to use the sides of these buildings to mind game Railgun into not knowing where he's going to be positioned. Both of these players using it as an opportunity to be able to find a full reset. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock left. Jin looking for that scale rush entrance, forces Railgun into using the F3 coming through from the Valda, but the uppercut off of Railgun is good. Has to actually cancel out the consequential juggles, unfortunately, as the cliff is going to actually punish him, as Railgun now falls to the low, gets caught in the charge up of the staff into the full gold coming through from Jin. He's going to be able to win the duel. He's going to be able to pick up the Soul Bloom, and finally his luck has turned around as we head right back over to the exact same fight going down. Spider is back in the lobby, given the fact that he'd won that Realm of Yang. He was running that Vermilion Bird, so he's still going to be able to keep himself in the lobby at the moment, and he has come right back to the same area, fully understanding that there are going to be players around him who are going to be committing these ultimates, and he's going to be looking to punish. If anyone tries to overstep their boundaries, Spider is going to be waiting in the wings to look for that lockdown, look to hunt down anyone who's trying to find a reset moment, and as a result, everyone is actually splitting away from the fight, so we get a little bit of downtime to be able to talk about that fight from Shuran, because I have to talk about it. Tap dodging through, baiting the parry, cancelling out the blue focus to tap dodge through your opponent to be able to 180 turn around, catch them with a parry, and look for the punishment is exactly how you should play those 1v1s.
Oh, 100%. The play was phenomenal. The decision making was all there. and the execution to finish it off. JL's and How here running away using the dagger. We always see the dagger come out for that little bit of extra movement, as we're going to see WBG Spider on the back foot of a fight, jumping into the realm of Yang, getting that full reset. But they did lose their weapon of choice here, and I believe it was a gold or purple staff, now forced to use that gold katana. Still a great weapon, just very difficult to use in this meta. Could be interesting to see how they make it work in a 1v1 situation, especially in the realm of Yang, without any
I think he's getting it for free.
probability of third party. He might get the realm of Yang for free. It looks like all of these other players are going to be on the outside fighting for that box, as we're seeing Bao does DK getting chased by the entire lobby here. J-Team's Action also revealing that to us, that he has Assassin's Lunge as he's chasing DK as fast as possible, gets knocked back by the F1, giving DK a whole lot of space to get out of there as fast as he can. Able to go for a reset, is going to be able to end up getting one pot off, getting chased by Anhao as well. DK is just on the back foot tonight, running and hiding. And you take a look here, the four players right now, FPX's Jim, sorry, more than four players. Jin, DK, Anhao, Action, and Shuran, all on the brink of elimination. They need to get at least 26 points to get into that top 12. 27.1 would be the ideal way to beat it, as they would be taking out Railgun, who has already died. Getting them to that amount of points is going to be difficult in 3 games, but if one of them is able to pull it off, I'm going to be so excited to see that.
Well, Spider now coming in with that Mystic Might was able to actually entirely unchallenged pick up that realm of Yang for free. No one wanting to run that risk of being on the countdown, the 4 minutes timer, especially given the fact that with this late in the game and all of these players are going to be forced together, all of these players are going to be looking for that moment of weakness. So it really is going to come down to resource management, being able to hold on to your F and your ultimate for as long as possible, and also about who controls these Morris blessings, as Juran is looking to be able to try and zone players out around her. Has the purple staff, has the bow, still has the F1 and the V1 too, to be able to try to sustain if she does properly get challenged. The Spider is currently sitting on 5 kills and leading the lobby. Pandaman with a bounty is going to be giving his position away, but there is one player that we do have to point out, because when we cut to that POV, we actually did see that Action is still running that dagger and unfortunately has not been able to pick up anything except a gray dagger. Someone get this guy a name change, because he's beginning to look a lot like old school Akuma, as HLG's pace is going to be running blue dual blades, but a lot of these players not really scaled in, not taking the risk of those Gate of Yang fights is going to punish them in the long-term longevity, as Pandaman and Spider go toe-to-toe, but Spider does have the advantage in terms of that loot. There's that absolute bunch of damage coming through off of the legendary spear, as Pandaman is having to use that F ability too early, and Spider now actually chases him towards the back of the zone. Cannon shots coming through to be able to push this side, but you can already see Spider is not the only person who's trying to find this kill. The sharks have been drawn out, the blood is in the water, and it's looking like it might be Pandaman on the chopping block, as Spider makes sure that he puts himself towards that outer flank, doesn't put himself into the middle, tries to commit to the scale rush, doesn't manage to find the connection. However, as Pandaman is able to find that parry onto the blue, Spider is able to pick up his legendary spear before it's intercepted from the players around him, but that parry coming through from Pandaman has saved his life.
Pandaman able to also get away with a little prize there, those golden katana. Pandaman only wishes now that he was on Tarka so he could get an infinite with that golden katana. Unfortunately, he's not on Tarka, so we're going to see him play some other skillful plays, but we do see a golden staff in play from Alliance's Jux. We do see on the other side a golden katana, and then there also is a golden spear held by WBG's Spider, with Circle 3 closing into Circle 4, 9 minutes and 54 seconds left into the game, 9 players remaining, and J-Team's Action still with a gray dagger. This is bringing me back to old times. Yeah. I'm enjoying this so much. I just can't wait for him to pull out a legendary weapon out of his back pocket like he had it the whole time.
He'll go for the Akuma play where he has the legendary weapon in the pocket and he actually drops it in front of the players to beat them.
Exactly. So we're going to see JL's and How here getting very low, taking almost all their health away as HLG's Paste is going to be able to come away with the kill. J-Team's Action still playing positional on the top with the bow, trying to hit Paste for a few shots before that Poison Splash wears off, put a little bit more stress on the Pace. But Pace with the Cavalry Bloom Soul Jade that's attached to those dual blades, it's going to give him a huge melee resist buff and the additional alter to the attack, giving him that charge forward ability, being able to hold space in for larger areas. And it is just a scary attack, man. You see someone running at you with two swords, very scary.
It's terrible though. Like that is the thing with Cavalry Bloom. Like you use it for the surprise factor and the zoning capability, very similar to just running around the charge, right click on Pulse Sword when Pulse Sword first released, but it is very easy to be able to parry, which is why we're seeing dual helmets really find an advantage over as Action is looking. They're just using things like this Assassin's Lunge to try and make himself less of a target so players don't look to get locked down by this Matari, using that dagger movement, the uppercut, to be able to keep himself mobile. As Morris Blessing spawns up, this is going to be guaranteed legendary. So it really is going to be about who's able to open it, and Pandaman takes advantage of the fact that Spider, Jux, and DK were all actually looking at each other and steals it away when no one is looking. Pandaman has gone from like blue armor to legendary and picking up off of that parry, that legendary katana. He is set in terms of scaling, as Paste is actually going to be putting himself so far away from everybody. He understands that his gear, his weapon is not going to be enough to be able to stand up to the fight that goes down over this Morris Blessing. You don't want to waste your Valda V2 as well, trying to go for that Morris Blessing and having to use it early, because everyone's just going to hunt you down as, oh no, Shuran is in such a tough position. We cut back to taking this fight against Jux with that legendary staff, the Zip ultimate already being used, the Mortal Defiance already coming through. Paste is actually able to come in with the kill, shows up for 5 seconds, hits you once with the dual blades, and then immediately runs away. Such a good place all coming through from Paste to be able to pick up that kill, and Jux is not going to be happy. The third partier has become the third partied, as now Jux has to take this fight against Spider, who's able to find the parry, the follow-up damage off of the legendary staff that he's now been able to get a hold of, takes Jux down. And this is going to be Spider looking incredibly strong, as he might try and take this fight up against DK, full control of that high ground. Scale rushes through, wants to get a better read of the situation so that he doesn't find himself in the middle, as a fight is currently going down, and Spider knows this is his time to shine. Action is looking incredibly vulnerable still with that grey dagger, but Spider is just waiting for ultimates to be committed before he properly decides to commit into this. Knows with things like the Valda V2 and the Zip still in play, he's not going to have a whole lot of sustainability, especially if he goes for the mech. He's going to be painting such a large target on his back. But I mean, look at the damage that he's already output. 18,000 damage coming through from Spider. That's our normal end game card, as he actually is able to hunt down FPX's Jin, who uses the F3 to try and escape. He's been spotted out, and Spider now goes onto the prowl. He is kiting this Valda straight into the middle to try and find this kill. The Valda V2 will be able to save Jin's life for a little bit longer. The spit connection into the follow-up from that purple pulse, but Spider turns it back around, gets the aerial to connect onto Jin, gets caught in a second spit, but uses the F1 to be able to break away. That Valda V2 is going to be running out, and Jin is able to use the F3 to be able to escape, but Pace once again comes in with the turnaround. Jin, unfortunately, not able to turn and flash the red in time, gets caught by the Cavalry Bloom and has to use the purple off that staff to try and buy himself some zoning. But Pace is able to try and come in with that kill. Will be able to take another kill away from Spider, as with that one weakness eliminated, we now go back to the lull phases. No one wants to make that first move and be the player caught out of position. In the meantime, Action has been able to find a blue dagger, but he's now grappled onto. Pace coming out of the woodwork once again to try to push one of these players to the absolute brink, as the uppercut connection is trying to be landed onto DK with that ACOS. The F now coming through. The Matari looking for the backstab entrance off of the uppercut from that blink, is able to catch onto the retreating ACOS. Might try and charge up as Scale Rush, might might just grab onto the side of that wall to look for a reset, as DK is now actually the one that looks a little bit rough for Where. Has to use that V2, finds the connection onto Pace. That's a little bit of healing, but he's not able to keep himself fully connected onto that fight as he's being hounded down by Spider. Pandaman takes the kill, however, with the longsword claiming that last hit, and now he's just being caught out by skill rushes coming through from Spider every single time. Skill rushing to one side of the side and skill rushing a second time in, trying to bait Pandaman, who has Phoenix attached to that longsword. So much stagger potential to be able to CC these players into that corruption tick damage. Very similar to the way that we see Takeda's hold on to the V3 for as long as possible. As Spider sees that his position could be contested, goes for the high ground to be able to meet action if he tries to grapple on forward and immediately scoop him into that blue of the staff, as he's been able to find a purple dagger from somewhere, from somebody that has dropped. He's slowly scaling into this final zone, but it might be a little bit too late, as Pace with the blue dual blades has worked out. He doesn't need to actually just keep himself in these 1v1s. He doesn't have the damage to be able to, so he zones everyone else in the area with the cavalry bloom, and then comes in with the steal when you only need one hit confirm, and any blue weapon will be enough before getting his way out and looking for the disengagement. But unfortunately, that playstyle, trying to play outside of the attention towards the outer edges of the zone, leave him vulnerable when the zone collapses in, because everyone's going to see his back is to it, and it's going to be incredibly easy to kite him into that corruption tick.
HLG Pace. I need to talk about this man for a second here, because the plays that he's been pulling, the sneakiest, the slimiest, the absolutely craziest plays I've seen. He's been able to shark 3 kills from underneath players' noses, or 2 kills from underneath these players' noses, finish off the rest, almost picking up a couple more, but Pandaman was able to pick one of those plays up. Now is facing punishment from his peers right now, taking so much damage, losing a lot of health. No shield left and going almost completely empty here, as he's going to end up popping that ultimate to get that health back, scale rushing down below, using that extra bit of the ult health to just heal up, put some distance between the rest of him and the players. As these players are struggling and racing for high ground, Pace hiding below just to be able to get this reset off, as we're going to see them both all try and join up to the top. With 1 minute and 56 seconds remaining, this final circle is starting to close. Very close to the end of the game here, as J-Team's action flipping back over. We're going to see him try and go for the Assassin's Lunge, but we're going to see a parry come out. Oh my goodness, HLG's Pace getting absolutely minced. The Assassin's Lunge coming in, and it looks like J-Team's action almost able to come away with the kill, but Pandaman steals it right from under the nose of action at the very last second, missing the Assassin's Lunge by just a hair here. Is going to end up getting CC'd by Pandaman, and we're going to see Action backing off, very low health. Looks like he's going to let these two fight it out before he tries to re-engage, but the Phoenix Blast ends up taking out, oh my goodness, ends up taking out Action, as we're going to see Pandaman popping that ult. We're going to see both of them going into this ultimate here, bringing back the mech. This is going to be an interesting way to see how this ult is going to play. We're going to see the ults both trying to burn each other out. Pandaman playing with the Zai ult, unable to deal too much damage onto the Faria mech. Faria raining hell from above, trying to go into that cannon form, trying to get a couple blasts off, gets one hit off onto Pandaman, isn't able to hit the second one here, as we're going to see him try and go for it again, but Pandaman doing a phenomenal job of dodging here, as WBG Spider able to get a huge parry off, doesn't get the punish, as we're going to see the jabbing coming into play here. Another crazy parry, and WBG Spider coming out on top once again. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely crazy finish from Spider here.
That's the first time, by the way, we actually see Spider commit into the mech. The entire game. Before then, he literally just uses V3 to pillar drop onto players around him and create that zone and create that stagger to be able to buy himself a little bit of space if he finds the fight getting a little bit too hot for his blood in terms of that third party. Plays it absolutely perfectly too. The fact that he is able to get into that mech, because he goes incredibly low. He really does get punished. Pandaman almost comes in with that full win. He just needs to be able to find the lockdown off of the V2. But Spider does a very good job of actually being able to get into the mech, and then it becomes about this Sai making sure that she doesn't allow enough rage to be generated in that mech ultimate for the cannon shots to come through. Because like you're worried about the primary, sure, but the cannon shot is what's really problematic against about that Farrier mech ultimate when you're in those last zones, because of the knockback that it has available. When that mech first released, the knockback was so bad, you literally used to be able to go into cannon and you would be able to pick one player and just continue to bat them around like a cat with a mouse in between its paws, just lifting it up with one cannon splash and then pushing them back into the second. And we still see players using the cannon splash to push those players into zone tick. In fact, one of those connects onto Pandaman and does exactly that, and zone tick ignores shielding. So the fact that Pandaman has the legendary armor, that little bit more survivability against Spider, gets entirely ignored, and a large part of the Zai ultimate, which should be really concerning for Spider to have to worry about, where he has to always be playing outside of the distance from that Zai so he doesn't get scooped up into the V2, but because that space is so small, he would go into the corruption tick damage potentially. That gets nullified entirely. He gets to sit in the mech and ignore the V2, and when he pops out of it, Pandaman is out of ultimate, and what does Spider do? He looks for the parry onto the Phoenix that Pandaman tried to throw to zone him away from, finds the connection. Yeah, he's too far away to find the follow-up, but he's entirely ignored the full duration of the V2. He can close up the distance, comes in with that staff, and absolutely wombos the Zai down.
An absolutely phenomenal play to finish the game off, the ult dropping down. And one play I really wanted to talk about is J-Team's action completely messed himself up by doing a backstab instead of a TP. I don't know if he meant to try and backstab to get the stagger to be able to TP up, but the reason he backstabs Spider when Pandaman is charging up a Phoenix Blast. So he gets the Phoenix Blast onto both players, and because he ends up going into that AoE where he TPs on to Spider, where Pandaman was already sending the Phoenix Blast over to Spider, he's able to pick up the kill onto Action, which then ends his game, which I thought was a little bit of a misplay. Thought it was a bit funny there to see him go for the backstab. He's looking on top, and then all of a sudden his hopes and dreams were just ended.
I think Paste as well. Paste was flattened. Like, it takes a lot of confidence to throw in the Cavalry Bloom. We did talk about it before that zone started collapsing, right? Cavalry Bloom is great for zoning potential, but actually using it in a fight, especially after you've displayed the fact that you have it, that's asking to be parried if it's not off of stun lock animation where you have the activation and you just use it to scoop them up and continue before they're able to parry. But talking about continuing, Spider is able to pick up 7 kills in game number 4. A little bit of a lull in the games in between this and game number 1, but definitely looking like a return to form for him. And it's really interesting too, because he was the only player in this lobby who was running Farrier. And I'm sure if you've been watching these last games, you will have noticed something in common. When heroes are being run and all of these players are running like the same heroes, they almost have an unspoken truce to deal with other players around them. And there's a reason for that. Like, Takeda wants to try and take out things like the Valda, take out things like the Zip before we go into Final Zone, because they're just going to try and out-sustain for things like the Takeda V3. Another huge part of it, however, is that these players, they don't see the cosmetics. They don't see the nameplates. They do see the hero, they see the default skin, but they have enough to be able to identify the specific hero that they're fighting. So if you are literally the one hero in the lobby, everyone is going to know to track your location down wherever you run off to. As opposed to if you have like 5 Takedas in one fight, one Takeda goes low, loses his chases for a little bit of time, and then pops up. No one knows which Takeda is actually the one that everyone has currently been chasing, which is why you're supposed to turn the third party onto someone else, get them low and put the distraction onto them to be able to save your own skin. But Spider, the only Farrier who should be hunted down, should be incredibly easy to identify, is not only able to keep himself alive in this lobby, he absolutely flourishes off of just using the V4 and the pillar drop too.
Yeah, the way that people started playing Farrier without using that mech to hide in every single time and only using it when they absolutely need to gets amplified when you have a player like Spider who never would really need to get into the mech unless absolutely necessary, where we see here Spider coming with a huge crazy 180 parry, bringing it around, ending the game with Panda Man with one parry, missing the punish, getting the jab, goes for the second parry, and Panda Man gets night. Ladies and gentlemen, Faria Shen, WBG Spider, for the win in game number 4 of 6 today. We've got 2 games left coming to you, but let's take a look at his stats. 7 kills, 30k damage alone. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Only 10,000 of that, or only 20,000 of that came from melee weapons. 10,000 for 5,000 alone came from the cannon, which is absolutely crazy. A bunch coming from his F1 and V3, and this is his 3rd time MVP already. And it's only BIWEEK1.
But what's even crazier too is that if you look at the soldiers that he has, the only thing he has that really benefits that staff properly is jabbing. Like, you do have your spear sap yet to be able to properly reward those parries, and Spider did definitely use that additional damage, but the jabbing coming through, not even Merciless Havoc, not even Ocean Potter, for these players to be able to use that zoning capability, I mean, that's what you have your V3 for. You don't need the Merciless Havoc to zone if you literally have that V3 on speed dial and you just continue to drop it on people's heads. And Spider honestly used it in really smart positions too. Like, one huge punishment for Faria in solos is the potential of the third party. But he always makes sure to take fights where he knows he's going to be in control and he has that escape tool to be able to escape if he does get turned onto for the third party. But hey, if you guys want your chance at being able to pick up some of these absolutely amazing cosmetics that are here for NARAKA, well, be sure to answer this question. It's entirely free, so you have absolutely nothing to lose. How many Z-Pings were chosen in game number 4? Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4?
I'm not even sure for that one, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be one that's a little bit of a tougher ask. I know the first question was very easy. This one, I'm not sure, so I'm not going to give you any help here. Moxie, you got any tips for the audience?
Well, I mean, we can immediately remove one answer off of the board because we literally just whacked Luridov for Spider and how he was able to survive as the only Faria in this lobby and how he was the only one playing one hero left. So you guys do know that A is not the answer. That makes it a little bit easier, I'm sure, but I'm not giving you the full answer. You do have to try a little bit for this one.
See, I like to cheat and give you guys out the answers. So I'm telling you, it's not 1, it's not 2, and it's not 3. But I didn't say anything. I didn't snitch. Production definitely didn't tell me anything. So I'm not cheating, I swear.
It's fine, just looking into the crystal ball. That's what we have as casters. There's a delay on stream, so we get to see these fights a little bit sooner than everyone else does. So we do have that crystal ball advantage here. But like we said, we're not going to give you the answers straight away. You do have to work for them. And those questions are going to get a lot harder throughout the day. But what's going to be getting a little bit more pressuring as this day continues is definitely going to be where these players sit in terms of that leaderboard, whether or not they're able to leapfrog their way over some of these players who've already played their 2 days out and are yet to qualify for the bi-weekly finals. Still got a couple of games left, but some of these players, they're definitely going to start to feel that pressure.
X-Shin, DK, and Jin. These are the 3 players that are on the very close cusp and have a good shot at making it up into that next level. As we see, they are very close behind, especially the player in 13th place. Railgun and them are going to be competing for this spot, as well as Alliance's Jux and Wolves Kaibao. Those 4, 10 to about 15, all of those players are in contention to move up and down because they are 1 to 5 points difference from each other.
It's interesting too. It's very interesting. It is very much all to play for. This is also like something that I have on my mind, are we going to see Spider overtake Mike? Like, Mike has obviously played his 2 games. He's set at 19.1 on day 1 and a 47.8 on day 2 to be able to take himself up to a 66.9. But Spider, he still has games left to play, and he's currently sitting at 61.9. So all he needs is just one either pop-off game or a couple of games left where he doesn't really do all of that much but consistently makes it to that final zone, and he overtakes Mike, and that's going to be such a huge confidence boost for Spider, right? Because we talked about it, he is a player who does play outside of the sort of traditional CN pacing, but one of his worst enemies, aside from the plays that he's competing on, is sometimes the pressure, the stress gets to him a little bit, and having that safety cushion, knowing that you're able to beat out Mike in terms of the scoreboard for the first week back, that is such a boon for Spider to be able to fall back onto.
Yeah, and I think that the Spider will end up passing today because 6 points is light work for Spider. Unless these games, and I've just probably cast or cursed, go horribly wrong for Spider, he's got this in the bag. And it is this constant battle. It's Batman and Bane. Having Mike and Spider, these two titan players of NARAKA, racing for points when they're not playing against each other is almost... It's crazy to watch because you see them succeed and then you see them fall against each other, and it's really a question, who is in the end the better NARAKA player? We have no idea.
I wouldn't even say it's Batman and Bane. I would say it's closer to Batman versus Deathstroke, because both of them are incredibly mechanically gifted. Both of them have that game sense. Spider, it feels like, has just like that meta healing ability that Deathstroke has to be able to make his escape through so many of these chases off of the insane movement he's already shown in Worlds when he was playing that zip for the most part. And to say like Batman versus Bane, Bane to me has always been about brute strength, not a whole lot of smarts in that brain. So I think it's closer to that matchup of the Titans, but that's maybe my Batman bias showing through.
Fair enough. I'm not very well versed in Batman, as you can probably tell, but as far as it goes,
that's more than some people.
I try my best. Spider is still doing insane when it comes to, he's #1 in average damage, #1 in kills, #2 in ranking points. He is still going crazy, and there's 2 games left for him, so he still has the potential to outplay Mike. But if he doesn't do it here, what's to say that it's gonna get in his head, Mike being a couple points ahead of him when he was so close to passing him in the bi-weekly, and then he goes into the finals, that's still with him in his head when he has to face against AOW's Mike.
Yeah, and Spider has always been a very aggressive player. He's struggled when he's had to play passively. So I think for Spider, he's going to take that hard drop. He's going to look for those fast fights. And if it doesn't go well for him, like you said, it could potentially get into his head. He has to be able to perform. He has to be able to show that he can pull through for those last 2 games. I would love to see it. I hope that we do get to see Spider pop off. And with him deciding to field... Wait, Takeda V1? Hold on. Hold on a moment. Takeda V1 coming through from Jux, from Shusheng, and from Spider. Every single Takeda in this lobby not actually going to be opting for the V3 version, where you get such a huge amount of lockdown and stagger connection. I don't think these players are going to be playing for Final Zone. I think we're going to have an incredibly aggressive lobby right off of the rip.
Well, the advantage to playing V1 over V3 in solos is you have a so much higher combo potential. If you get your opponent in the air, you have an alternate move unlocked with your ghost that you can send to just extend combos, especially if you get it off of an F3. You can slam them down, pop the ult, send them flying into the air, and the amount of damage you can do with combos goes absolutely crazy, versus V3 is more of a trios meta.
It's gonna punish those ACOSs too. If they try and use that ultimate to be able to keep themselves as aerial as possible, you are gonna be caught out by that V1. But speaking about getting caught out, where are these players going to be dropping? We've got City of Tang immediately going to be seeing some action. Alliance's Jux going to be looking to try to push towards Salvation Podium to solve that puzzle and potentially pick up that red armor. Plumed is going to be seeing a couple of players go through as well. No one's really dropping towards Yushan Ruins, which is always... Oh, actually, no, we do. We do have two teams going more towards Yushan Ruins, which is my personal favorite dropping spot at the moment in Holoroth, considering you can get those Firefly cages immediately when you do go into the ruins, and through that rift in the middle, you guarantee yourself some really good loot, but Fireflies and Firefly cages on the sidelines as well. And that can be absolutely huge in getting your ultimate online as quickly as possible. As there it is, Spider has gone to try and take a fight as quickly as possible. It's just looking for some of these loot to be able to buy himself the confidence of taking this fight. But in the meantime, we do have a fight going down in City of Tang against Paste and Action, who comes in with the down slam of that spin. No one really expects you to throw out that charged up left click, and Paste now tries to turn on to DK, who had come in for the third party, gets caught out by the charged up right click, and is actually going to be parried as Action tries to throw in that spear. Action finds the parry, however, onto DK, who tried to come through and punish Paste, creating that space, and looked for the backstab into Action, but the charge up right click from those halberds is just so fast, and immediately Action's going to use it to try and hound DK down. Zayaf comes through, but Action has the ultimate already built up, and he catches him in the fire cone V2, and that fire takes doing so much damage, holding DK in position with the grapple grab as well, and that's going to be DK taken down, as we're not slowing down anytime soon. FPX Jin and Wolf's Kaibai now going toe-to-toe for control of Salvation Podium and this space in below those pillars. If you do not know, if you wonder why when you drop into Holoroth and you see those puzzles, if you actually go down, we actually have this area with the Thorny Roller coming through where you actually see what direction you need to send the pillars to be able to solve the puzzle. And as a result, these players that want that immediate boon of the armor have to go down here to be able to figure out what to do, as Jin and Kaibai were both drawn by that prize and now have to face each other. Kaibai, however, holds on to the ultimate. He knows that the Farrier doesn't have it available, as using these scale rushes off of the ceiling to keep himself mobile and above that Thorny Roller, so he knows which direction to be able to solve the puzzle. I don't think the Farrier was actually able to figure it out before he's actually able to invade, so he might potentially be able to put himself onto the top of Podium, pick up that box, and then look to come in and punish the Farrier, who needs that box far more than the ACOS, considering your loot here scales into the damage that your ultimate does, but also the health bar that it has available too.
Taking a look now, we're going to see WBG's Spider getting the slam off from the V3 here. Pops ult. Alliance Jux is going to pop ult first here, as we're going to see him get the upper hand on this fight. Goes into the scale rush, into the combo here. We're going to see them both regain neutral. Spider does have the upper hand. He does have the Takeda ult coming in a little bit earlier. He did wait to send the first ghost, and it looks like Alliance's Jux is going to get taken down relatively fast here, as we're going to flip over to EWG's Shuran. 0 kills up on the board so far, but flipping back, J-Team's Action, phenomenal play to get the parry, flip the punishment around to chase the lower player, end up coming away with the kill with 1 HP, and then grabbing the bloom to retake the fight, end up popping ult and winning. Phenomenal decision making, great execution, and amazing finishes. We're going to flip back over to WBG's Spider, who is facing off against JDG's Chuzhong. Chuzhong getting off a 1-2. We're going to see the F3 come out here from Chuzhong. Both ults being popped at the same time. We're going to see WG's Spider crazy tap dodge away from the uppercut here. Chuzhong is going to end up going for a reset here, as well as Spider himself going down into the bottom here, getting a bit of a reset off, not wanting to re-engage into this fight. Chuzhong and Spider always have amazing fights.
Yeah, Spider, however, can keep himself a little bit more forward in terms of that position, considering Chuzhong had to use the ultimate to be able to push Spider back. Spider's still building up to his. He's around about 80% at the moment. If he wants to turn on to where that bounty is, he absolutely can make that decision. As J-Team's Action, still with that size, looking for these intrusions. Wants to hit back onto Pace, tries to go for that hard swap, won't be able to find the entrance, cancels out the grapple so as not to go into the longsword charge up. And we're actually going to see both of these players back off of each other. Action taking the downtime to be able to fully re-heal as we head right back to Spider, who there it is. He still has the ultimate available. Looks like he actually had to use it to be able to safely disengage, and no one wanted to go into that really cramped up room with a Cicada when that V1 is in full motion, especially when you're running nunchucks that are already purple and have the full uppercut combo that you can really extend into off of the V1 activation. As Pace now might take this fight against Action. Both of these players looking for that lockdown. Pace able to actually find a connection with the vertical charger, but finds the parry, which is an even better entrance into the fight. Action forced to use the F to try to dodge away from Pace. Follow-up comes back in with the dual halberd. Pace anticipates a second commitment onto the charge up right click, but Action doesn't actually throw it out, and Pace now actually uses that red, but is able to tap dodge backwards, create enough distance to come in with the charged up vertical and punish the Zai, who wasn't wanting to commit onto the blue in anticipation of the red being flashed in their face, and as a result gets mind gamed into dropping it so as not to be able to clank, and the charge up vertical goes through and takes him down.
Absolutely phenomenal execution. J-Team Action falling a little bit under the gun, but still has that resurrection, so we're going to see a lot more, hopefully, from him in the rest of this game. As FPX is Jin facing off against WBG Spider pretty quickly here. Jin doesn't look like they want to take this fight too quickly. Being a Faria in this Takeda game is a very dangerous one. Being able to get staggered inside the mech, being vulnerable to a lot of ranged shots. This is going to be an interesting way to see how these turn out. The Realm of Yangs are going to be insane here, as we're about to start in just a second. Guarding those Realm of Yangs, Spider and Jim on this side here, as we're seeing it is just going to be a race to see who's going to get in, and it looks like Spider had the fastest hands in the West, fighting against HLG's Pace. Pace has been someone who's been able to keep up toe-to-toe with Spider all game, now has that purple armor from defeating Action. This is going to be an interesting fight here. WBG Spider grappling up at first, sending some bow shots in, doesn't connect with anything just yet, tries to get a second one here. It gets a horizontal block off here, blocks. We're gonna see 5 shots coming through from HLG's Pace from the bow, connecting on all 5 of them here. Spider getting grapple comboed and going to within the brink of death, popping that ult, trying to get the F off, but the bow shot, HLG Pace, that is the inner Call of Duty I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen, sending off bow shots like it was a fully automatic assault rifle to win the round in the Realm of Yang here. Railgun here with a turret on the roof of his Faria mech, trying to send shots onto Pandaman, is unable to complete the kill here. We're going to see Pandaman able to get a reset off. Railgun as well, going for a reset inside the mech, able to heal just as much. Pandaman is also going to heal. The mechs are going to be gone. This is where the fight gets spicy. No ults. F's on recharge. We're going to see Railgun burn through his right away here. Nunchucks versus Staff. Nunchucks are definitely the least favored weapon in this fight here, as we're going to see Railgun trying to go for the uppercut combo with the nunchucks, but he's unable to. Gets it the second time here, and Pandaman and Railgun are both actually going to go down. I thought the kill had happened. They are both going to have Yang depletion now, neither of them winning their Realm of Yang.
So Spider actually, it should be noted, takes a Realm of Yang when he's 82% to ultimate. So he takes so much damage before he's actually able to activate that V1. That's why we see all of the range shots come through from as he just tries to build up enough rage to be able to build the ultimate up a little bit faster. But unfortunately, it builds up a little bit too slow, and he does just take so much damage that even when the V1 comes through, he just gets chunked down from afar. As Juran now with the dual halberd is looking for this opening, comes in with that F, as we see Pace immediately come back in with the F1 to be able to tap dodge away, but grapples into the fight. fight, not able to parry out the charge up right click on the halberd. Pillar drop comes through, but Juran's actually able to avoid that stagger, but she's incredibly low, anticipates that grapple connection, throws out the charged up right click of the halberds with the 180 turn in case we see Pace commit onto it, who actually has to cancel out of the grapple with the parry, as Juran comes in with such a good aerial uppercut onto Pace, catching them continuously with the charge up right click, mincing through the shielding, as we see the F activation to be able to buy even more time, and defense up tries to hold for the parry, but Pace buffers it, holds on to the charged vertical after seeing the charge up red flash, and immediately sends it through once the parry animation is gone, and Pace walks away with the pick. Mind games in solos, you really have to be absolutely on point with reading out your opponent.
The longsword coming in as a confidence booster, throwing everybody off today. It seems like people are playing a few of the older meta weapons. We're seeing a lot of nunchucks coming out. We're seeing this longsword take control of these fights. The mind games, people are so used to the timing of certain weapons that I guess they forget the timing of the other weapons. The rudimentary skills that they learned while learning how to get good at this game, they just forget. They only know this expert tech. They forget their rudimentary stuff. They miss a charge. They fall to the mind games, and it's over for them.
I wonder how much of it as well is the influence of the dual halberds, because like you have to be so fast with parrying dual halberds. It's sort of baited a lot of these players into being a lot more red flash happy in terms of the past when we've seen them. We're seeing a lot more successful parries go through as a result, but we're also seeing players clock on to baiting the red flash out, buffering that throw of the blue, and then finding the punishment, as Spider now could potentially go toe-to-toe with Pandaman. Pandaman is running that Yang depletion, has to take this fight, as we do see Spider lose that blue armor, comes in with the V1 trying to find the turnaround. Pandaman actually getting pushed backwards by the connection, but we see everyone come through and try to snipe, and Spider is actually the one who gets taken down. He was too close to that zone. Pandaman, they entirely ignored the Zai in favor of going for Spider, and Pandaman has been given an out, but it might just be momentary, as he has to use the F to be able to burn through everybody. Still a little bit of the V2 left to be able to buy himself some space, but he's now fighting inside the zone and against two other players. And how commits the mech inside the building. If you want to be able to hold on to that one, you are going to have to drop out of the ultimate to be able to reposition yourself, as Pandaman is just taking so much zone tick damage. Looks like he was actually able to pick up that soul bloom off of Spider's body, but unfortunately it's not Yang depletion you have to watch out for. It's the fact that you're the target with you painted on your back. Shusheng commits into the fight, will be able to find the kill, and how might be punished for using that mech inside the room. But it's not just yet, as it's going to be Pace going toe-to-toe with Wolves Kai Bao that we're now going to be seeing. The V still available. There it is, the drop onto the ACOS by so much space off of that stagger connection. Pace with the swap onto the bow, finds the kill onto Kai Bao in the confusion. Now has Steel, however, with that third-party invasion coming out, doesn't have the mech pillar to be able to drop until just now. Might use it to push onto Anhao, but such a good parry with that follow-up damage forces Anhao to back out of the fight. They're not able to dodge the follow-up bow shot coming through from Pace. And yet again, we're seeing Pace show a real promising start to this match.
He's not like anybody else. Pace is just absolutely lethal with this bow and arrow today, ladies and gentlemen, throwing off the way that everybody is taking these fights. Longsword and bow, the combo to win it when everybody's playing meta. You just, okay, I'm going to play off meta and take this W, take all of your kills from you, as we're going to flip around. Xu Zhang using the dagger with Assassin's Lunge here. We're going to see Railgun on the purple nunchucks. They are going to clank off. We do see the F3 come out into the combo. This is what I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen. He gets the charged LMB into the TOD. As soon as you start holding blue, that F3 grab into the ult combo is absolutely lethal. You will not survive. Flipping over now, FPX Jim fighting against Alliance's Jux. Jux taking a lot of damage here on the back foot of this mech, trying to regain just a little bit of shield, but is losing still a lot of it, as we're going to see this mech almost running out now. Jux, Jin making a little bit of a misplay here. It's not sticking to the turrets. that were actually dealing a lot of damage, flipping over onto the main turret on top, giving away a lot of health back to Jux here, trying to go for the combo that we've seen so many times before, but Jin able to bring it back with the blue dagger. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, flipping over Railgun now, extremely low as he's fighting JDG's Chu Zhang, trying to go with the gold dagger now. Railgun able to pop ult just in time, and Chu Zhang gonna get out of there as fast as possible for a reset.
Oh, Railgun might actually have to drop out of the ultimate. No, he's using the version where you can actually reshield back up into it because you do have that V3 pillar drop. So he will be able to find the reset in solos without having to sacrifice the ultimate, which is really good news for him because we have a third party potential coming through. Alliance's Jux now having lost that fight against Jin, who had just such a good positioning as well, anticipates the Takeda V1 coming through, holds on to the F1 to be able to dodge out of that potential lockdown, creates so much distance that they're able to just dodge out of the ultimate as Railgun charges up the nunchucks, but unfortunately commits onto that blue, uses the F1 to be able to escape a lot of the follow-up damage, but Jux now coming in with that V1 has to be wary because Xusheng is waiting in the distance, not only has the Mystic Might, but also the damage reduction that comes with it, as Railgun trying to turn around on his chasers, has to contest not just with Jux but also Xusheng as he gets knocked aerial, will be able to grapple above the follow-up slam, but unfortunately doesn't manage to disengage that golden focus follow-through, as we see the F1 coming back into play. Railgun able to use the golden focus to escape, keeps himself as mobile as possible, just charging this blue staff on cooldown, tries to throw it back onto Jux, will unfortunately go straight into the Takeda F as a result. Railgun still somehow hasn't gone down. There it is. Xusheng with the pistol swap will be able to take him out, and now it's going to be Jux versus the one invader coming through from Xusheng, and there it is. Xusheng has the advantage, is able to find the full lockdown into Assassin's Lunge off of a legendary dagger, and Jux's health bar tanks.
Oh my goodness. Xusheng stealing the kill from Jux with the pistol from behind, and then coming through and demolishing over on the other side here. As we're going to flip over to see how WBG Spider ended up going down here. We are going to see him try and go for the reset. J-Team's action is going to pop that F, get out of there. Spider hot in pursuit with these purple nunchucks, going for the full uppercut combo into the alt combo, as he's able to take out J-Team's action. HLG's pace against Xusheng here. We're going to see the ultimate come out from both of them right away here, popping into the mech. Paste is in a bit of a pickle here. Chu Zhang has the upper hand with the ultimate for this final circle. Paste does need to make a huge play with the mech, otherwise they are going to be in a lot of trouble. Getting some berries going. It looks like they're going to play on the defensive side of this. They're not going to try and play too aggressive. Chu Zhang is hot in pursuit. 57 left on the ult. And that's the thing. The Takeda ult, you can cancel it and still keep some of the charge. Where it is a 2v1, Takeda, in certain situations, Takeda will be favored as Pace hits two crazy bow shots here. Doesn't let the heal happen, as we're going to see the taps coming through. Chu Zhang taking so much damage. The 1-2, the jump. Oh my goodness. And the blast back F1 for the kill. 2 players left. Oh my goodness. Pace is him.
Oh my goodness. The fact that he is actually able to pull off the charged up left click first stage as well on the staff, doesn't even go for the full Clyde formation into golden focus. This is what we were talking about though. Pace is playing these bow and arrows very similar to how we see players use the cannon, right? Where you swap to the cannon, you mince away the shield, you get a player down low enough before you properly commit into the melee. It's a lot harder to be able to do that with bow. You have to be a lot more precise, especially under pressure, but Pace is now coming under a lot of focus fire from Jin, uses that blue focus off of the staff to be able to charge back onto the barrier and turn the fight potentially will be able to hit that mech drop as well and get into the mech looking to find that reset, but unfortunately he's playing into his mirror, goes towards the Morris Blessing, maybe to try and drop out of the mech and find an armor swap, but Jin with the boosters is going to be able to chase his position down. The cannon shots coming through from Jin. Pace is having to stay as mobile as possible. If he goes for the cannon, he's not going to be able to find these reshields. Now he can turn on to Jin with the last little drag of the ultimate. The bow coming through once again, but Jin doesn't allow the hit to come through. The right click off of the halberds forcing out the F1 from Pace. Jin actually using the F1 himself to be able to dodge through the follow-up damage when Pace went for that staff swap up. Pace is able to catch him into the blue, into the gold, does so much damage, keeps him aerial for 1 and 2, and can now try and continue to apply this pressure. Jin heading towards that Morris Blessing, might be able to pick up something from it and gets the armor swap into the legendary, as Pace isn't able to find the bow shots and take him down in time. And now this is going to look really dangerous for Pace, who has to contest with not only legendary halberd but also legendary armor, but that's not going to matter if Jin commits onto the blue and gets parried out of it. Pace flashing the red, trying to keep Jin out of arm's length, doesn't manage to anticipate the uppercut now coming through from that dagger as Jin looks, but the red flash anticipating Pace to come through with the blue focus into that dash, doesn't time it in time. Pace holds on to it too long and finds the connection and walks away with the kill, and we have his first MVP to come through. Pace, what a player, what a last fight.
Oh my god, that was disgustingly amazing. HLG Pace with by far the most phenomenal performance I have seen in the summer NBPL 2023 so far. My goodness, the way Pace was able to take control of fights, say that he was the boss, win the mirror matchup on the back foot, crazy parry into the long-handled weapon staff, and just dominate the fight. F's at the perfect time, catches the full overhead combo from the staff in the gold focus, even after FPX's Jin used their F ability to dodge out of the initial attack. Incredible placement. Jin right now, not sure exactly what happened, but it was a phenomenal fight. It was so fast paced, I barely even knew what was going on the whole time, but the way Pace was able to catch Jin out so many times, it was over by the first time he caught him out in the taps.
So the common denominator that we're actually seeing both from Pace and from Jux is this movement away from the dual halberds, but also punishment of players trying to take advantage of the timing on that charge up right click, right? Both of these two players have shown that they understand the timing on being able to parry, and more importantly, they're actually able to take full advantage not only of that timing, but also of things like the staff, where you can hold on to that blue a little bit longer, you can really buffer it, you can play into the mind games, and you can use it for either zoning capability to be able to buy yourself the space if you don't feel confident going into the charge up right click and you're looking for the clank, and you want that blue focus to come out as quickly as possible. As long as you've already started building up that blue, it doesn't matter if the charge up right click is faster building, and that's actually something that Pace takes full advantage of with the bow. He uses the bow to zone his opponents back to be able to land those first connections, so he always buys himself the distance advantage in the fight, so when the dual halberds are coming through, they're never the ones making that first move, so they never get the opportunity to take full advantage of the speed, which normally, if you're both charging the blue and you have a staff and they have dual halberds, that charge at right click comes out way faster than the staff is able to clank up against it. But because Pace is so good at offsetting the traditional tempo for those dual halberds to find that advantage, these players who are relying on that one sort of crutch of the dual halberds playstyle, they don't get to play into it. And the most annoying thing for them is that they're having to run dual halberds against everybody else to keep up with the timing. So when they come up against Pace, who's buffering the blue staff and using the bow to keep the distance, they're not equipped to deal with him, and Pace is taking full advantage.
The way that Pace was able to use the bow, I'm pretty sure he had target lock, which basically, if you don't know what target lock is, it's a soul jade that if you get hit with a bow and the person has target lock, you can't dodge, and you can't tap dodge, hold dodge, you can't do any type of dodge for a certain amount of time, which basically gives you an almost free shot, because you get hit with the bow, your first instinct is to hit that dodge button. You're not hitting crouch because your first instinct is to hit that dodge button. You go to hit that dodge, you can't, you basically a free hit off on you. The double parry here from Xshin was absolutely crazy. They come around, and then WBG Spider making this amazing play onto Alliance's Jux, just waiting out the F abilities. Unfortunately, we didn't see Spider do too much in this game, but his movement in this second kill of the game here was amazing.
Yeah, I'm still not okay with Spider's decision to take a Gate of Yang fight when he's like 80% to ultimate. It just allowed way more control early in the fight for his opponent, as we're going to see Pace take full advantage. This is that fight, by the way. We're going to see Spider now use the V1. But Pace has created enough distance, and that's how Pace likes to play. He comes in, he pushes onto you with the melee, but then he pushes you into the disengagement, and he's able to hot swap onto that bow and do so much damage. Like you said, we're going to see it again. He forces the zoning capability, swaps into the longsword to take full advantage of the fact that you've distanced yourself, so that not only do you eat bow damage, you also eat vertical charge upon the longsword. And if you want to either try and sidestep or parry, you put yourself into red flash animation, he hot swaps onto the bow. You try and go for the tap dodge outside of it, you burn stamina, and Pace is able to immediately follow up and punish you yet again. As look at this, he's literally sort of almost one of those, like, you know, the paddles that you have when you're a kid and they have like a ping pong attached to a string, and like you bat it, and you bat it once and then it bounces back and you bat it again. That's literally how Pace plays these 1v1s.
Well, yeah, he just copies, and then he does what his name says best. He just puts every single style of fighting. He uses his range to the best way possible. He's using his parrying in situations where he needs it. He's not abusing parry. He's not doing too much. The weapon swap here into the bow, crazy shot. He overholds here, makes a little mistake for the overhold, but then gets him again on the overhold. Jin tries to F out of it, but still gets caught in it just for how the terrain was working, and was able to get caught in the charged attack, in the gold focus, and ends up losing all of his health, and just one more shot finished him off. It would have been amazing if he would have got it with a bow, but look at that pentagon, ladies and gentlemen. Usually we don't see as much going on to every single side, but he's filled out the entire thing, basically. 5 parries, 7 kills, 22,000 damage with Thundersword, Phoenix Blast, target lock. Like I said, that was what was helping him get those extra bow shots. 3,612 damage with the bow alone, which is absolutely crazy.
I mean, 22,000 damage overall to him. This is his first MVP as well. Like, it really is a joy to see these new players come in to NBPL and show something different, right? This is something that a lot of players actually take advantage of when they come newly into NBPL. They show a different playstyle. They try and play against the tempo that has already been established, because these players, like we've seen, they've been keyed into the same tempo. So when something comes along that offsets that, there's a little bit of confusion. There's teething issues where everyone sort of has to sit on their hands and figure out how exactly they have to deal with this new problem, because a new problem forces a new solution, and you can't immediately clock on to that solution when you're playing live. It's going to take a lot of analysis from your coaching staff to try and figure out a way to be able to combat Pace, and he's taking full advantage of that. And it's lovely to see, because what this means, Seth, this is great. This means we're going to see an entire shift on players' playstyle, the way that Spider initiated an entire shift in terms of how solos was played. Pace is now coming through and forcing that same shift yet again. Now that the aggressive era has been established, Pace is showing that there's a new way to play.
And that's the thing, is we've seen that happen when Spider joined the NBPL, where the entire game just shifted. Same thing is happening with Pace. Sometimes a new player comes in, they're like, oh, I'm going to be myself, I'm going to break the meta, I'm going to change everything. And they get 0 points a game. They get 1 kill every now and then. But Pace is doing it right. He's found exactly what tiny things he needs to tweak about the meta while still playing along the general guidelines. of what's been set by the NBPL so far and just bending them slightly to his advantage instead of just snapping them in half and trying to rebuild them with duct tape, which is what lots of players have attempted to do, and they've crashed and burned in doing so, tanking their standings.
I mean, something else we have to talk about as well is that he's not really playing off of hero ability reliance, right? It's not like he's running this staff only when he's Valda. We've been seeing him try and run this playstyle for every single hero, and that is huge because it means that he can continue the same tempo of setting everyone around him no matter what hero that he's playing. So it's not going to be like, okay, well, we're only going to see one game where Paste is pushing this meta into a different playstyle entirely. No, this has longevity for every single hero that he plays into, and it's having such a huge benefit for him. I mean, look at him. He's already number 5 in the standings. He's pretty much guaranteed that he's going to be able to qualify into the bi-weekly finals, and I cannot lie, I cannot wait to see how this playstyle interacts when we have players like Mike, Akuma, and T225 in the lobby, because I think if there is anyone who's properly going to be able to punish Paste trying to overhold and anticipate these blues coming through from his opponents and things like the charged right click from the dual halberds, it's going to be players like Akuma who have that dagger knowledge in the back pocket and are going to be able to punish if you try and hold that blue too long.
Also, a quick thing to show you guys, 1.2 points away is taking a quick look first. We're going to take answer for treasures again, ladies and gentlemen. We got a pop quiz for you guys. Who was the MVP in the game 5? Was it Jin? Was it Paste? Was it Shizhong? Or was it DK? Put your answers in the chat, and the lucky winner will get some summer split random gifts. But back to what I was saying, 1.2 points away from the top. WBG Spider needs to get 1 kill and place at least top 5. So he gets the 0.5 placement points and he gets everything else. All he needs is that 1 kill and he will be in that top spot, taking over AOW's Mike. 65.7 points right now, and 66.9 is where Mike is at. Correct me if my math is wrong. I'm doing this on the fly. We're gonna have a short video for you guys, and then we will be right back with tons more NARAKA action.
Did you miss me?
Are you ready? Let's go.
Patience, darling.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NBPL. We're on Solo's duty, and I think we're about to enter a new era of Solo's meta. As you can see, I'm Moxie. I'm joined by the wonderful Seb. We have the pleasure of taking you through, well, myself, not quite all of the day's action. Shout out Raven. Hope he's going to be feeling a little bit better soon. But Seb, you've been here since the very start. You've got to see Spider pop off. He's now 1 kill away from being able to dethrone Mike in terms of top of that leaderboard. But yeah, there's one player that we're talking about more than Spider currently, and that is Paste. Are we going to continue to see the rampage of this bow and target lock combo into Saf Overhaul in this last game of the day, or are players finally going to be anticipating it and ready to counter?
He doesn't copy, he only pastes, ladies and gentlemen, and he pastes strong, sending those bow shots. If he is able to get a good level of bow, like a purple bow with target lock again, it is going to be over. It is going to be interesting, though, to see if he's going to be able to play the same hero that he was playing last time. Hopping back on Feria, if that will work this round, but I'm pretty sure we are going to see a little bit of a different change up because lots of players have used most of their favorable picks. Some players have been saving their most favorable pick for the last. Saving the best for last is always a way to go out strong and on top. Sometimes players needed to use their heroes earlier just to gain a bit of extra footing, a bit of extra confidence, so they could be going into this last match a little bit with a disadvantage to which heroes they like to most comfortably play. But at the end of the day, they're pros. They're gonna be able to get the handle of this. It really just depends on the mental. This is make or break time right now. If you are not able to pull it through in game 6 of 6 of the day, this is where we start to see, okay, he's not cut out for finals. He's not cut out for worlds. He's not cut out for this and that. And that is where these players start to crumble. Railgun here, number 12 on the standings. He is so close to getting knocked out by Jux or Kaibao or by Jin. Action, little bit more difficult for him. He has to pull off like a 10 plus kill game, which is going to be very difficult for him to do. It is still possible. Anything can happen, but he is on the cusp of falling into 13th place and not making it into the finals. So Railgun is someone who needs to have an amazing game or they're going to fall off.
It's even harder as well for these players because when we moved into this season, we now have 12 players in our solo lobby, so it's an even more condensed player size, which again is probably a huge reason for why we're not seeing these players want to take the second Realm of Yang. Like the first Realm of Yang, absolutely 100% worth it. There's still a whole lot of players in the lobby as well. If we have that traditional tempo of NARAKA, you want to go for that fight. You want to be able to immediately pick up those legendary weapons so that you're fully set in terms of scaling into Final Zone, because you don't want to find yourself in Final Zone with like blue still, which is a problem that Action has been facing multiple times because of this just continued obsession with the dagger when he's playing something like the Matari. And I wonder if we're going to see the Matari come through for him. Again, I can't remember. I wasn't casting either game 1 or game 2. I can't remember who's already used up their double picks. To explain that a little bit better, in solos, we actually have a rule where you have to play at least 5 different heroes every game day. This was introduced after Zip was added to the meta and the availability, because otherwise everyone would just lock 6 games of Z-Ping, and it means that you can only double pick the same hero once per day. I would be very surprised if we don't see Pace try and double pick that Feria, because I think the F1, the fact that you can immediately backflip out of a lot of those combos, but also the V3, the fact that you can literally drop a pillar on your opponent's head to create that spacing, plays into this playstyle, this reliance on the bow and target lock to be able to chunk through your opponent as quickly as possible before finishing them off the melee. It's so complementary to each other, and it's really interesting because we've seen Feria fall off in terms of solos and trios, but Pace has shown that she can make a comeback.
Yeah, the Feria pick was an interesting one when we saw it at first, when these players were just starting to pick Feria, but when Pace brought Feria out, it was a completely different style than anybody had played it. We saw Spider win with Feria earlier, but the way that Pace played it was just, he let out this monster inside of him that has been waiting to come out for a long time. And we finally saw his full potential of what he can really bring to the table against these players. Looking at the picks, Paste is going to be on Z-Ping. We're going to see Spider back on that Valda pick for that number 2 pick today. And it looks like Kai Bao hopping on Takeda. We're going to see no Mataris, and it's going to be a pretty condensed lobby of just... And this is interesting. Take a look at these hero picks. The double picks of the Takeda are going to be the ones that we're going to see the most of here, as Shuzhong is picking on his new hero. The double picks, the only person, Shuran and Shuzheng and Pandaman are the only ones who have already used their double picks, as well as An Hao. Everybody else is saved their double pick for last. So these are the 3 players that you're going to watch out for who are not playing double picks right now. They're playing a completely new hero to them for the last day. They're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage, while all of these other players have already played the hero today. Speaking of as well, Fun plus Phoenix's Jim, the most riding on this game. If they get more than 5 points this game, they will be able to jump up to 12th position. I think it's 3.4, but if we're just going to call it 5, just because obviously players in 12th place as Alliance's Jux in 10th place, and the other players in 11th and 12th are very close. Railgun is only 2.7 points away from Ace's Jin. Jin is in 13th place, needs to get at least 3.7 points to come out on top. As we're taking a look at these spawns, they're going to be all in and around the Celestra area, pretty condensed to the outskirts of this area in the gold zones surrounding. As we're flipping off game number 6 of the day, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last game. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I am joined alongside the lovely Got Moxie, and we are having the best time ever jumping right in.
Oh, well, we're immediately going to be jumping right in, as there's going to be a fight breaking out against Pandaman, Jin, and Kai Bao. He decides to go for the loop before looking for that in. Pandaman's able to take down Jin. That's not the start that he wanted. So much riding on this game, as we're actually going to see that Takeda V1 coming through off of all of that rage generated from that fight. Kai Bao, unfortunately, not able to use his just yet. Comes in with the zoning capability of the charge up. Right click from the halberd. Doesn't manage to activate the ultimate, and Pandaman is able to create that zoning, create that stagger, and finish him off with the staff, as we are not slowing down any time soon. Really interesting. Shuran, the exact same playstyle as Pace previously. Bow, longsword, now starting to be picked up by some more of these players in this lobby, trying to find that entrance, uses the app to be able to dodge through her opponent and the horizontals from the longsword to be able to continue that movement, turns and anticipates the chase coming through from An Hao, baits out that red flash before coming back in with the toothpick, but the third party comes on through. DK charging up that blue to be able to zone out his Zai, and then immediately committing in with the blue a second time now that Shuran's not expecting it, as An Hao will be able to hit in with the V2. DK trying to create the distance, doesn't manage to dodge out of it, rolls under the next connection, but An Hao's already been able to schmunk through so much of that shielding, but DK coming in off of that ghost slash into the nunchucks, able to just chip through that Zai. The fact that there is just no damage reduction on the F, sustains through the ultimate with that purple shielding, and is able to sustain outside of that Zai and finally find the punish. And I mean, FPX's Jin, you can see it on the leaderboard right now, Seb. Without that lifeline, Rebirth burn early, 0 kills to his name. It's looking rough.
It is looking very rough indeed, as well as Wolves Kai Bao actually able to come through in that 12th spot. And Jin so close behind, just a few points below, needs to be able to knock Kai Bao out and then come off and pop off, as we're going to flip over. Pandaman here, able to get an uppercut combo off into the ultimate combo, and Pace getting saved by the Mortal Defiance here from that ult, but it looks like they're going to go down pretty quickly anyways, as OUG's Panda Man wiping out players left, right, and center. That's going to be Paste already completely out of this game. Paste has already made it into the top 5, so he will be competing in the finals here as we're going to flip over FPX Jin. This whole game is riding on what FPX Jin is going to do. This is where we're not looking to see who's going to be placing first and second. We do want to see if Spider's going to be able to pick up a couple kills and beat AOW Mike. But the main thing we want to be watching is Jin, Kai Bao, DK, and Railgun as we're going to flip over as Shuran here. Able to make a small play here with the ultimate. Not able to deal too much damage onto Chuzhang. Is going to back off and take this fight as a reset, but they still don't want to completely burn out the ult here. Still trying to track down, sees a player behind, looks like they're going to try and go for the ult charge. Pops the F here, isn't able to get the charge off from the ability here in the ultimate. We're going to see the bubbles get popped away. Shuran on such a low health, getting charged by 3 players here. 1 HP in a dream, needs to escape as fast as possible. Looks like he's almost broke the ankles of Railgun here. Railgun just desperately trying to get this kill.
No.
And it looks like Railgun is going to come with a pistol shot and come away with the kill, putting him a little bit higher in the standings.
Yeah, Celestra is incredibly punishing if you do get third party, because everyone drops around that area very early on if it's a gold loot area. As now J-Team's Action and Alliance's Jux are going toe-to-toe. Longsword versus Steel Halberds. Jux taking so much damage from the charged up right click that comes in with the charged up vertical from the Longsword. Now we're going to see the aerial come through from Action into grapple extension. Valda F3 used to be able to backstep out of follow-through damage from the Halberds, and Action is able to hold through the fight. Really good backstep. That's why Valda F3 is so strong at the moment. Not only is it gold, but it also has that escapability that isn't really available for things like the F2. There's a lot more coverage of zoning for the F2, but if your back is against the wall and you're currently being wombo comboed and you need immediately to be able to create that space, the F3 is just the more viable option.
Taking a look now, we're going to see Wolves KB. Blue armor, blue weapons, not looking too bad. This is one of the players that we were saying this, a lot of pressure rides on the shoulders, as we're going to be the first Realm of Yang starting pretty soon. All of these players are starting to make their way towards the portals to start off this race to see who's going to get to port in first here. Wolves Kai Bao.
Going for one.
And
He's like super far away from the... So, I mean, it's the smart decision. Like, he died super early. His loot skilling's going to be awful. Oh, no, wait, he's heading for it. Is he going to try and just cut them off? Like, surely you don't go into that Gate of Yang fight.
Well, it looks like Jin and Anhao on that outer side of the map are kind of playing against each other here just to see who's going to be able to get a little bit better loot. They do have their ult back. They have their abilities charged. This isn't a terrible fight to take. The scale of their weapons is obviously going to be at a disadvantage compared to some of these players, but with the boost from the fruit, there is a chance that they could pull through and come over with the kill, depending on who they're facing against. We are going to see this come out quickly. Jin might not even be able to get into the Realm of Yang, as it only selects 4 players, and whoever spams E the fastest is going to be the one to make it here. It looks like Jin has made it in against OUG's Panda Man. Panda Man having an amazing game, who is on some very crazy demon time right now. We are going to see them heading off against each other. OUG versus Fun Plus Phoenix, taking to the skies as we're about to kick things off with some pistol shots coming through. And it looks like Jin is going to be the one that's taking most of the damage here. We're going to see the ultimate combo come through. Panda Man able to use that Takeda ult to incredible power here. We're going to see the F come out again, and a huge parry coming out from Jin. Trying to launch off that cone, is unable to do anything. Dodging through the ghosts here, and FPX Jin on the front foot of this fight. Panda Man only has 1 ghost left here. Is going to be able to get the uppercut combo into the dagger combo. We're going to see Jin needs just to get 1 more charged gold off, but it's not going to happen. Jin is going to go down. That Yang depletion is going to set in, and the stress is on. They just need to pick up 1 or 2 kills. This is not the most difficult thing in the world. Panda Man almost let them have it, but they said no, picking up his 4th kill in the game, getting him even higher in the standings here. Flipping over to J-Team's Action.
That uppercut into dagger dash, like where you're anticipating where they're going to be uppercutted to, was a thing of absolute beauty. As we're going to be heading back towards Celestra, as it is going to be J-Team's action. Does have the Valda V2, in case you find yourself getting crept upon by one too many players. As there are 3 players currently over bridge at the moment. Shusheng incredibly low, has tried to sneak off and find a position where he's going to be able to reset. It looked like Spider going toe-to-toe against Kai Bao was actually the one who came out on top. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a replay of that in a moment, but more than likely we're also going to be seeing a lot of coverage of FPX's Jin, as he is incredibly low at the moment. Yang depletion loses a majority of that armor, immediately has to go for the activation of the V2, and An Hao just gets out of there, uses the F to create so much distance. Jin Yu loses so much of that ultimate duration, now gets caught potentially in the other side's V2, has to burn his own F, turns back in with his ultimate. However, An Hao still has the F, it cycles back onto cooldown, and now it's literally just going to be Zai holding that V2 in each other's faces. Jin throwing one last lot in to try and buy himself that spacing, turns back around with the staff charge up onto the grappling An Hao, but An Hao still got V2 left in the tank. Jin's now incredibly on the back foot, burning as well. Pushes forward with the charge up blue, goes straight into the gold focus, but this fight has gone on for so long that we're actually going to be seeing Alliance's Jux come through, and this is really dangerous for Jin. Not only does he need that Yang depletion dropped off of him, he cannot properly commit for this full fight engagement when he doesn't have his ultimate available and active, as An Hao understands this and just uses this movement to be able to keep himself out of the fight for as long as possible. That staff focus doing so much work to be able to zone, as Jin's able to close up the distance, goes in for the uppercut, catches him into the 1-2, into the uppercut, confirmed, needs to find this kill quickly, will be able to take down An Hao. He's been able to find the kill that he needs before he gets knocked out of this lobby, but he has 1 minute and 53 seconds to be able to pick off the Soul Bloom, and it actually looks like Jux was able to steal it away from Jin, who's now being pushed into the zone tick, sees the chase come through from Jux, has to commit the charge up onto the blue to be able to throw back and buy himself the spacing, as he's just going to be grappled down, turns back around with that blue, but Jin comes through with the lockdown on V2 and takes him out of the match, as oh my goodness, what a fight.
Oh my goodness. We're going to see Panda Man coming in, picking up his 5th kill of the game here on Takeda. We're going to see the flip coming down from the F3. Spider with a crazy parry coming in and is going to almost take out all of Panda Man's HP. And it looks like Panda Man is going to go down, and Spider saying, I'm taking that top place. He has beat AOW Mike. Sad to see Fun Plus Phoenix's gym was less than a point away from beating Wolves Kai Bao. Kai Bao did not get any kills. If he would have been able to pick up one more kill or just pick up the Soul Bloom to place a little bit higher, he would have been able to make it into the game. But crazy play from stealing that Soul Bloom. That goes to, oh my goodness, crazy parry from J-Team's action here, able to come away. WBG Spider now on the back foot action. Miss parry in the middle of his combo here. We're going to see the F3 come out. We're going to see Spider charging blue, able to get the full overhead combo off onto J-Team's action, dealing so much damage to his health, putting him in a blender, and Spider just reminding everybody whose court it is. It is his house, and he is going to defend it. Spider just picking players off one by one. We still have 15 minutes left in this game, and there's only 5 players remaining. This is how quick these final games go. Spider has that challenger buff on. He's letting everybody know where he is. He is that top boy, top dog, top G action going on here. He is the one, and he is able to do it to every single player. He is not scared of anyone.
Well, DK is able to tap dodge out of the first spear that Spider tries to throw. Like, oh no, he actually gets screwed over by the terrain. It goes into the cliffside, and Spider now is knocked into the chasm, chased after by DK, who uses that V1 to try to elongate that combination, as Spider goes down to the pistol shot coming through from DK. Oh, that's unfortunate for him, but he's still going to be happy. Like you said, he's been able to overtake Mike. We saw when we cut to his player cam after he's able to punish that misclick parry after the uppercut. Smile on his face. He knows that he's going to be through. He knows that he's going to be top of that scoreboard. As now we have 4 players left in this lobby. And it's going to be incredibly brutal between S Railgun, Alliance's Jux, JDG Shu Sheng, and we've got DK Bauda, the one player who is 3 kills deep into this fight, but unfortunately is currently sitting in 14th position. I'm not going to be able to yet qualify into the bi-weekly finals itself. Puts himself into that Gate of Yang fight. Has the purple staff, has the purple armor, tries to go for that pistol shot, isn't able to find it, and unfortunately does lose a majority of the chunk of that purple down to Alliance's Jux, who now pushes this Decatur onto the pillar. Stormstrike damage coming through as well, trying to zone away this Sai, who gets caught out by the lightning smite. Grapple cancel now onto Jux with the follow-up from that staff, trying to do so much damage. But you can see that DK is anticipating that V2. He's trying to keep himself as far from Jux as humanly possible until he can find that aerial to be able to look for the uppercut. As now we're going to be seeing the V2 from Jux thrown towards DK's position, pushing him onto the pillar, but he's able to drop down and scoop the Zai up into the overhead. Now goes for the Hound down. The V1 to catch onto Jux before he hits the ground, pushes him straight back into the air, and DK's able to come through with the follow through. What a good joggle coming through from the Takeda.
Oh my goodness. DK phenomenally dashing in and out when he needs to just take a little bit of health off. Take a little bit of health off, back off. I'm not getting touched by this Zai ult. I'm going to weave in and out, and I'm going to come away victorious here. Railgun as well, taking an L in the realm of Yang here. Looks like he's going up against Xu Zhang. Xu Zhang is going to have a buff. This is going to give him a huge advantage in this fight here. Xu Zhang does not need any more kills here. The only person who needs more kills is going to be our DK from Team Bauda. If DK gets more kills, it is going to be absolutely crazy. He will be able to place into the finals for this first bi-weekly. And if he doesn't, even though there are still more bi-weekly finals to go as everybody swarms in for the kill, DK, the one who needs it the most, he's going to try and go for it. And it looks like Railgun is going to be the one that's going to come out victorious with this kill. If DK is able to pick up a couple more kills, I'm pretty sure that he still might have a chance of winning here, as we're going to see him back out here in the gold focus. DK very, very hungry for this kill. He needs the points so bad. With the multiplier, with the first place, he might be able to come away victorious here. As we're going to see the ultimate from Zai. Jux is just absolutely griefing DK right now. And Railgun able to get away because of this fact here. Almost able to get a full reset off. But it looks like Bauda's DK is going to come away with the kill here. Canceling his ult at 37%. There are only 2 players left now. He has to kill Alliance's Jux and come away with the first place points. And it looks like he might be able to come away with the victory and place in that 12th spot, knocking out Wolves BK.
Oh, this is going to be so tough, especially since he actually gets caught by that staff overhead combo. And now he's getting uppercutted into the full scoop up of the blue punishment afterwards. Tap dodges through that Zai, forces that F will be able to create enough distance with the staff motions of his own to be able to try and kite Jux a little bit longer. Hasn't been able to find the reshield. Will now go for that crouch spam to be able to find one. Should be able to find the second. This is huge for him because he's been able to close the distance and comes in with the F over the shoulder. The Zai goes. Now we're going to see the V1. Jux is being kited towards the zone edge and actually has to side dodge to make sure that DK is not able to hold him hostage to that corruption tick as he looks to try and find the connection. Jux now going onto the mobile to try and kite out the majority of this V1 as DK tries to come back in, gets caught by the charge of left click but finds the parry in return. The ghost slash connecting onto onto Jux, but that's going to be the Decatur ultimate gone, and DK tries to chase the terrain, actually pushes them into the uppercut juggle twice, as we're going to see Jux actually have to try to disengage himself, and it's going to be a reset for the Zai, who doesn't have the time to be able to get the full reheal, using that blue 5% away from being able to activate into the V2, tries to close up the distance, but actually puts the punishment, the closeness now, putting them into the F ability. This, however, was the trade-off. Jux was trying to bait DK close enough to be able to hit him with the V2, but DK reads it out and immediately distances himself once the F has gone out, and he's able to find the kill. DK walks away with the MVP. Has he done enough to be able to leapfrog his way past 2 players and qualify to the bi-weekly finals? We're going to see, but my goodness, that scoreboard's going to be close.
Oh my god, DK with an amazing 6-kill performance with the first place. I'm pretty sure with the multiplier and all of the added bonus points, he is going to be able to snag that 13th spot. It is going to be very close, down to a couple of points. I don't even think he knows himself right now if he's made it in. But regardless, a valiant fight. This is what we wanted to see from DK starting on round 1. So hopefully, if he doesn't make it into this bi-weekly, he can take what he learned this week and last week and bring it into the upcoming weeks, because this season is only getting started, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you don't understand. We're going to be here all summer long, giving you prime NARAKA content, prime NBPL summer 2023. This is the season that we get lit, baby.
I love Solo so much. Like, I love the mind games, because both of these players, they're weighing up the positives and the negatives of getting close. For DK, it's all about, if I get close, I'm going to be able to go for the F. I'm going to be able to literally just drop kick that Zai over my shoulder. But I also open myself up to the potential of being stuck in the V2. And he didn't have the V1. That was the huge thing for DK. He'd already burned the ultimate in that engagement. So if he gets stuck in the V2, he has no way of being able to distance himself outside of it, and he's going to go down. So it really becomes a game of cat and mouse and of tracking as well. What cooldowns available for your opponent, the rage percentage that Zai is going to be sitting on, how much time you can spend looking for the close quarters and then immediately backing away. Literally in your mind, puzzling and equating through the stagger timings that you have off of the hits that you're able to find to know how long you can sit in that melee close quarters before disengaging before that V2 comes through. Like, so much is running through those 2 players' heads, and it really could have been a coin flip between the both of them. But DK plays that perfectly, closes up the distance long enough to activate the F, backs away before he gets scooped up into the CC, brutal lockdown of the V2, doesn't take the fire tick, and as a result continues to be able to push the Zai onto the back foot.
And the sheer like amazingness of the fact that he was able to get away from the V2 with the staff, amazing movement, and then switches to the pole sword for the scale rush, for the extra damage, to be able to just finish off that last little bit of health was absolutely crazy. So smart play, such a smart play from DK to pull the pole sword out and go for the swap. Most players would just think to try with the staff again, but then it's such a gamble. What are they going to do? They're going to clank. It might be in trouble. Let's just finish him off in one fell swoop with the huge pole sword. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been all 6 games for today. Bao does DK taking the MVP in this game with 11.4 points. Unfortunately, Pace didn't do a copy paste of his last game. It was a 0-pointer. Unfortunate to see. He's still making it in. Very also unfortunate to see Fun Plus Phoenix not able to capitalize and go into that top section and make it into the finals. Very unfortunate to see, but Alliance's Jux here on this replay. WBG Spider catching him out very nicely, and then Jux coming around, bringing it back over with the bow shot and the dash back. As we saw as well, J-Team's action, phenomenal play with the Halberds versus the Longsword, because it seems like the Longsword is starting to mess with the timing of these players' heads. and it's a good counter to the dual halberds, as we saw in that earlier game. Sometimes it doesn't work though, as J-Team Action is displaying here. He is able to come away with the kill successfully, as DK as well, putting in work, putting in effort to be able to come away with the kill, switching over that pull sword. Absolutely amazing, able to come around the rocks, baits them around, scale rushes on top and over, and then as he meets them at the top, just hits them with one and then the F3 to win the game. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely insane.
I think that's done enough as well. Like, he was super close to being able to make it, and an 11.4 game, I'm sure, has cemented his position in the bi-weekly finals. So it's huge for DK. It's also going to be his first MVP that he takes. Here we can have a look at some of the soldiers that he had. Stormfight was a huge one as well, of being able to zone connect onto his opponent. Like, he actually manages to connect one of those Stormstrike strikes onto the Zai, which buys himself even more time to be able to create that distance, so he doesn't have to worry about that V2 really playing havoc with his timings. As you can see, 14,000 damage coming through from the Takeda. 9.8k of it is with melee weapons. So you really can see the fact that he was using the staff, the nunchucks, the pole sword, like you said, very much taking advantage of those weapon swaps to being able to take full advantage of the timing and pacing that he has going for things like the pole sword, when he knows that he's going to be able to have that stagger lock and he can go for a little bit of the longer charge up time of that overhead swing, as opposed to trying to just come in with that staff and look for those golden focus lockdowns, because you're playing too close to the Zai if you try and go for that playstyle. And if you botch the timing on that blue and you try and charge it right into that Zai's face, you're being parried straight into V2 follow-up. So honestly, he couldn't have played it better.
Yeah, and the just the maneuvering, the movement, the split-second decision-making of choosing exactly what to do, exactly what weapon to use. I've said this again and again. Absolutely phenomenal. DK using the F at perfect times as well. Just being able to take away weapons, flip people onto their backs, and just gain so much extra space in time of desperate need for him was making him victorious today. And it was, oh my goodness, I can't get over how crazy that final play was. I was like, no, he's dead. And then he was alive and he came through. I really want him. I'm rooting so much for DK to get into these finals here. We're gonna check out the standings in just a sec, but first, what are your predictions for the finals? How do you think this is gonna go? Oh,
see, well, I mean, we're gonna get to see. Oh no!
No.
Oh, DK! Oh, that's so unfortunate. He puts himself into 14th, 28.6, just a hair behind FPX's Jin. I think like he picked up 11.4. I think he actually needed over 13 points to be able to qualify. We'll see it in a matter of moments which player unfortunately shattered DK's dreams of being able to make it into the bi-weekly finals, because I'm sure the difference between that 13th position and that 12th position, it's going to be so close. There it is.
2
the
points.
12th position is going to be Wolves. Kai Bao just squeaks in to the top 12, 30.4. And yeah, unfortunately, my memory was correct. An 11.4 game for DK, but he needed over 13 to be able to take that position off of KB.
Very unfortunate, but this is a good learning experience. You gotta play like that in every single game. Otherwise, you're gonna fall just short. Having one pop-off game at the end is always amazing to watch, but take that and learn how to replicate that through a course of 6 games. Even if you replicate it at a lower level, where you're getting 8 points, 7 points, but just stay consistent instead of having one pop-off game and then not getting a single kill for the rest of the day.
So the problem, however, is like that strategy, that tempo that DK had in that final fight against the Zai, it works for a Zai. But if you play that sort of very hesitant kite fight where you just gradually chip away the damage into something like a Zip or a Mirror Takeda or even Valda with V2, you just create too much downtime for them to be able to sustain through. So I think for DK, it's about taking that playstyle, yes, but also taking those sort of pockets, the aggression that he showed, but also the backing off that he showed, and applying, just as we saw him really carefully select which weapon that he wanted to come in with for each different scenario, he has to be able to pick through the level of aggression and kiting that he brings to each of those different heroes. Because you try and play that gradual slow burn snowball against something like a Zip, she's gonna go through like 10 bubbles and 5 ultimates, and she's just not going to go down. And the same can be said for things like the Valda F3 and that V2. You need to be a lot more on point with your aggression against these specific heroes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna throw to a quick interview, and then we will talk to you guys in a sec.
Thank you, our two caster, and hi everyone, this is Jaeger, and welcome to post-game interview. And today we invite Spider to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello Spider， 欢迎老朋友回归啊！那在此恭喜你，今天到目前为止是我们的积分榜第一，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是微博 Spider。
欢迎 Spider, welcome. And first, I have a question because it seems like for the double week, you have just finished the 2-day solo game, and I would like to know, like day 1 compared to today, it seems like you really have improved and your status better now, and I would like to know why. 那我特别想先问一下，因为其实第一个双周的2天常规赛已经打完，我们可以看到，其实 Spider 在这2天有一个很明显的进步。你自己怎么评价一下自己这2天的表现？然后有没有适应过来新的比赛节奏呢？
新的比赛节奏，常规赛还不是确定嘛，要看周决。然后这几天，反正今天的强度也没有之前那么高吧。
So to be honest, I think I still need to adapt the speed in the new season because it's just the regular game, and I still want to know the new speed for the summer split in the bi-weekly final. And also, I think like day 1 is really aggressive. Everyone is aggressive, and today it's like everyone's calmed down more, so it's easier today. Okay, let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. 那接下来又到了我们一个非常兴奋的环节，要给观众朋友们送出福利了，准备好了吗 ，Spider？ OK， 那我们来看一下今天的题目，让我也来公布一下规则。So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Who is leading total scoreboard now? 那今天的问题是，到目前为止，谁是领跑了积分榜的第一呢 ？OK, so 我们到现在其实就是你是2天的常规赛打下来，其实我们这个双周的常规赛打完之后，我们也迎来了很多的新朋友们。我想先问一下 Spider， 除了看看我们今天积分榜谁是第一，对新朋友们有没有什么评价？有没有谁给你特别的印象深刻？
特别印象深刻的，我觉得就是 Pace 的，因为他就是没打之前就已经知道他了，他是一个很强的选手。
好的 So I just asked him that because we just finished the regular game for the first and second week, and we are going to have the bi-weekly final. And I would like to know who gave him a big, deep impression for these new players. And he just told me the Pace because he thinks Pace is a really strong new solo game player. Okay, I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那我觉得 Spider 应该准备好了，我们就准备进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, the lucky guy will be Whisper, so please pay attention. Okay, it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那也有请 Spider 来为我们公布一下正确答案是哪一个呢 ？Yes, the correct answer is A, WBG Spider. Congratulations to our king of the solo game. He just back again. And we are going to have the first bi-weekly final for the summer split. And I would like to know what's your expression for the new season, and who did you think gave you a big pressure in the bi-weekly final? 那因为来到了整个夏季赛嘛，然后马上迎来第一个周决了，特别想问一下 Spider， 对于整个新的赛季自己的这个周决有什么样的目标？然后谁会给你一些压力呢？
这赛季的周决就更多吸取一点经验，为总决赛做准备吧。压力的话就是大麦。
Okay, so the pressure from the other player, which is Mike, still gave me a big pressure in the game. And I think for the bi-weekly final, I think I want to have more expression from the bi-weekly final, and I'm prepared now for the grand final for the summer split. 其实看得出 Spider 这一次是准备的非常的长远，现在就已经开始期待总决赛了。那我们也期待接下来马上要到来的一个周决的表现，好不好？期待你的表现 and say good luck。谢谢 Spider 接受我们今天采访 ，Thank you Spider for today's interview and we will get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 games played through and through. We're all done. The solos are finished and the standings are final. We are going to be having our 12 players and we know exactly who they are, and we will get to that in a second. But wow, what an amazing day. Welcome back to our final little segment on the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer 2023. Last day of the solos, first bi-weekly. We're going to get into the finals on the weekend. I'm so excited for it. How was that for you? You jumped in a little bit late, but we still had a great time. It was so much fun. What's your takeaway from today?
I mean, we vibed. We definitely vibed, Seb. We had fun. We got to see some crazy counters. I got to see Takeda V1. I never get to see Takeda V1. I normally do trios, so that always locked into V3. But getting to see the Takeda V1 and properly taking advantage when Summon's aerial of being able to just push them straight back up and juggle them into another combo extension, especially off of Gates of Yang. I think something that we don't actually really talk about in terms of Gates of Yang is the fact that there are those invisible walls all around the outer edges of that circle. So if you push someone right into the back of one of those and you have something like a Takeda V1, you essentially have them pinned in position. They're not going to get sent to the side. They're not going to get sent further back. So it's really easy to be able to combo extend off of the V1 into those uppercut finishes. As like you said, we have our solo players, we have our 12 who have been able to qualify into the first bi-weekly finals of the 2023 summer season. Spider sitting in the #1 position. You heard in the interview, he's still a little bit wary of Mike. He knows that Mike is definitely his biggest competition at the moment. I think getting to see how those two interact, whether or not Spider does fall at this hurdle, is going to be such a good insight into whether or not he's going to be able to keep up with the pressure that's put onto him as the year continues.
Yeah, I completely agree. The whole battle between Mike and Spider is gonna be it's just gonna be the most entertaining thing to watch the entire year. There's no way that this rivalry between Mike and Spider is going to be like anything less than amazing.
It's going to ignite even further. Like, it's just going to keep picking up steam. And then when we get to like December with Worlds, if they both qualify, and I'm sure that they will, that is 100% going to be the biggest rivalry in this game. Even before you take into account the whole thing that TE and FBX and J-Team currently have in trios. Which, speaking of, perfect transition! Trios! Groups A and C are going to be going toe-to-toe tomorrow, but determine who our trio bi-weekly teams are going to be going head-to-head on the weekend with. That's going to be one that you don't want to miss, because like I said, we get to see things like the Takeda V1 in solos. We get to see the Takeda team takedown with the V3 combined with the Zip. Absolute lockdown. You throw a Temi into the mix, there's just so much CC on that composition. Those players, they go up in smoke. There's no Valor in the lobby, but they absolutely evaporate if they get caught out. And we see it time and time again. The hecticness, the chaos. Some teams take advantage of it, some teams entirely orchestrate it, but it's definitely not one you want to miss because it's a spectacle, to say the least.
It is, I mean, it's 3 times everything. 3 times the players, 3 times the chaos, and 3 times the fun and action, ladies and gentlemen. Trios is not going to be something you're going to want to miss. And then the finals on the weekend. That is the big banger. If you're a solos person, if you're not really a trios person, you're going to see some craziness on the weekend in the solo finals. And I mean, of course you like both, guys. Come on. It's NARAKA. Trios and solos, best game formats of all time. Watch the trio finals. Watch the solo finals. Watch the qualifiers. And if you don't have time to stay up,
like I think we have drops enabled as well on our bi-weekly. So not only do you get amazing NARAKA action, hey, you also get free stuff too.
and who doesn't love free stuff? NARAKA gives out the best free stuff. I just have to give a shout. I've gotten some cool merch. I've gotten a katana, a little miniature katana. It's very cool. I've enjoyed it so much, swinging it around, feeling like a badass in my room. But anyways, the free stuff is there, the drops, the giveaways, everything. You're going to get a lot of treasures just by hanging out and joining a part of a community that is just so amazing and so real. Like the NARAKA community is one of the best communities that I've ever seen in a video game so far. They're so welcoming, so open, so supportive. New players who join this, everyone loves new players, especially on the NA side and EU side, where we haven't had as many players as we've had today in the game before, just because NARAKA has been releasing free to play, everything, all of this. This is what we love. We love to see that the community is growing. We love to see the new faces in the stream. We love to see the new faces everywhere. And that is why we do this, to bring joy to everyone and spread the word of NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been your host and caster, Seb, and I've been joined alongside Moxie. We are done for today. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you again tomorrow.